Give me 1 second here. Okay, I did my obligatory tweets. I think we're about ready. Oh, hang on. At least I can show you the screen I've got here. Hang on. Is the thing still working? Oh, hang on. Jack's interrupting me. 1 moment. Oh, hang on. At least I can. I always forget this. The screen I've got here. Hang on. Is the thing? There you go, Jack. So, let's see if I can get this to work. Oh, so I still got my transition, so that's good. I've learned something from my time on that Hamtaro stream, which I hope you all enjoyed, if any of you checked it out. So, today we're chatting to Smudboy. I'm going to be bringing him on in a minute. I'm just getting set up here.
The theme, yeah, just that. It's only
This is who we're talking to.
Sure,
I already watched this, but
theme or characters now that you've just focused.
Phil wants to get caught up a little bit on Smudboy. We can kind of describe our views once he gets on, but until then, we can chill for a minute.
To decide. Actually, I
Howdy, everyone.
story since it doesn't make perfect logical sense. I mean, who wants to live in
Fair
universe where
Verona.
the Wachowski
Eric
sisters
Taxon
make
is
the
here.
Matrix
Hello,
because their
Eric.
idea didn't adhere to the law of
AMV
thermodynamics.
Lover
Our culture would be
666.
immeasurably
Hello.
poorer for it.
Who the hell is saying this? Who is scared of critics? What is going on? Are critics putting guns?
You
to
love
people's
AMVs?
heads? And for the love of cancer.
Brit's here also. She'll be moderating for the most part. I'm going to try and not look too much at
I
chat.
recommend you Google. Take the Cole's Notes version. Ask some guy in the street. Just figure that roll out, okay?
Lastly, for both writers and non-writers,
So everyone.
Broadly
You know,
speaking,
just
though,
like,
we're
logic
kind of
doesn't have to be your
the
enemy.
opposite
I think this
perspectives,
conversation
I guess
matters
you can
because
say.
media analysis can, for lack of
Although
a
I
better
guess I
phrase,
would probably say I'm
nourish the
not
soul.
quite as
It helps you
extreme
make
on
sense
the
of the world.
subjectivist
Often, when
side.
we
I
see
do
a piece
think
of
there
art,
is a
we
place
are
for objective
confused by it.
criticism, but
Just so you know, literary criticism or
uh,
movie criticism or
as
analysis,
I don't know, maybe
we're not talking
Chudboy
about
can.
abstract
Sorry,
film pieces.
Chum
There are
Boy.
rules for writing certain kinds of
Smudboy.
stories.
Smudboy can maybe clarify his perspective, but it
Just
seems
like
as if he
talking
is
about art as if it's
actively
some
opposed
bizarre,
to
abstract thing,
subjective
but we all know it
critiques.
isn't.
He
That's not
thinks
what
they're
movies and
stupid or
books
bad
are.
or something like
Confounded by
that.
it. It's only through the
But we
act
can
of
get some
creating and
elaboration when we
absorbing
chat to him.
criticism that we can bring sense to that experience.
Yes, criticism of art is the search for meaning. Literary criticism is exactly that. There is meaning to be found in works of literature. But guess what? If you want to be accurate in your criticism, you gotta use.
I have no idea how
observation.
long
You
this
can't
is
just
going to go,
Go
incidentally.
down some random path because you like the colors there in your head.
Could be an hour and a
If you wanna mix
half, or we
stuff
just
up
kind
and
of
talk
go,
about
oh,
feelings,
okay, we have,
go ahead, go
we're
crazy.
an unstoppable
I'm sure
force
someone
and
out
an
there will read
immovable
what you're writing.
object, whatever.
But it won't make a lot of
Um,
sense.
And bring the
And then we
insights
just
of that
leave it.
process
Or maybe this
into
will go on
our
for
everyday life.
fucking
The kind of
5
criticism
hours.
I
Who
think you should
knows?
seek
I
out
hope
or
not.
produce
I
is
really
one
want to
that
do other
seeks to
things with my day.
understand what is being communicated in a piece of art.
Yes, and what's being communicated sometimes has holes.
We're going to give our
That's how it
definitions for
goes. Nothing is
objectivity
perfect. If you
as
don't
we
see these holes,
as we
you're either
start
blind,
going with the
you
proper
weren't paying
chat.
attention, or you're biased. Why would a critic want to lie to their audience? Because if you're not using objective observations, you are automatically lying to your audience. Just stop lying to your audience, right?
Got him.
Criticism that puts those messages into context, one that demonstrates how art affects us.
Do I
both
sound okay, by the way,
personally and
chat? I
socially.
don't sound
Yeah, I
quiet
don't really care
relative
about
to
your personal
this.
experience. You're a nobody. We all are. Just as you have stated, your reactions are subjective and thus interpretive. Stop wasting your time and get to the truth.
And that shares a unique perspective that can make something beautiful even more so. Criticism can do so much more than say
I
whether
don't.
something
I know
is
that
good
he's
or
been
bad.
on
And
EFAP a
I
couple
wanna do more to
times,
show you
but
what
I
criticism
only knew
can do.
about him
That's
because
why
someone
this
linked
episode
me
is the
to a
first
video
in
he
a
did about
mini-series
Just Right,
on
which
this
you can see
channel
in the
that I'll be
background
calling
there.
The history of arguments.
You, Just Right, are horribly equipped to talk about art or
Just Right,
literary
he's responding
criticism
to
or movies
in this
or
video.
whatever the hell
Because Just
that
Right
was all
recently put out a
about
video.
with Hume and Kant to
Um,
even begin
One
to
second.
talk about it.
Just Right put out a video a few days ago talking about. It's sort of similar to my video, but he uses a lot more specific academics in his arguments. So like he talks about Kant and Hume a little bit to reinforce his points. I boiled it down as basic as I could for my video, but he's sort of going a little bit of a different way with it. And so this smudboy had a response to that, which I found really interesting. It seems as if he's willing to have conversation, which is really good. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to having a talk about that kind of thing because I so severely disagree with him on almost every point he makes, and I'm sure he disagrees with me on most points I would make. Apparently he at one point plays like a tiny bit of my video or something, and then like laughs and then says nothing else about it. So I'm assuming he really doesn't value my perspective particularly highly, but I want to see if maybe there's some kind of learning thing that can happen. Maybe perhaps some greater understanding from one another, because a lot of Mauler's side of the fence believe that I don't understand their position, and that's why I'm giving my bad takes, is because I'm ignorant. And I would kind of put the same to Smudboy, but we can get into that. We can talk more about the video and just broadly about our ideas, hopefully. Hello, Soy Gang. Him having boy in his name isn't a good sign. Well, you know, got Rational Big Boy, he's good, so it's probably fine. Yeah, I also really like the Just Right video, Christina G. It definitely, I was worried because he spoke to me a little bit before he put his video out, just to say like, oh shit, you preempted me. There was no like collaboration there at all. It was literally just coincidence. So I put my video up, he messaged me and was like, oh, well, I'm doing a video too. And I was really hoping it wouldn't be touching on like the same stuff. Because I was like, oh, then our videos would just be literally the same. Whereas what it's more like is it's coming at the same perspective as me, or at least a similar perspective, but from a very different way. He looks more at kind of the past of these things. Or, yeah, that's how I guess I would describe Just Right's arguments. He more looks at the historical context of, you know, philosophy when it comes to this kind of discussion. Whereas I was getting like very baseline rhetoric, like baseline just logic and reasoning type stuff. But who knows? Maybe I was more wrong than Just Right even, who I didn't even think was very wrong. Who knows? He pieced out of that really long comment thread we had under your first video out of anger. Oh, was he in the comments? I didn't see him. Unless I responded to him and just didn't notice. There was a lot of people I was responding to at the time. And that's how I learned to stop bothering with YouTube comments if you want to be in any way productive. But I gained a greater level of understanding of their positions, I think. Are you debating Mauler, or was that not happening? That, sadly, is not happening. I'm still open to it, but basically my criteria was I wanted like a balanced conversation. Because if you're not going to have a moderator, then at the very least having it be equal sides. So as it stands, it was basically, I asked Mauler if he wanted a one-on-one. He said I was too dishonest, that he would only really want to have a 3-on-1, or I could get another 2 people to back me up. Eric didn't want to be involved if Rag was involved because Rags is kind of a shithead. So it was, well, you can bring on 2 people, but I was just thinking, like, that's theatrics at that point, surely. Like, having 6 people on so that 2 people can talk about their disagreements. So just like, I'm up for a one-on-one whenever, much like I'm hopefully going to get this one-on-one with Smudboy. But I don't want to have, like, a complete clusterfuck, especially when it's completely unmoderated. I could maybe see, like, I don't know. That Cinema Sins guy seems fairly reasonable. I guess I'd be okay if he wanted to moderate, maybe. But whatever. The debate's probably not happening at this point. It's probably better off. I know that Muller talked with Eric briefly, and that conversation went absolutely nowhere. So, bada bing, bada boom. Any plans to celebrate 50k subs? I don't have 50k, so.
Wait, do you have 50K?
No, I don't. I think I had 45k. I have 45k. Look at you trying to trick me into preemptively celebrating. Sadly, I don't think Destiny will be a part of this one. I actually did email Destiny at one point about having a conversation about this topic, like objectivity and art criticism, because Destiny has talked a lot about moral objectivity, because I think Sam Harris might have said something about it. So I think Sam Harris discusses objective morality, and Destiny really strongly opposes that. So on the basis of opposing objective morality, I figured maybe Destiny would have a similar, or if in any case, interesting view on subjectivity and objectivity as it relates to art. We're probably going to try and stay focused on specifically art. Maybe I'll end up asking him if morals can be objective, if he helps on, but whatever. And just so there's something happening in the background, I'm just going to slow this video way down and then just play it. Just so there's like some movement. Okay. Oh. What's up? Any last minute things?
Well, I don't know. Have you contacted?
I was literally about to bring him in.
Oh, okay.
He just notified me that he was around. Could you shut the door maybe or something like that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Or maybe alert people. Okay.
Hello there.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm great. How's it going over there?
Yeah, it's okay. The weather's been kind of up and down, but it's it's kind of stabilized a little bit today. I went for a
that's good.
cycle. Yeah. You been up to much today?
I just did a stream that took about 2 hours, doing some reading.
Oh.
Yeah, nice relaxing day.
Yeah. Well, good. Now we can spice it up with a discussion.
Sure.
So the reason I initially contacted you was Just Right's video came out, and then last night someone linked me to your response, which and I found it really interesting because, as you can probably kind of imagine from if you know me at all, we have pretty oppositional views as it comes to objectivity and subjectivity. So I was interested in kind of bridging the gap a little bit there.
Well, that's fine. That's no problem.
Yeah, that's good. Because, I don't know, I don't want to give off the impression I'm, like, toxic to anyone who feels that there's anything objective to say when it comes to art. I don't know, did you watch my video, by any chance?
I don't know. I do know that Just Right was implying that people who are objective are toxic or do not have discussions, and I was like, when did this ever happen?
Yeah, he particularly finds it I guess I would say the least useful form of literary analysis to him. In the same way you might say that any other form of literary analysis is less useful than objective analysis, right? Isn't that what you kind of said in your video?
It depends on what aspect. If you're talking about formalism, if you're talking about whatever, the one I quoted, I didn't even know the name of that one when I quoted it. But
Yeah,
it's
new
the
criticism
same.
was what you discussed.
Yeah, it's the same idea, really. That's how you were taught, or how I was taught. And looking at art from different perspectives is great, but does that make you a better artist?
Right, right. I guess I was like, that's some good clearing up there. Because when I watched the video, you said that when you talked about new criticism or objectivist criticism, you said the other schools of thought are from bad to ridiculously stupid. So is that like you do you see some value in the
You
those
can,
other
oh, sure.
schools or?
Yeah, when I was being taught creative writing, I mean, my teacher was the most craziest hippy dippy kind of guy.
Hmm.
And he would be start talking about symbolism and imagery and all this stuff, and that's great when you want to enjoy something and sit down and look at things from different angles. But when you actually want to make something, you can't just start going off on tangents and flowery, colorful words just because they're flowery. So it's not very practical for someone writing or learning to write. I don't know how that applies to appreciating work. I'm sure you can appreciate an ugly war scene all kinds of different ways.
Mm-hmm.
So that's great for the audience, but it's not good for learning how to appreciate what's there because they do not focus on what's there.
Right. So you were saying that imagery is not a good basis to take your art? Was that you saying
No.
imagery?
No. If you're describing things, great. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you want to describe, not explain things. That's always a good thing. I mean, when you're learning how to write, when you're learning how to compose something, you can't talk about abstract concepts to someone who wants to learn to write. If you want to enjoy the various shades of a piece of artwork or a story, yeah, you could totally use any lens you like. And if you get some enjoyment out of that, I assume that's why you would do that.
Mm-hmm.
But it does not address what's there. And that's what formalism or objective observations are.
Well, I mean, what you're discussing there in terms of like themes and symbolism, that can still be in the text, right?
Sure.
So at that point, would you be judging the text based on facts, those facts being the symbolism?
That's hard to say. Depends on, again, it's all on how. Everything about writing is how you do it. So the symbolism would have to be blatant. It would have to be obvious. So yes, if it is that way, then okay, this represents this person's struggle to do whatever. Great, yeah, that'd be fine. But then there's people who, they take like all kinds of bizarre perspectives. They relate it to children. They relate it to what happened tens of thousands of years ago. They have go all these. You've heard these people all throughout university, how a professor will start talking about something and they'll start bringing up a topic that is unrelated. So it's kind of like, yeah, okay, you're coming at it from a different angle, but you're not helping the source material of what's actually there.
Right. So do you think symbolism should be obvious then? If you want it to be objectively good, because then it's clear?
There has to be a basis, yes.
Right. So if the symbolism becomes vague, then you would say at that point the text is objectively worse?
I think anything that's not clear is bad. You can do things that aren't specific, that aren't clear for a specific plot reason, of course. You're implying something, but you're not spelling it out. For reveals or plot reveals, kind of like in murder mysteries, you want it to be nebulous. You want it to be not clear.
Mm-hmm.
That's totally fine. But symbolism is really hard to grasp. And that's why you need to have, if you're going to do it vaguely, you have to do it repeatedly. So it's like a web. And I think that's actually one of the things that Truby was talking about in his book, how it's one of a more complicated idea of having a series of things represent throughout the story, whatever the underlying message was. But then you have this visual cue or a sound cue or something that is concrete. And then once you have that, then you can go crazy with it. Then you can go, doves flying over meadow or whatever you want, so long as you have the idea of flying or freedom.
Right, because then I feel like it becomes a vagueness there. Because say we're talking about, what's that painting where the clocks are melting?
Oh, Dali?
Yeah, the Dali painting. So those clocks melting, that doesn't really have an overt meaning, right? So is that a knock against that work of art? That sort of feels like it gets vague there.
Well, no, you're talking about two different things here. One is literary criticism. The other one is, what is that?
Oh, So you don't think the visual art is like something you can put a literary analysis on?
Not a literary analysis. You could certainly use the same understanding to representative art, but not abstract art. No.
Wait, so sorry. So abstract art cannot have a. So you can't analyze abstract art through like Marxism or feminism or anything like that.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you could analyze it with any lens. It's not going to be very. I mean.
Oh, so you can. So you can do a literary analysis with
Of
like
art?
of abstract. Yeah, of abstract art. yeah,
A
yeah.
literary-
Art can have literary analysis. Yes, it's a text.
So
You're reading the text.
the text of a picture.
Yes.
What is the text of a Dali painting?
Well, you can read meaning into different objects that you see objectively on the piece of art. So, for instance, the clock's melting, right? That would be
Okay.
an image that you can then read meaning into.
Are we talking about a story, like a written story with words? Or are we talking about a
Well,
visual?
In this case, we're talking about the Dali painting, which is a painting.
Okay, so you're saying
You
You're
can
reading-
read that, yeah, as a literary. You can have a literary analysis of a piece of art.
I have no idea how to do that.
Right. So, like,
Persistence of memory.
persistence of memory. That's a piece of art. It doesn't really matter, but whatever. But I mean, movies are visual, right? So that would then factor into like can you analyze? Wait, sorry, so sorry, I'm mixing myself up here. When you're talking about a movie, do you think you can read meaning into the visuals of a movie?
Well, yes, of course.
Right. So why do you think you can read into the visuals of a movie but not the visuals of a piece of art? Like as in a
Well-
piece of abstract visual art, like a Dali painting.
Well, movies are representational art, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dali and Picasso, that whatever you call abstract or cubist, you're talking about totally different subject matter and content. I mean, it's
Yeah, like different genres of movies, right?
no genre is some other thing. We're talking about media. You're
Oh,
talking
different media, yeah, different forms of media. Sorry, you were talking about cubism, and that made me think
Well,
of like a genre
yeah.
of art.
If you say this is a drawing of still life and it's a 2-year-old with crayons, it's like, okay, I see where that's coming from, but it's not representative very well. It's the child's version of that, but it's not how you would sit the same way you would gauge a Rococo painting or any Renaissance work.
Do you think you would judge those based on the same standard then?
The standard of a Renaissance work? No.
No, as still life art. Because you just use that, the 2-year-old's drawing, and then put it against that. And if we judge those
Well,
against similar
If
standards-
you're teaching the child how to become a Renaissance painter, I guess there are levels, the same way there are grades with music, and you teach at grade 1 and you go up. But I don't see why you would.
Right. So, well, wait. You see why you would teach someone to learn to paint in a Renaissance style?
Yeah. Would you honestly use the same criteria for a
No,
kid who
I
doesn't
definitely
know?
wouldn't. I don't think that there is one objective standard to art. I don't think that there are singular standards that we can follow.
A standard for what a Renaissance painting is?
A singular standard for a Renaissance painting.
It's representative art.
Yeah, I could probably say that. Yeah, but that doesn't judge the quality of that art.
Why not?
It dictates the quality of the art based on how closely it resembles Renaissance art. It's
representative art.
Right, but that standard is subjective.
It's Renaissance. Well, you can characterize it or organize it or put it in a box any way you like. You can tell very clearly whether it's Byzantine or Renaissance or Rococo, maybe some flavor of that's too romantic
Right,
or
yeah,
around the
yeah.
same time period. But representative art is representative art.
Let me see if I can make myself as clear as I can here. So when you have, say, a Renaissance painting, you can say, here is an objective standard. You will say, how much does this look like a Renaissance painting, right? And we could probably have many different people who are very familiar with Renaissance paintings, and they'll judge different paintings to be more or less looking like Renaissance paintings. I'd probably argue that, but you could still say it objectively meets a standard for Renaissance art. However, whether or not it looking more like a Renaissance painting makes it better or worse, that is where I would say the subjectivity comes into play.
Makes it better or worse as what?
As a piece of art.
Not as a piece of Renaissance art.
Right, so that would be a subjective standard because it's not about the art itself. It's about reading
Well,
it to
yeah, but
represent a
that's-
movement. That's outside of the text, right?
Yeah, but what is art? I mean, I don't think that's a really important question in regards to having taste. It's like, well, you can like anything. Great. Anyone can like anything. That doesn't help anyone. That doesn't help you make art. Doesn't help you appreciate art. You could have someone wailing away at a wall with a cinder block. I mean, that's not music.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
well, it is technically music. It's just not music you enjoy.
So traffic is music?
Someone could probably mix it together and make a song at track.
No,
out of it,
no, no,
right?
no. White noise is music. People going about their day. Is that music?
Sorry. How would you define what makes something music?
There is a rhythm of sorts. There is a bass line. There is something that has.
Music has to have a bass line? Sorry.
I'm trying to define ordered sounds. I'm
Gotcha.
going to define.
So ordered sounds, that would be ordered if the sounds are ordered. in a
I
certain-
I have no idea.
Okay, sorry. I don't mean to keep picking on you there. It's
You're just randomly choosing art forms. I'm like, I guess.
okay. Sorry. Do you want to stick to just movies then?
Fine. I mean, we're just talking about what is a type of art form, not what is art. I think that's not really a.
Well, no, I was saying that if we can declare music to be a specific thing that has specific standards to what makes it music, then that is how you would argue that objectivity exists in art criticism. If I'm sitting here as a subjectivist and I say, whatever you declare to be music, if it is sound, then it is music, then I can therefore say whether you like whether the music's good or not becomes subjective. Does that
Right.
make sense?
If you define a term as an element or a component of, sure, we can go that far. But I mean, you still have to talk about genre then, categories of subgenres. Nor am I equipped to do that because I'm not much of a musician or someone who knows music very well. So
Yeah, that's why I would say I'd like to get to movies because I imagine we're both a little bit more well versed when it comes to film. So that's where genre kind of comes into it there, because I thought that was a really interesting thing you said a lot throughout your video, was that we judge them based on standards of genre. So how would you say we define a genre?
a genre
In film, in film.
a collection of patterns of a certain subject matter. For example, you could say there are Western movies, and then there are movies that have cowboys in them that aren't necessarily Westerns. So we're looking at the actual scope of content, either from a time period or a style.
Okay, so a Western has specific objective standards that make it a Western, you would say?
You can observe those, yes.
Right, gotcha. I guess I always thought of genres as more of a marketing term because you can have films.
Oh, sure.
It's more of a marketing term than anything else in my view, which is why I don't really
Well-
value it as a set of standards.
Well, when you go to the movies, you're buying genre. You like if I'm going on a date and I'm like, okay, let's go watch an action flick, and it's like, okay, that looks by the marketing billboard. I guess, oh, explosions, car chase, great, it's an action flick. Yeah, that's how that works. The same thing with bookstores. It makes the librarian's job or the bookshelver jobs a lot easier. It's like, oh, the romance is here, science fiction's
that's
there.
interesting. So you would say that marketing is something you use to base the standard by which you judge media?
That is the standard by which it gets your foot in the door. For example, just today I looked at a trailer for a video game which we still don't know the story of. So they hired Neil Blomkamp, who does the District 9, I think, and he did the Halo trailer from 2009.
Yeah.
And they hired this great guy. They have all this money. They threw all this money at him. Live action set pieces, and they made these mech suits, and they're running around and jumping on wires. And wow, it's a great production for 3 minutes or whatever, but it had nothing to do with the story of the actual game, and it actually takes place, I don't know, years before. And you're like, okay, that's cool. None of this thing relates. None of this is like, not only does it not relate, it was actually a bad content of whatever the story was about, but the actual visuals, the actual set design, everything was gorgeous. So I think they're just going on. I mean, the game's a looter shooter. I don't know how well you can tell a story through a multiplayer game, but there's a certain lack of substance to not only the marketing and to the game. And I observed the lack of marketing quality in their previous title, and the sort of haphazard or shotgun approach to giving the message out of what this product is. And I'm seeing it in the same case, but in almost a non-existent way, because what is there is almost empty and devoid. And the marketing reflects that, because the marketing, obviously, Neil just made his own story up. And everyone's like, oh, that looks amazing. What is going on? Who are these characters? Why should I care? And it was almost comical to just sit there and go, why did they spend all this money on this?
Right. So, just incidentally, so you would say that Anthem short was objectively bad?
On what level?
Just personally, like, would you say that it's an objectively bad? When you watched it, you thought it was objectively bad?
Personally, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to buy the game, so I don't really care.
Yeah.
But in terms of storytelling, in terms of conveying a story, like compared to like the Mass Effect 2 trailer or the Mass Effect 3, like generally what the hell is going on, it was just confusing. So if you're there to confuse me and that's the point of your product, then great, you're successful. I don't know what the point of the product is aside from being a looter shooter. So as a looter shooter, no, I wouldn't say it's very successful. As a trailer as is, visually it looks great if I keep the volume on mute, so it doesn't distract me from the visuals. Like, wow, look at all these characters and explosions. So would
it be good if you observed it only through the text and nothing outside of the text? It
would be horrible if it was just the text.
If it was just that was just a short film?
The 3-minute trailer, I don't know if they're going to make a short film out of that. But the trailer was so like the sentences weren't even connected, and they sounded as if they were, like they had and but at the start of each sentence. You're like, just how do these two ideas relate? And they just didn't, or the visuals didn't connect them either. So I don't know if Neil just one in. I don't like. It's hard to grasp what exactly was going on, the pacing of the scenes and how they connected. It was very strange to me.
Right. So the fact that it was kind of disconnected, you would consider that objective flaws within that text if you're just looking at it as a text?
If you're selling me a product and I don't know what your product is, and it's supposed to be from a company that focuses on story and they're not, yeah, that's really bad.
Well, if you're talking about they're selling you a product, and that's looking outside the text, isn't it? So that wouldn't be objectively just looking at the work.
Well, it's a piece of marketing. Of course, they're trying to sell you something.
Right, but the art itself. So so it being a marketing product is a part of the art.
That's part of the analysis.
Right.
If you say a movie is a certain genre, I'm going to view it through the lens of that genre. I'm not going to view it through a marketing lens or children's book.
Sorry, because that contradicts what new criticism is more about, and you kind of talked about new criticism a bit, so I thought that's what you were more into. Oh,
well, if you're talking about just the text, that means just whatever you're looking at, and then we'd be talking about it that way. But that's like, okay, well, we'd have to go line by line,
Right. So instead of looking at just the text, you're looking at through a particular lens.
Well, we know it's marketing, obviously. We know it's live action. We know it's all these other things. I'm not trying to shy away from that. I just, why would I forget? Like, why would I suspend certain aspects? Like, it's not abstract art. I don't have to suspend my brain to appreciate abstract art, right? It's motion. There are things happening. There are people talking. There are ideas. It's clear. They're being very clear. They have all these visuals. So even with those visuals, I still don't know exactly what Anthem is, these characters are, what their conflict is, who the bad guys are. Like, all these questions start popping up.
Sorry, one sec. I had a message there.
Oh, sure.
Okay. I'm trying to grapple with what you're saying here. Because it sounds to me like you are choosing a lens through which to analyze the piece of media, right? Which to me just seems subjective, because then you're deciding what standard you're using to judge that piece of media. So if I were to judge, I guess I can use like the crazy hyperbolic example to about The Room, right? If I judge it through the standard of comedy, then it succeeds because it makes me laugh, right? But if I judge it as a romance, it doesn't succeed.
Okay.
Right. So then, would you say? Sorry, have you seen The Room by any chance?
Just clips. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Really, well, it's one of those like hilariously bad movies that's generally considered one of the worst of all time. It's like that kind of thing.
Yeah, it hits that level where it's so bad it's good.
Right. Gotcha. So when I observe it through the lens of comedy, I would say it's a very good film. It's a very effective film for me. It made me laugh a lot. So on that basis, would it be an objectively good film?
In general, no.
What do you mean by in general?
You're being too generic when you say an objectively good film. If you're using the comedic lens, then you use the comedic conclusion.
Okay, so let's maybe talk about what we mean by in general when we talk about quality then.
When I say something is good?
Yeah, good in general.
Okay, well, it's very difficult to gauge what is good. As we know, what you like, your sense of taste is specific, and everyone has their own understanding and acceptance of what is too much, what is too little. How much action should a movie have, how much comedy, how many one-liners, that sort of thing. So we have to look at what is actually comedy. And I'm not an expert on comedy or romance or anything like that. But we have the benefit of history and the brute force approach of just having so many things that do work. And we can compare that to, let's say, the manners and sensibilities of the 1920s and what was considered romantic then and why and how. And you can say, oh, okay, well, people like this type of romantic story done in that certain way. Let's say in the West, for example. So that is where you have to sort of, think of where these things are coming from. If you go even further back to say, okay, why was it acceptable there? So you have to have an historical understanding of why was Shakespeare the way he was? Why did he say things the way he did? What was the literary or the stage context of these performances, and how did that affect entertainment? What kind of entertainment did they have back then? Like, most people don't even know exactly, aside from analyzing Shakespeare. So you'd have to then take those into account of what is comedy, what is drama, how is that presented? Do people like that? So you'd have to use a different lens for that to understand it more. Because if you just read Shakespeare, it's like, okay, this is hoity-toity stuff and lots of words for being flamboyant or flowery. And like, I remember, I think I was Taming of the Shrew and Macbeth. Like, these were some of them were funny, some of them were serious, but most of them were very dramatic. And even in grade school, I was like, okay, this is not really my thing. It's not really what I'm enjoying or even grasping.
And that's when it becomes subjective, right?
When you don't understand something?
No.
Sure.
When you don't like it, when like, for instance, when you were saying, I realized Shakespeare wasn't really my thing.
Well, that's because I was confused, not because I knew any better.
Oh, so you think with greater understanding, you just Shakespeare would become your taste?
Clarity is the number one quality in storytelling. If you don't have clarity, you're wasting everyone's time, especially if you're talking about movies.
So if a story's trying to be deliberately vague, that's a bad thing?
If they're being deliberately vague, that's the the goal of being deliberately clear later on. They're revealing something later.
And if there is no
Like-
clarity later on?
Then you're wasting everyone's time.
Right, gotcha. So what about, say, an Alice in Wonderland? How would you interpret that?
A children's story where she goes into a crazy place where all the rules of physics are gone and
Hmm.
it's all colorful. It's a children's book.
Right. So is it objectively bad because it is deliberately vague and then doesn't necessarily answer those questions that it poses in an overt way?
Because it has fantastical elements?
No, because it remains deliberately vague about the meaning of anything going on or the mechanics of that world or anything really.
I don't think that's. I mean, you're using logic and other things for. Do I need to know the physics of how you get to place when you run fast, as opposed to distance? I mean, it's for children. You have to use that lens. I don't see how you apply that.
So you cannot. So texts aimed at children can't be analyzed objectively in general.
Sure, they can.
Right. So I can say Alice in Wonderland is objectively good or bad based on its vagueness. What would its vagueness play into there?
From the lens of a children's novel?
Just as a text. How about that?
You could use any lens and say it's good or bad, but you're missing the point of what the work is.
Right, so if you strip away the lens through which you're looking at it, the text loses meaning. If you strip the lens away.
Well, I'm sure if you do that with anything, you lose the meaning.
Right. I think maybe the issue is a lot of people think that that's what you're doing when you're talking about your version of objective analysis, because you say that you don't like lenses put onto the art.
Yeah, I think if you get rid of the lens as much as possible and you focus on what's actually there, because I don't know too many people who write abstract passages and stories. I mean, you can. I have definitely done it, but it's always within the basis of a coming from a world that's practical and believable and real. You wouldn't just start rambling on like trying to remember. I always quote this. I always forget the name.
It's fine.
It's basically a giant waste of time. But
oh, sorry, you cut out a little bit at the end there.
Oh, sorry. Was it comedy literature book famous? Trying to remember his name. Anyway, it's a giant waste of time. It's a huge novel, and I don't know why people like it so much, but they don't take it seriously. It's not meant to be taken seriously. I'm not even sure what the point of it is actually. It was one of those jokes that one of my philosophy teachers in high school would say, "Have you read this book?" And he's like, I never understood what he was coming at until I picked it up, and I was like, why would this even exist? You know?
Yeah. If you can think of the name, I'm curious about that.
Yeah, I'll get there.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, you did mention a distinction when it comes to. Sorry, I had the list here. It was farce, documentaries, real life accounts, and then comedy, but you took that one back. You were saying that those were lenses through which what you just said there doesn't matter so much to the objective analysis, like whether things are consistent and believable and that you maintain a suspension of disbelief.
Well, they're designed to be farcical, or they're designed to be silly or not to be taken seriously. Like you don't need to analyze it. It's like watching The Naked Gun or any sort of comedy skit, because the point of that is comedy. The point of that is whatever chuckle you're going to get out of it. It's not the believability of the world so much, although I'm sure that's important, because even in the Naked Gun movies, there is a plot. There's actually a goal in mind. And part of that is how serious or how straight-faced some people are. Like, was it Leslie Nielsen? Is that the actor?
Yes.
And as opposed to other comedies, which it's just a bunch of stupid, silly skits. That's kind of like what I think Saturday Night Live has always been, it's been a skit show where it's just really a bunch of random things happening and no one can really relate to that.
Hmm.
And if there's no solid basis, because if you have a solid basis like a plot, you can then work off that. You can build stuff off that, as opposed to just having a bunch of silly things happening for no reason. It doesn't work
Right,
for
but
whatever
but
reason.
comedy wouldn't be held to that standard, right? Comedy's just there to make you laugh. Isn't that the standard for comedy?
Oh, I'm sure there is. I don't know comedy very well to
Hmm.
say why it works, but I can say that those types of movies do work because there is a basis, and the goal of them is to make you laugh. So you're focusing on the silliness of all the scenes, and the joke, the punchline, like you're amidst this supposed serious world. Maybe that's part of it. I'm not sure.
Sorry, when you said a goal there, do you mean goal as in what you read into the text or what the
No,
author has said? The
no, it's the
designer?
goal of the plot.
Oh, sorry, you were saying what the goal of the piece of art is or the goal of the story it's telling?
No, the goal of, like, there is a character who has a plot and he wants to do something.
Oh,
So,
right. Sorry, I was talking about more about comedy's goal. The goal the
oh,
goal of a comedy film.
uh, well, I don't know exactly because I'm not a fan of comedic movies too much. I
Mm-hmm.
just know that that's kind of when I was growing up. I guess I watched a few. But yeah, the goal of the purpose of any movie, really, if it's in a certain genre, is to have those elements of the genre be expressed and be expressed well.
Of any piece is to be expressed well.
Comedy, romance, drama, action, adventure, murder mystery. Yeah.
Right, gotcha. So having a clear goal is an objective measurement for media as a whole, or at least film as a whole.
Uh, a, a clear goal of the work? I don't know.
But a clear goal in a story, assuming it has a story, which I guess would that be a criteria for?
Well, a story should have a plot, sure, yeah, and that plot should have a goal, yeah.
So have you ever watched a Coen Brothers film by chance?
No.
Right. So generally in Coen Brothers films, or at least a lot of the time, you'll have narratives that don't necessarily go anywhere. Technically speaking, characters will not evolve or change, and they'll often end up right back where they started, and
Do
that's
they
deliberate.
do they have like a thing they're striving for?
A lot of the time, no, they're not necessarily striving for anything. It would just be things happening, and then everyone ends up where they were before. Um,
Right. So it's
or
just a big farce.
yeah, generally, yeah, Coen Brothers movies are best described as farces a lot of the time.
Okay.
So at that point, it isn't measured by that standard.
By the farcical standard? Well, I don't know how much of a standard you need for a joke of a movie or a joke of a story.
So a movie can't be objectively funny.
I have no idea. If it's designed to make you laugh, I mean, we're talking about, does this joke work on you?
So that'd be
Now,
subjective.
it could be, but you can argue that some comedians will test their material every time they come up with a joke, and they will throw out the ones that don't work. And when we see a special, or when we see an hour or 2 hour set, those are all jokes that have worked. So they have tested those to make sure they work. So I don't know how comedy comes to fruition through this process of going to clubs and what have you, but they will say, yeah, you bomb half the time, or you bomb 40% of the time until you get a feeling of what works, and they're guessing. They don't even know what the standard is or what will work until they try it. And I'm sure it's a combination of things. It's not just the content, it's how it's presented, the timing, the tone, what came before. I mean, a really great comedian before, then you're not going to be as funny. There's all sorts of factors that make comedy work. And
It's
I'm
based on
not,
the audience a lot of the time too, right?
that's certainly part of it. I mean, where you are in the world and who you tell those jokes to, yeah.
Hmm. Because you can definitely get like alternative comedians. I think Andy Kaufman, right? He was a fairly unpopular comedian for a good period of time for a lot of people because he had a very alternative style to him. There's that comedian that has a really weird voice. I can't think of the name of him right now. But he just does a weird voice for all of his sets. And some people find that endearing. A lot of people find that infuriating. So I would say on that basis, it would kind of become subjective again as to whether it's good or not. Because it maybe appeals to a niche. Wouldn't that be kind of muddy things up a little bit?
I think comedy in general, there's various kinds of it, and there's various ways to laugh. And I'm sure there are certain types of jokes. I'm not skilled in comedy very well, but I would argue that there are certain ways to tell a joke of a certain style. And some people like that and some people don't.
Right, so there would be a baseline when it comes to something like comedy.
I think we can definitely look back, and obviously you have to do the historical game of, what was acceptable as language back then, what were curse words, what were the sort of things you could really look at the 40s and 50s and television of the era of how they told stories or told jokes on certain entertainment shows. And you'll see, yeah, there's a style of talking to the audience that works. And sometimes it's the straight man and the goofy guy, some Charlie Chaplin, sometimes it's something else. So there has to be some understanding of each joke. I'm not saying analyzing a joke is be very effective.
Well, it's not just funny anymore, right? Just like you're probably not gonna cry anymore when like you're analyzing the sad part of a movie.
Right. I mean, you can try to look at comedy, but it's more of a performance and a delivery than it is the punchline. I'm sure the punchline is very important, but how that works, I don't know.
I guess the thing for me is I don't necessarily buy the idea that we would use historical references to judge our standards, because I would see those standards as changing over the course of history.
I think the method upon which we tell stories changes the tone for sure, how much is acceptable in terms of drama. But, we're still having the same old, 20, 30 odd plots in all of our stories. That's not going away. We're finding different ways to laugh. We're finding different ways to not laugh. That's for sure. There's lots of bad comedy. There's lots of bad drama. There's lots of bad murder mysteries. We're learning what isn't working. And I think in the television's case, it's actually doing rather well. Compete with all these streaming services, so you're seeing television writing getting better, which is strange.
Just in general.
So, well, I don't know. I don't really watch TV, but from what I hear of people watching TV, it's like, yeah, this show is pretty good. It got picked up by Netflix. You're like, oh, okay, sure, no problem.
Are we back? Okay, I think we may be back now. I forget if we missed did the last thing that was said just get missed, Brett?
I don't know. I had it mute.
Okay.
People where your last call.
So we were discussing using historical references to judge what does or does not work objectively in media, broadly. I was a little bit unconvinced on the basis that, so for instance, when you talk about horror in your video, right, you say that horror's intent is to, inflict a sense of horror, right? It's to scare you. Would you stand by that?
That's the goal, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the goal of horror. But what is scary now is not the same as what was scary 100 years ago.
Sure.
Right. So using historical references to base that standard would be, kind of folly, right?
If you want to make I don't know, whatever they called movies back then that were horror in that style, then no, you'd have to go back to that and say, well, this is a timepiece, or I wanted to do a period piece on monster movies or whatever it was.
Right, but usually if you would do that, you would make the film less scary, so it would be less effective as a horror film. So if it was intended to be a horror film, wouldn't it be objectively bad by your standards?
By today's standards, I'm sure.
So even though it exactly matches the aesthetic, I would say, of I don't know, a 1930s horror movie, you would say it's objectively failed because it is not effective as a horror and it calls itself a horror.
Well, no, if you match all the standards, then it's exactly what you set out to do. Whether you react to that or not is another story. We're talking about people who've never seen a motion picture before and they see this monster on the screen. Of course, they might get freaked out.
Hmm.
So you have to take that into account of what was happening then.
Right, but most media is obviously trying to do more than one specific thing. So in this instance, it would be a movie that tries to style itself after the 1930s version of horror, but is also trying to be a horror movie. So how would you weigh which is more important to judging the text?
That's entirely up to what was made. I mean, do they want it to be scary? Then how to do that? Do they know how to make a contemporary audience scared? And why would they be using one from the 30s? Now, if they do use one from the 30s and they know how to make that scary, then maybe they've just, I don't know, done something with, what makes you afraid of things, which is suspense, uncertainty, not being clear. That's where clarity is no longer an issue of what is happening on screen, because you're not sure what the alien looks like in Alien. You're not sure who's behind that corner. It's very dark, very quiet. There's some sounds you can't quite make out. So the uncertainty adds to that aspect of horror, sure. But I don't know if that's properly equated back in the day. And you would have to know what you're doing to make it both a timepiece as well as effective.
Hmm. In the case of the horror that's also trying to be 1930s style horror, I think the point I was making is that sometimes a filmmaker can create art that has two arguably conflicting goals, and you would then have to measure which was more important, whether it succeeded in one or failed in another. If it was a very authentic 1930s movie, but it didn't really scare anyone, has it now succeeded or failed? That seems like a subjective call to me.
I don't see why, because you're talking about combining ideas or even combining where you're taking a series of things it needs to do, and those two things could be contradictory, sure.
Mm-hmm. So like an action horror, for instance, like Predator, you should be able to, in an action movie, you should be able to clearly see the fight, but also in a horror movie, you don't want to see the monster, so it kind of contradicts itself.
It has to, whether it's complementary or whether it's contrasting or whether they both eliminate each other. Like, I don't know, you can't have a farcical drama. Like it doesn't make sense. Like you can put comedy in your drama. You could put drama in your comedy, but it's never going to be like, you can't just keep jumping between comedy and drama for the same character. It wouldn't work. The guy is having a mental breakdown and he's going through this manic state of being happy and sad and depressed and just jumping all over the place. Maybe that is a thing. I don't know, but it's going to be hard to have contrasting elements.
Yeah, like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind would kind of be what you just said.
I'm not sure. Okay.
Yeah. So sorry. I don't want to just keep calling movies at you, trying to catch you out there. But the point I was making there is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is an example of a film that is very specifically trying to have this sort of contradictory moments where a guy's kind of having a mental breakdown, going through a lot in his mind. You're seeing that depicted in the film, and it does jump from drama to comedy pretty frantically. And I don't know, people like that, but maybe it did fail on some level because it tried to mix those elements. I'm not sure. That's where I would call it subjective. The Coen brothers are another example, incidentally, of filmmakers who people often cite as making farcical dramas. A lot of their films are dramatic in nature, but ultimately go nowhere.
Yeah, it's hard to have a dramatic structure that doesn't have a plot. It's kind of like, oh, he's not trying to do something, but he's doing something that might be interesting that I'd care to watch him do. It's hard to relate to that, I think.
Well, doesn't have a plot that doesn't have a goal or a motivation or like a through line, it's
So
still a
like
plot. It's still a plot. It would just be, in your opinion, not a good plot.
well, you could look at maybe slice of life and say the general motivation is to get by, go through your day. Um, I think my classical example of that would be HUD, where it's just a guy on a farm, and he's not a very good son. He's not a very good farm keeper. He's just sort of does whatever he wants. Um, but it's slice of life, so it's like you're not expecting there to be an end. You're not expecting there to be some conclusion to what was brought up. So you have to relate to the personality aspect, which is another motivation or some other internal issue that you have to divine. So it's like, okay, he's got some flaws. All right, we'll identify with those. Or he's trying to hit it off with the maid or whatever. So it's like, oh, okay, he's this kind of guy. And if that's entertaining to you, then great. I mean, that's a good thing. You've enjoyed contemporary movies or content. That's good. Um, if there's no goal in mind, if there's no motivation, struggle for something, you're going about your day, and it's kind of hard to gauge that, because then you say, well, why did you tell a story about a guy going day? You can just go about your own day. Maybe you want a different perspective on that. Maybe you want to learn something from that. So there has to be some sort of underlying storytelling quality, like a lesson, or maybe the character is really interesting. Maybe he's really a suave dude. There's that sort of entertainment value to his personality that you really like. Like there has to be something for you to latch onto, or else it becomes a waste of time for everyone.
So it has to have a lesson. Sorry, would that be a standard in general to have a lesson in the story?
I think storytelling in general should have a element of entertainment and an element of teaching, whether it's ethics or it could be a horrible ethic. Like, actually, no, I don't even think that would work. Imagine having an ethic where it's great to kill everyone and be cruel and evil and mean, and the end. It's like, whoa, that's a pretty nasty story. So that wouldn't be.
That's a lot of slasher flicks, I guess. Or slasher flicks.
Yeah, I don't know. It would have to be like, just be brutal, hurt everyone. That's good. It's like, wait, no.
I think that's called actually torture porn would be the one, like
Really?
like a Saw movie.
Well, the idea is that we generally put ethics as a lesson to be learned in storytelling, and in this case, you're doing the opposite of that. You're saying no, just be bad. Like just identify with the evil guy. The opponent is the good guy, and he loses. And you're like, oh, okay, good is good, or evil is good. All right. Or evil is evil. Like, oh.
So at that point, would that make it better or worse? Because I guess it does have a lesson there. It's just not a lesson you personally like.
If we are in an alternate universe, like in Dark Mirror from Star Trek, where everyone's evil, and that's the ethics of our age, I guess that would be okay. I don't know.
Whoa. So, sorry. So, you think being ethically good or ethically positive is an objectively good quality for a piece of art?
I think teaching a lesson is one of the points of storytelling, and the lesson is usually a form of ethic. So
Right.
Again, a story has two jobs in general, which is to entertain, obviously, and to teach.
Yeah, I don't want to get too sidetracked by that, but it's like, so do you think that morals are objective?
It depends how you define morals. With ethics, it's sort of the law of the age at the time. So if we were in Rome and they thought feeding people to the lions was an acceptable punishment for wrongdoing, then you'd say, okay, well, that's just the criminal getting his just rewards. we're getting as punishment.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's based off a time period of what they consider. Morals, I would guess, is like what I think is right is right,
Yeah.
and it's hard.
What's
It's hard.
right and what's wrong?
Yeah, it's hard to grasp that because everyone can say, well, if you step on my toe, I'll blow your head off, or if you steal my stick of butter, I'll give you the cornflakes too. It's like, okay, well, whatever. I mean, it's sort of hard to gauge that.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people, like myself included, would count morality as being subjective. Otherwise, it starts to sound kind of religious to me.
Yeah, no, I would say it's the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the thing for me is that I would then extend that to art and say, if we're saying what is morally good or bad is something that we come to a consensus on and is ultimately still subjective, I would say the same about art.
Well, you're saying we come to a consensus. That is essentially what law is, and now we're talking about ethics. So
right, yeah. So when we come to a consensus, it still remains subjective. It's just a subjective thing that we follow.
Well, yeah, if we follow the law, I mean that's like saying there is the color black in the sky. I see the color black. That is true. The law is, if you kill someone, you're going to jail for 25 years. Well, I agree with that, but if you don't get caught, you're not going to jail.
Yeah.
So
we don't get our morality from law.
Sure we do.
Okay, so is smoking weed immoral, in your opinion?
Immoral?
Yeah. Is it immoral to smoke weed?
Can be.
In general, is the act of smoking weed immoral?
To me?
Well, I guess in Canada
in general?
I was saying in general because there's a lot of places where it's illegal. So on that basis, it would be immoral if you were going on law.
You can make that connection if you really want to. I don't see why it has to be. I mean, again, that's what we're talking about, ethics. That's why it's more useful to have a standard you can judge and say, okay, this is what they thought because the law book said that, as opposed to, well, Joe Blow from Roman Empire thought this. Joe Blow from colonial England thought that. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't really help understanding what was going on then and what they had to deal with, unless that was the zeitgeist and they were fighting against smoking weed at that time and they never got through, and we can look at why that was.
Yeah, that would just be historical analysis. That wouldn't really be judging what's good or bad today.
I mean, that's why we have stories to teach us these rules. That's why we have
right, but the rules can change, right?
The rules are, they're based off whatever laws of the clan you're in, or whatever tribe you're a part of.
Mm-hmm. So for me personally, I don't generally get my morality from law. Like, there are many laws that I disagree with. Obviously, I supported gay marriage even when that was illegal, right? I don't want to paint anyone who does get their morals from law as like a homophobe, but I guess if you were saying that you get all your morals from law, then for the period that gay marriage was illegal, you would have said it was immoral. If you were going on that.
You could go through that, through religious texts, and that's how they memorize things, and how if the tribe leader died or whatever judicial system they had back then, they would just fall back on whatever they had.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the formation of laws is always a good debate to have in a political setting, but that's beyond the scope of talking about literary criticism.
Yeah, well, I guess to a certain extent, because I would extend all of this. I think that reasoning is sort of king when it comes to having conversations about media, and it's on that basis that I think it's subjective, because I don't think that we need to appeal to an authority on that.
Well, it doesn't have to be like when people come up with why a science fiction needs science. It's not some great, there's no great author, there's no great teaching school telling you how this is done. It's not this this written in stone. But there are things that you observe over the years that culture has created, and you go, oh, that is the Easter Bunny, that is Santa Claus, that is this. And how that's come about is not as important as what it means. And if you want to understand it where it comes from, sure, you can do all the look backs and into history and where consumerism took hold of Christmas, and, why Christmas trees are the shape they are and whatever. But there are observable factors that make that thing the thing it is. So when we talk about a murder mystery, well, you got to have some murder. There's subgenres of that, but you got to have some detective solving a case. You got to have a payoff at the end.
Just a detective in a generic sense, like they don't literally need to be a detective. They could just be a person investigating.
It could be a person, yeah.
Yeah.
It could be a person, but he is filling the role of detective.
Gotcha. So it would could you still have a murder mystery without a detective investigating the case?
There would be a person investigating a case, yes.
Right. So you couldn't just have a murder mystery that was, say, it's a bunch of neighbors in a cul-de-sac. One of them starts murdering all the others. None of them really know what's going on, and they don't really look into it. And then eventually they all die. That is not a murder mystery, or it's just a bad, or is that a bad murder mystery?
Well, it would be a bad murder mystery, but yeah, I mean, we've had, I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he came with like 20 rules for not writing a murder mystery, or you can't do in a murder mystery. And there are specific rules at the time because people were making really bad murder mysteries, whereas the detective becomes the murderer, or someone had the knockout drops put into the water. All these cliches that were developed, and that's what we've done over the years. We've looked at stories and we've created a series of patterns which do work and which don't work for obvious reasons. They're repetitive, they're not helpful, they're not advancing anything. And you see this all the time. You see this all throughout media in every culture. You can look at anime, you can look at Sunday morning cartoons, you can see all these patterns repeated over and over again. And sometimes they work, that's why they keep using them. Sometimes they're god awful and they get lambasted for being exactly that. So there are certainly standards that people have, whether or not they're written down. And we just have like a lexicon of TV tropes that has all these variations of patterns.
But TV tropes aren't saying what's bad; they're just saying.
No, for the most part, they're saying they're just tropes. They're just patterns. But what's bad. A Deus Ex Machina is bad. This. There's really not much argument until you show me an example. It's like, all right, well, in this case, it's all right. And then we would look at that and say, is that a Deus Ex Machina? Yes or no? And there's lots of ways to explain if it is or isn't.
It's sorry, I'm getting that confused with a MacGuffin there, which also is something people generally dislike from, say, Pulp Fiction. Right, it has a MacGuffin and it makes the whole plot work, and it's kind of arbitrary and they don't even explain what it is.
Right.
That wouldn't be good or bad. That's just neutral. But I can tell when it's bad. So if a MacGuffin is bad or good, I'll know.
There will certainly be something in your mind, whether or not maybe you're not aware of it. It's the same thing as looking at a pattern on the screen, like I don't know, grid paper. You have 2x2 squares, and you can't see the fifth square, or you can't see whatever number of squares there are. It's still there. It makes sense. And if it's not related to the plot, then it doesn't make a difference. Like the MacGuffin with Pulp Fiction, it's this silly thing that doesn't need to be there. It's romanticized. It's not specified as to what it is, and it's just there to get things going. We get that. It's a plot device. Totally fine.
Objectively, it's totally fine, or is this just opinions? In your opinion, it's fine.
If there is this huge thing to get, like some MacGuffins are good, some MacGuffins are bad. They're not all created equal. So if you have like the sword of Excalibur and you pull it out and then you just neglect it. How is this a story of King Arthur? How is this a proper mythological value? Are you trying to say that mythology is not relevant and that's the point? How do you use that plot device? So you want to avoid, like, those are two extremes. Like MacGuffin is like the throwaway plot device.
Mm-hmm.
The Deus Ex is the ultimate plot resolver, right? So one's a goal and the other one's when you can't solve something, it does it for you. Now, there are ways around that. There are ways to give it value. But for the most part, it's just there to be fancy, if you're talking about a MacGuffin in the case of Pulp Fiction. And unless it's part of the lore, like you have gods jumping around, doing things and playing tricks on people. So if the ending comes and a god comes around and solves something for the hero, it's like, oh, look at that. Great.
I guess what I was thinking is like a filmmaker or a storyteller in general could be kind of sneaky and have there be a Deus Ex Machina, and then they say, well, it's actually a farce. This story is a farce. So at that point, you suddenly can't use that anymore.
Yeah, there are several instances that they do not work. Where there's a twist, and the twist has been the reveal telling you the previous elements of a film were a lie. Tale of Two Sisters is one where this spoils the entire movie, but you see it on the screen. So for the whole hour and a half or whatever, it's the cameraman or the third person perspective, supposedly omniscient, was lying to you. So you've been feeding a lie the entire time.
Yeah.
Which is what you don't do to your audience. You don't lie to your audience unless they're a damn good storytelling reason to do that.
How about the usual suspects then?
That gets revealed. There is a reveal at the end. It's not perfectly clear, but it's clear enough that you understand something that just happened there, and you can make your own conclusion as to what exactly that was.
Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't judge it on a standard like that then. So they lied to their audience, but they at least told you they were lying later on.
Well, okay. Well, one of them is cinematic, where what you're literally showing me is a hallucination in A Tale of Two Sisters, or it's not real. It's like it's just they made up another story that was not real. So it's the perspective of the camera is not omniscient; it's a trickster. Whereas the actual character in the film was a liar. There's a big difference between what's shown on the screen and what's told.
Right, but wouldn't that in itself be considered a tell? If what's happening on screen is different from what we're being told as an audience, would that not lend itself to us saying, oh, so now that means the narrator must be unreliable?
But it's a technique that has no other context. It's like, oh, by the way, this camera you've always seen through now it's real. It's like, well, why wasn't it real before? So I was being lied to the entire time, and there's no explanation why that was. There's no, oh, by the way, this is all a dream, or there's nothing to put me in that role of something's fishy going. Like there's no foreshadowing. There's no leading me up the garden path. There's no red herring. There's no elements of mystery. It's just boom, we lied to you. Boom, your girlfriend's a zombie. It's like, what? You know, it's shocking, and it doesn't, like, it pisses you off, because mystery should allow you the opportunity, and not to say that it's a mystery before you go in, but there's something weird going on. And if you have no way to access that, if you can't use your brain, if you can't rewind the film and go, wait a second, what was this? I mean, if you have no avenue to that, you're going to piss off your audience. And if you don't piss off your audience, they're not paying attention, or they just do not give a crap about what the hell's been going on for the past hour and a half.
Unless the intent was to piss off the audience, in which case I guess they succeeded.
Then they'd be very effective.
Yeah.
Lying to your audience will piss them.
Yeah. again, what those lies exactly pertain to could vary a character. Like
Oh,
I
yeah.
say, it is kind of a tell when a narrator says something that isn't true in the film. So, for instance, I don't know, maybe you have some grandpa telling a story to his nieces, like a war story. He's like, "Oh, and then I shot down 20 men," and then you see
Right.
the actual shot, and he's like cowering
Right.
in the corner, right?
Yeah, like I could bring up Fight Club, Memento, where they show stuff on the screen that they're actively lying about,
Hmm.
and it depends on how it's done. Like with Fight Club, it's like, okay, yeah, that again, the there's no way those events happened the way they did as we saw them. So that was a big lie. With Memento, the interesting thing about that is that you understand the character's plight so much. So when he invents his killer, you get it, but you end up hating him as a result. But you still feel sorry for him because that's all he can do. He is trapped in 10 minutes of memory every time. So to him, he needs that release, and that's where the movie ends. And you're like, oh, I hate this guy now because he just invented a murderer, and you understand where he's coming from. It's really a wonderful way to do that, where you tell a story in such a way that you see the whole struggle he's gone through. It's a losing battle. He can't win, and he finally decides to do something about it.
Yeah,
Which
I would. That's what makes Memento effective to me. I would agree. But I guess to me, at the end of the day, whether or not it's effective as a film becomes subjective. Because I've watched Memento with people who ended up just finding it confusing and pointless. So it's tough, and
they're
they
not
can
paying
give good
attention.
arguments.
They're not paying attention, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the people that say it's confusing, I think, just aren't paying attention. But some just didn't find the story particularly impactful. They thought it was kind of a gotcha at the end that made everything else just feel like it had no weight or purpose to it. I would disagree with them, but I think they have a valid perspective and can make an argument for that.
Yeah, the enjoyment of something is always going to be interpretive,
Hmm.
especially for drama and comedy, because there's intensities, there's methods that not everyone is going to connect with. So that's fine. But so long as you can identify why it is working to the people who see it, say, oh, this was effective because you can understand what the guy was going through in these scenes. And it shows, his background or what he's striving for, or his mind is always in a state of revenge or whatever. It's like, okay, that's clear. Whether you care about that is irrelevant. Whether you identify with those aspects, even though they're on the screen, is up to you.
Right, but clarity is not an objective standard in all cases of text, right?
If you're telling
if it was kind of a
mysteries,
horror movie, for instance, if
well,
Memento had kind of a horror aspect.
you want to show in your film for horror, that example, you want it to be just enough. You want to have just the right amount of mystery to keep your brain going, what is that? That's got to be this or that. And then you're still giving them breadcrumbs, but you still don't know what the image is. You still don't know what the monster looks like. You don't know how it works.
Mm-hmm.
You're constantly making them go crazier and crazier. That's how I would imagine it works. I don't know all the elements of mystery and horror, but that is the way I would start if I were to write a horror story. So there are ways to do it. There is a craft, and that is what you learn when you go to a creative writing class. They teach you how to do these things.
They teach you how popular stories are generally structured.
They teach historical ways. They styles of writing. They go through poetry, do the screenplay sometimes. In most cases, because unless you're doing a course, it's usually an elective, so they're going to teach you something small like poetry or the short story or novellas, and usually you write one or two and they grade you on that.
Yeah, I mean, I've had courses myself where I go through that, but to me, that didn't feel like they were making me objectively better at writing. They were
Really?
giving me, to me, it seemed like they were giving me a greater understanding of how to tell stories that people are likely to enjoy, which is a different thing, because oftentimes you will make something specifically for a more niche audience.
Well, yeah, but that's with every genre. That's with every category that you write. There's going to be, I mean, I imagine that Agatha Christie could write action.
Hmm.
She could, but she found her own writing style and content, and people liked it, so she kept at it.
Right. So you can't say which is more important to have something be have a large mainstream appeal versus a specific niche that you like to fill. You can't say
It's
which is more valuable.
no, you can't. It's you're talking about entirely different. It's like a sports car or economy car. So what do you use it for? Why? How? You wouldn't go into a Formula One race on a wagon. You know, there's a certain car or a certain device for a certain need or a certain requirement.
Right.
So,
So that argument, almost word for word, is why I believe that art criticism is subjective. Is because it depends on what is the intended, and it depends on what people take from the art. It's not as if there's one standard that makes something objectively good or bad. You've listed a lot of objective standards for art, and what you just said makes me think that you would say it's okay with contradicting those standards as long as you choose a different set of standards.
well, you're always going to have a different set of standards as new art is created. Like again, as I was saying, the standard for Christmas or Easter or Santa Claus is always going to change. Like if we run out of coniferous trees or whatever, we're going to have a kind of tree,
Hmm.
whatever the case may be. Those things exist. You know, they teach you that if there is a school which teaches you how to write or how to make something, those are the standards that you are following, and they work. Maybe they won't work tomorrow, but they work today. That's why they teach you. That's why you go to the class. They're not like human nature is not going to just suddenly get up and change itself tomorrow. We're going to have these stories and styles of writing for a while now,
Yeah,
and
you're going to have traditional standards, the same way you're going to have cliches, right? It's about having there be a balance that is selected by the author.
uh, well, they can intend all they want. It's how it's done on the page that matters. You can't just go around intending I'm going to make a great space epic or space
Hmm.
opera, and he ends up making you know one the settings in one city and medieval England, and you know they're talking about the serfs. It's like what are you doing? That's not you even we're not even in the same time period. What are you doing? So there are standards
Right. I
for
mean that
genre.
would be like like judging a comedy as if it were a drama. You're just picking different an inappropriate standard for that work.
Well, well, if you screw up the setting, you screw up the elements that make the genre up. Like you're missing the point. You're you're not writing a story that you said you were going to write. The premise is wrong. The intention is wrong. It doesn't matter what the intention was. It matters whether the actual thing works as whatever it's supposed to be. So if it's going to be a horror, someone should be scared somewhere, even if it's one person, right?
Sorry, could you distinguish between whatever it's supposed to be and intent? Because those sound like the same thing to me.
The premise. So if the premise of a story is X, Y, and Z, they want a character to uh, slay the dragon and get the princess. That's the premise of his story. He starts writing about dragons, and he's not saying, well, I intend to make an epic story about a man who's going to start in the medieval time period and go off in space, and he's going to live for 50,000 years, and he only writes the first chapter, and he says, oh, I'm done. And you're like, wait a second. That's not what you intended. Well, it doesn't matter what he intended.
Hmm.
It matters what he actually wrote. It matters what's on the page. And
Right,
that
but if we were going to just go by the premise or go by what's on the page, then surely the writer would always succeed in their goals because what's on the page is what's on the page.
well, if he knows how to write, sure. If he knows how to write what he wants to write, yes. But as we can see throughout history, there have been plenty of bad books. So they must have screwed up on something. And if
Uh,
he's trying to,
Not necessarily. I mean, there's a lot of books and a lot of works of art in general that people really disliked and then came to love over time.
this is irrelevant of the author's intent, and that's only based off the audience at the time.
Right, and then that standard would change over time.
Of what he wrote at the time, it depends. Was he writing for an audience 20 years down the road? Who knows? I don't know. I'm sure there's some Pulp Fiction out there that's no one wants to read. You have to like Pulp Fiction. You have to like noir mysteries.
All right. I mean, that's how you get the whole phrase like ahead of its time, right? There would be people like 10 years after this thing was published realized that they loved it and they thought it said new inventive things and expanded the medium.
You could argue the same with fashion. You could say the same with music. There has to be something that, unless we are under the assumption that the writer is not creating an idealized reality and he's just writing whatever he wants without rhyme or reason. Usually there's a big intention behind the author, but that intention is just, it's motivation to sit down and type. It's not what's actually on the page. Typing is what gets on the page. Like we could have directors and writers want to make the next Batman or the next Goodfellas or whatever, and it's like, okay, well, do you know how to do that? Maybe they've analyzed those kinds of stories. Maybe they've looked at superheroes. They've looked at mob stories. And okay, I'm going to do it now. Maybe that's coming up. Who knows? But if they don't understand how that works, they're never going to get even near it. Well, like there are rules you have to follow. And once you hit those rules, like, okay, now I get how this works. I get how a murder mystery works. Now I can play around with that and hopefully, make the murderer this or that. Will that break any rules? Maybe. Who knows?
But then that standard would be it most closely resembling a given genre or popular standard for that genre. That would not be a standard for objective quality. That would just be how much it matches this.
Well, that's what you use. I mean, when we talk about the Christmas tree, that's the standard we're currently using. Again, the Christmas tree can change. We don't care. We're just looking at what it means now, or what it can or has meant. We go, all right, this is how you write a golden age murder mystery novel, style of Agatha Christie, or Raymond Chandler, or whomever. All right, I'm going to set out to do that, and you can look at elements from those books because there's lots of them, and see how that's done.
Right, but what you're describing there, at least as far as the Christmas tree, that's not a universal standard. That's not what that is to everyone, right? Well,
then it's the same for a murder mystery too. People could think a murder mystery is a police procedural, but they don't know any. But they don't know anybody. So when they see a murder in the boonies or a bunch of old women riding on motorcycles, you're like, what the hell? This is a murder mystery. What the hell? Like they're just not aware of that style. It's still a style that has been established or someone has done before.
Yeah, I guess it just still sounds to me like what you're talking about is trying to closely match the popular standard of thing rather than meeting an objective standard of quality as a whole. If a murder mystery doesn't match a lot of genre standards for murder mystery, I wouldn't say on that basis, oh, it's bad then, right?
Well, it depends. There's a lot of rules in murder mysteries. So if you're doing an American age, you're doing police procedural, you're doing a noir, there are certain reasons why you make those stories. Obviously. So you have to hit those standards. The same with genre. If you're doing science fiction, you have to have some degree of science. You have to have some element of man versus science or man's condition in the future. There has to be some element of that.
Sorry, so it would be a better science fiction movie the more science involved in the film?
Not necessarily more. Depends on how you use it, of course. But this is the same comment I was making about how there's like cowboys and there's cowboys in movies. They're not necessarily the same genre. You want to use those elements the right. Okay, it's you observe the body of work. You say, okay, I've seen all these science fiction movies, I've seen all these sci-fi movies, I've seen westerns. This is how these stories work, and they're effective for a reason. That's why there's so many. That's why you have franchises that are effective and successful, because they are instances of subgenres at times. They're their own category, like James Bond, like Star Wars, like Harry Potter. They're big series, and they have certain things in them, but you can see the patterns.
Mm-hmm.
Not all the patterns, because again, we're not perfect. We can't see everything, but we can list them. We can start listing. Okay, they have these things. So this is kind of like an expectation or a sales pitch to the audience, saying, okay, you're going to watch a Harry Potter movie. There's going to be some wizards. There's going to be some weird magic crap happening, and someone might drink some blood or something, whatever the case may be. And that's dependent on the plot line and what the characters get involved into, the conflicts they get into. So it's fantasy in this. There's fantastical elements. There's contemporary elements in Harry Potter. There's all these little things that you have to say, okay, this is what's in there. If Harry Potter turned into a fast car chase scene, like in a James Bond flick where they're jumping over buildings and there's spies, you're like, whoa, what's going on? This is not Harry Potter.
Well, that is Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, I believe, is that. There are car chases and various spy organizations.
There's MI5 and MI6 and they're all running around.
I don't know what they call it, like the Ministry of Magic. I don't know. I stopped reading after the third one. But that's as far as I know that they do kind of expand what a Harry Potter movie is. And I guess to me that is part of my fundamental issue. Is it sounds like what you're arguing for is that we should not as like an is-ought distinction. You're saying we ought to try to make sure things fit to the standard of what they currently are. Whereas what I'm saying is I like it when things expand in their meaning.
It's like going to, this is the analogy I give, it's like going to a steakhouse, right? Mm-hmm. You want a steak, it's a steakhouse, you expect to get a good steak. Now, if, I don't know, the chef wants to be fancy or whatever, he can do a vegan burger or something, which is not going to make me very happy because I want a steak. This is why I'm going to a steakhouse. This is why I go to the movie theaters. I want to see science fiction. I expect science fiction. Now, that's great. He wants to be creative, but he still has to give me a steak. Now, it could be that he gives me half a steak or he gives me a little bit of a steak and the other. There has to be some trade-off of expectations of the genre and the content and what he wants to push. Like why does he want to do why does he want to put wizards in a science fiction story? Mm-hmm.
Just to
you have to really good reason to do that, or else you're going to piss off a lot of people.
Yeah, in that hypothetical, you're saying there's no steak, or just that they have a vegan burger too?
They have to either sell me that the vegan burger is just as good as a steak, or they give me some steak and some vegan burger, or some whatever he's trying to be creative with, so that I get what I want. And he is being his creative self, and I can consider going back to him and trust him on his culinary skills.
Gotcha. Sorry, for a second there, what I had in my head was like the idea that you would go to a steakhouse, there'd be one vegan option, the vegan would get that, wouldn't like it. Would they therefore be able to say the steakhouse is bad? Or is it, well, it's advertised itself as a steakhouse, so...
Right. So, yeah, it's kind of weird to go to a place that sells something it didn't say it was going to sell and you still disliked it. Yeah, that would be pretty weird.
Right. So if you order something that's not typical for that restaurant and then it's not good, you can't say that the restaurant's bad, or that you thought it was bad.
You can say that dish is bad for sure. But if we're going to the analogy is simple as they only serve steak or they only serve meat.
Yeah, sorry, I'm mixing it up.
Yeah, bit confusing. Oh, have a hot dog.
Yeah, I agree, but it would be weird. I guess the point I'm trying to make there is that I wouldn't say whether or not that objectively made the place bad just because it had odd choices. There's a place near us called Happy Dog that, or at least it used to be near us. They have hot dogs that have, was it Lucky Charms on them? Fruit Loops on them, and some people like that, I guess, but I think most people probably wouldn't. But I still wouldn't mark it down on that basis, even though that is something that they sell. Right,
but in the case of a movie, they are selling you one movie at a time, And that is a lot more strict than going to a restaurant where you have options. Now, you could argue the restaurant is the movie theater and you do have options, but we're talking about a specific instance of the genre or a genre. So that's what people, I could just, on simple understanding of the new Star Wars trilogy, that is, they're not getting what they want.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel the opposite about that. To me, when you're talking about food, you're saying, I want this steak to taste like steak, for instance. Whereas when I'm talking about a movie can be many different things to many different people, right? I didn't like Avatar, for instance, but I accept that maybe for some people they loved it as an action movie, and maybe some loved it as a romance movie, and maybe some loved it as a sci-fi movie. I would say, so therefore it offers a great many things to a great many people.
Sure, but then you're talking about having multiple genres, and as if you've read Truby, that's one of the things he talks about. The more genres you add, the more complicated it is. So in order to get one right, you sort of have to get them all right. And you only really see that where you have an amalgamation of so many genres in like the Marvel films, where you have action, adventure, and romance and comedy and whatever. So you have to know what you're doing. A guy who wants to sell me a vegan burger really has to know how to make a steak. And he really has to sell me that this vegan burger tastes just like a steak, or looks like a steak, or smells like a steak, or he offers me some steak with the vegan option, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't just go in there and say, here's a mango. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, buddy? Can't do that. There are expectations to be met. There are standards that you get into just on the label that's calling this a Star Wars flick or a Harry Potter flick, or that's one of the arguments I have with some of my James Bond friends. I don't like the first James Bond film that they redid with Craig.
Oh, Casino Royale?
Casino Royale. I do not like that because it does not have a good gadget. It does not have a good car chase. It does not have all the things that I want out of a James Bond flick. And yeah, they did something new. They did something different. But it's like, where's why I came here? Where's the car chase? Where's the cool gadget? The gadget was a defibrillator.
Right.
the car gets totaled in 2 seconds. You're like, what the fuck?
But that's not objective, right?
That is an observable thing you can see in all the James Bond flicks. There's a chase scene, there's a gadget scene, there's this scene or that scene, right? You're expecting certain things. And if they don't have that, then it's no longer what the subgenre instance has become.
Yeah, it's changed, right? The subgenre has changed.
It is changed, but that doesn't mean that's the standard, unless they keep doing that. And then it's like, okay, this is not what I want. James Bond is now something else. They've either reinvented James Bond or they've altered it and yeah, it's not good for me, at least, because I wanted to see a car chase. I wanted to see this or that, not James Bond get his testicles destroyed. So
yeah, I mean, I was thinking about this when we were talking about food. It seems as if, again, you're drawing parallels between objective standards of quality and just what we generally expect from a product.
Well, what we expect has patterns that we look at, and we can determine what's good based on all those instances. We say, oh, this is the right way how to do a chase scene. This is the right way how to time music up with whatever. These are the good ways to put sound effects while you're in space or whatever. All these things. And it doesn't have to be based off science or logic or math or whatever. It has to be based off what came before. And if what came before is not relatable, is not what people wanted, again, you can go to dozens of burger joints. You can grade those burger joints. And if you go to a steakhouse and I'm like, oh, I want your best burger, and they give me a burger and it tastes like cheese, something's wrong.
Yeah, that does sound similar to what I was talking about there, where you're saying that contradicting the standard objectively makes the product worse, even though, say, a Casino Royale came out and most people liked that it expanded what a James Bond film is to them, right? So that wouldn't make your judgment objective, because people, like, it varies as to whether it was a good change or a bad change.
Right, they're just looking at it as a movie, but that's fine. You can do that. I enjoyed it too. I enjoyed Skyfall. That had more elements of James Bond-ness that I liked while being different.
Hmm.
You see, so there are standards. These are just patterns you have observed in James Bond. Now, I just happen to like car chases. That's a subjective thing. But if you look at most of the James Bond films, there are. So it's like, oh, I'm expecting a car chase. It wasn't there.
See, to me, a lot of what you've just described as a standard, I would describe as a cliche.
Yes, they are cliches. They are patterns.
But we've discussed how cliches can be negative too.
Yes.
Right.
But we're talking about genre where it's a whole basket of patterns.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to tell a James Bond film, these are the patterns you follow. There's going to be a femme fatale. There's going to be an arch villain. There's going to be all this crap, all these silly, stupid, crappy, dumb things, right? So I'm not saying get rid of the stupid crap, but that's part of this charm. That's part of what makes James Bond James. So if you change that, have a darn good reason. Know how to break. This is one of the rules in writing. If you know the rules, you can break them. If you know what works, you know how to break it and still make it work.
Yeah, but then that gets to intent, right?
That's everything is the author's intent to make something, sure. But if you know how to do something and you can break the rules to do so, great. Like the example when Just Right's video was, I still can't believe he said this, about the bombing scene in The Last Jedi. If Rian Johnson knew how to make that scene work, because he wanted that World War II bomber cut, and then he sculpted an entire drama over Mystico and all that crap, he would have known how to work within the lore of the world to make those ships more believable, to make the drama more believable, to make the whole attack more believable. He didn't. He did not do that. He just made ships. He put ships in there. He liked the camera angle. That was about it. He made all these other contrivances to make that scene work, or try to make it work. Like a remote detonator falls out of this hand and she has to reach for it and all this crap.
I think Ryan is sadly more on my side of the fence, where he just doesn't really care about like lore consistency with the design of ships and things like that compared to other aspects of the text.
And that's like, you don't do that in science fiction. When you have science fiction, not so much in sci-fi, which Star Wars is in, which is fine. You don't have to explain all your technology. You don't have to explain every element of the physics behind it. But we're not even talking about physics. We're just talking about design. We're just talking about why do these things exist? And there's no explanation for a ship that's designed to bomb in the air to have the same size and speed and lack of defenses to bomb something like, you can't bomb something in space by dropping things. It doesn't work.
Well, the argument was that there was what was it? They had a magnetic aspect to them, the bombs.
Well,
so
that was done after the fact on the website, and they even got the physics wrong. That was absolutely ridiculous. Like, that was like, how far are you going to shove your foot up your mouth? Like, how you're going to go up to your knees,
Right.
That's how bad that was.
But I mean, a lot of
And
people don't
Just Right's
particularly care
explanation-
about the physics of Star Wars movies.
This is not talking about physics. We're talking about the believability of those ships. And Just Right's explanation was, they're big and slow, therefore we can understand how they get destroyed. That was his explanation. I'm like, what the hell does that have to do anything with the scene? That is the whole, one of the whole things of why it's bad, is because you have these ridiculously stupid designs doing. It's the wrong tool for the job, clearly, and all to set up this stupid scene so they can show a World War II, whatever the silly footage of watching the bombs drop, and to then throw in some ham-fisted drama with Mystico. That was it, and he didn't know how to do that. It's so obvious.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a poorly worded phrase on Just Right's part, but I do fundamentally agree with his perspective that, for me, the bomber ships, I don't want to start talking about The Last Jedi too much, because people have a lot of thoughts on The Last Jedi, and the comment section will get all fucked up. But for me, I found the bomber jets effective because I felt that Um, they led to a clarity in what was happening in that scene, so that I was immediately invested in what was happening. I thought they just looked cool, and I did find that moment where Tico sacrifices herself in the name of getting one off on the First Order. I did find that emotionally compelling.
And
But you
that's
would say
why we
that's
could-
subjective, right?
Well, yes, everyone's opinion is in regards to subjectivity, yes, but I would say you're wrong. You're not paying attention to design. Like, you're not paying attention to lore. You're not paying attention to the point of the scene. And it's blatantly obvious.
So why are the things that I just listed less important than lore consistency to you?
Well, why do you read a story? To be the power fantasy, escapism? Like, what's the goal? Why
Generally,
do we
to be
want
emotionally captivated, for me.
you want to read a story to be emotionally captive? So if I read a book from Greg Egan, who, he's a physicist, he can write all kinds of technical babble. You're not going to enjoy that because he's really complicated. He's really hard.
I might not personally. Maybe it will get me sort of emotionally invested in some way. I don't know.
So you might get emotionally invested in AI talking about.
Are we still talking about fiction?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Because obviously standards are totally different from nonfiction for me.
Sure. We're talking about science fiction, hard science fiction, where he is beating you over the head page after page with science terms and particle physics and all kinds of things. You would not like that because it's not emotionally invested.
That sounds like padding to me personally. If you're not if it's for no purpose, if it's just you listing lore, to me that sounds.
No.
Like
This is it's the same way how Isaac Asimov would write, but just multitudes higher.
I mean, I think Isaac Asimov's writing is often very emotionally effective.
Well, imagine he was, at the time Asimov was around, there was the Cray 2 computer. Imagine he had a PhD instead of chemistry in physics, and he's actually actively studying science. And every page he would just go crazy with explanations of how these artificial life forms are searching string theory and all these other beautiful terms that you've never heard of in your life. Like, it would be hard enough to even read that, let alone digest it, to understand it, to be emotionally invested. So something like hard science you wouldn't even like.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. Like, something being hard to understand, I don't think is like diametrically opposed to it having an emotional response from me. Like, a lot of the time, a more complicated piece of writing will give me more of an emotional response because it takes more of me to really get invested in the work.
Yeah, you would be confused because you wouldn't understand a word.
Well, it depends on the work. If it was like a work of fiction and...
It is a work of fiction.
Yeah, so if it's a work of fiction, then possibly they could explain it well enough to me that I can start to grasp some of it. And then it would be emotionally effective?
You would be your emotion you would be feeling, I'm telling you, it would be confusion. You would be frustrated. You would not be able to wrap your head around what just happened. Okay? I'm telling you. This is what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's probably unlikely that like that kind of hard sci-fi probably wouldn't enjoy it on a personal level.
Right.
That's why they're subjective to me, right?
With
I wouldn't say it's objectively bad because of that, right?
Well, it's a hard science fiction story. And if your whole point of reading a story, apparently, is to have an emotional reaction, then there's no avenue for you to have an emotional reaction aside from you'd be dumbfounded. You'd be like, what am I reading? It's like reading Heidegger or Aristotle for the first time. You're like, the hell did I just read? You have to spend a week just on the page and going, what was that?
Yeah, but I mean, using those as examples, they do often have emotional responses from me. But the point would be, this is only like my personal tastes. I can still appreciate and analyze text that I don't personally enjoy.
I can enjoy things which I know are crap, that have flaws, sure. But that's not why I read. Again, I told you the purpose of reading or media is to entertain and teach. So if I'm not being entertained and if I'm not being taught, what's the point? If hard science fiction does not teach me anything I really want to learn, like string theory, and I don't find the behavior of immortal AI gods trying to figure out the universe entertaining, there's no point for me to read this.
Right. Well, if that's an objective standard, then you've just kind of explained for me why hard sci-fi is objectively bad. Because if I don't find the information they give me particularly educational, and I'm not particularly entertained by the characters or anything like that, then by that standard it would be objectively bad.
Well, I don't. I'm saying that's the point of the work. I'm not saying that's an objective, good or bad statement. When I talk about form of a story, we're talking about how A leads to B. A military commander would want to use the best strategy and tactic for stopping their enemy. And would you think that a bomber of that design is the best tactic and strategy for stopping a dreadnought ship? And like, is that like number one? And if it's not number one, that's fine. You could, yeah, there's all kinds of ways. And if there's all kinds of ways, all the story has to do is say, hey, we don't have any other equipment, or hey, we're desperate. We couldn't scrounge up any Y wings or B wings or whatever, right? Like that has to be addressed. The problems in a story, which are objective, which you can observe from lore, from logic, from physics, whatever context you need to use to understand the scene, that question has to be answered in some way if there's a flaw. There is a design flaw in those ships, in case you don't know.
Yeah, there is a design flaw. There's a design flaw in most of the armory in Star Wars.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
This is not just this is like several design flaws. You know, they're very weak, they're very slow, they're gigantic, they don't have missiles, you know, all these things. Right? If they could sell one of those ships, buy some freaking missiles, they would have a more like, you know, just basic stuff, right?
I guess it sounds like the standard you're setting would make Star Wars in general objectively bad. Because if I really care about the design, they're not being design flaws, then
I'm not talking about Star Wars in general. I'm talking about that specific scene. And I know we shouldn't be talking about the movie in general. It's such a big thing for Just Right to point out that I could not believe he's even thinking this way. I don't really care about your emotional reaction to a scene. You could have a great time playing with a piece of shit in a stick in the backyard, and I think that's great. You do your thing. That's great. But when we're talking about storytelling, and we're especially talking about the genre of science fiction or sci-fi or soft sci-fi, if you want to go that far, and you're talking then about the instance of a subgenre, space opera being Star Wars, there are things you have to do. And design is a major of Star Wars. Everything is designed. There are thousands of people working on this, and they have very good eyes on what works.
See, I would call Star Wars as much a drama as I would a sci-fi, and
sure,
you know, you sort of said you don't care about my personal emotional reaction.
No,
but
no.
Isn't the purpose of drama? What was this you said the purpose of drama was classically?
Your catharsis by Aristotle, but you're talking about individual enjoyment and reaction. Yeah, if you are crying or if you don't shed a tear, that's up to you. That's your personal. I don't care about the individual having a subjective experience. That's fine. Again, as I said, go out in the backyard, play with your shit all you want. Don't care.
But that dictates what good or bad drama is.
No, it doesn't.
So emotional response has nothing to do with a good or a bad drama?
Emotional response. Your emotional response.
So there's like an innate emotional quality to the work that decides if it's
there is a human component that is outside of your subjectivity, of your perspective, that is operating if you call something a drama. And we can look at history to clearly state that. We can look to Shakespeare. Even if you don't understand a word of Shakespeare, I sometimes didn't, if I can wrap my head around it, I can see where he's coming from and why. I now know why Othello is a drama. I now know why Macbeth is a drama or a tragedy. There is something there. And if you're not seeing it, that is not the fault of the writer. If it was an effective drama by someone somewhere. And if he doesn't explain it, then there's something wrong with him or he sees things on opposites day or whatever. But there are patterns in storytelling. There are tropes that exist for a reason. And how you use them determine how you appreciate the things in a movie. And the story. And the number one quality, aside from clarity when storytelling in a story, is believability. And you have to have the essential amount of details of all of those patterns or elements of those patterns or quality of those patterns to explain and show to your audience that this is a real world, even though everyone knows. And if you don't do that, questions start getting raised, whether you like it or not, whether you're having the greatest time of your life watching those ships get destroyed. Like, wow, that looks great. It's like, yes, it does.
Unless
But
it's
your
being
brain-
observed from a different standard, which we've already acknowledged as not having believability as one of its core aspects, right? Like you said, with farce or real life accounts or things like that.
Well, yeah, this is not. Yeah, we're talking about, again, science fiction as the example. If you want to talk about farce, then yeah, you can go crazy.
Right.
sorts
So
of
if I
stuff.
if I was to say that the fact that it's kind of a pointless win on the half of the rebellion, you could argue that that scene was a farce because they didn't really get anywhere as a result, and they mostly just lost resources. They ended up back where they were in the first place, being chased by the First Order. So I might say that scene is farce and read it that way. But would you say that's objectively wrong?
You would say about the whole movie, if you talk about the plot, overarching plot, if no, you wouldn't say that's a farce. You could say it's so bad of a story, it could be farcical. But that is, again, not the genre we're watching. We're watching a space opera. We're watching a Star Wars film.
Right, but I mean, a Star Wars film could theoretically be a farce, right?
This is true.
Right, so if I read The Last Jedi as farce, then that scene is fine. I guess you could theoretically argue that, right?
That's insane. Yeah, you could tell that. You see a bunch of clowns on.
Right. So earlier on we talked about genre as a marketing term more than anything. So that's where I'm coming from, that I can put the genre onto the text and analyze it that way. Like how I can analyze why the Room is funny, even if it probably wasn't meant to be a comedy.
Well, when we say a marketing term, we're talking about taglines, we're talking about trailers, we're talking about posters. We're not talking about the actual text.
But so the genres themselves are concrete. They're not invented, or they're not just marketing. They do have concrete meanings and definitions.
I'm sure they do.
Right. So I guess it's hard for me to believe that because there's so many works that mix genres. Or we argue
true.
if it does or doesn't fit into that genre. For instance, if I argue that The Last Jedi is a farce,
which it isn't.
Based on what? How it's marketed?
How it's categorized by how we know what farces are. We have an entire category of movies and farces. Do you honestly think all the Star Wars movies are farces?
Oh, no, not all of them. And also not objectively. That's just a reading that I have of the film that makes me enjoy it more.
Okay, so you enjoy a film because your goal going into a restaurant, you don't want to eat your food. You want to play with it because it's funny. It makes you laugh. That's
Probably
what
not, but I don't want to eat movies. Like, I treat them differently. Right?
Well, you're consuming something, and it's not what's on the screen.
I don't think a food is just art, in the same way that I think films are just art.
This is true. They are different things entirely.
Mm-hmm.
But they have a categorization, and they have a goal, which is intrinsic to itself. And if you want to recategorize a movie as a different genre, you're going to have to reinvent the terms, which isn't going to get you very far, which means we can't have a conversation.
It's tough because like genres are, as we've already discussed, like whether something meets a certain genre standard changes. What was what was horror 100 years ago is not horror now, and if you were to try and go back and enjoy those as horror, they would fail. So therefore, I couldn't really categorize them as horror because they don't scare me.
You can say they are horror of that. That
Of
would
that
work.
time, right? But genre would be, but you're talking about genre as intrinsic, as being like this is a genre with established standards that we have now and for all time.
I didn't say now and for all time. As I said, we can lose all of our coniferous Christmas trees, and then we have a different standard. Maybe people don't like Christmas. Maybe people don't like space opera.
Yeah,
Just
so
have-
that's a popular standard, not an objective standard.
We are assessing what is out there. It doesn't have to be popular.
So it doesn't have to be popularly agreed upon what a genre is for it to be that genre's standard.
What is that? It doesn't have to be agreed upon. People who react dramatically to dramas have reasons, and they tell us those reasons. The same way a Christmas tree is a certain shape because a bunch of people said this is a Christmas tree, and they could argue about the details. But when we look at a Christmas tree or a coniferous tree, oh, Christmas tree, we know what it looks like. It's that simple, or it could be extremely complicated, what various genres you want to talk about. But there are standards out there that people have agreed. And yes, that's based on time. And yes, that changes over time. But then we have subgenres or subcategories. And that's where we get variation. So noir is a subgenre of murder mystery.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of the strange black sheep of it because it focuses on sex and murder and violence. Whereas the classics, Agatha Christie's, Raymond Chandler's, they focus on the actual mystery and the details surrounding it. There's permutations of that, there's reversals of that, but it's still a murder mystery. Even though the reverse or the inverse, Columbo, we know who did it. First 5 minutes, like, oh, all right.
Right. So you'd end up judging it by that subgenre standard?
Exactly.
Right, gotcha. So I would also say, wouldn't you find it kind of cheap if someone were to make something you think is bad and then they say, oh, actually, no, it's this new subgenre I just made up?
At first, I might. It depends. If there is a intellectual or dramatic or some creative value to it, then sure, why not? At first, I won't be able to pick it up. Because again, I've seen it. It's new. I don't know what to think. I have to think about stuff sometimes. But we're not talking about some sort of avant-garde storytelling. We're not talking about French cinema, which is God knows what. We're talking about a space opera. And a space opera is very simple and very as it is. They have sound in space. They have flashy lights and explosions. And when those explosions don't make sense anymore, or the tactics done by certain military leaders don't make sense, the problem with the story, not just with the genre, but the actual story, the design of the story, the format, the form, the composition, everything is thrown into question. And you have to start doing things in your brain to try to make sense of it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, when things explode in space, they don't usually make a noise, but that's usually the case in a Star Wars movie. Does that not qualify as this no longer makes sense and is therefore bad?
That is an element of storytelling in motion pictures, in TV. You see it all throughout. Once we had color and TV stories, Battlestar Galactica in the 70s was like that. That's just a common trope. It's a non-hard science fiction element of I would call that sci-fi just because it doesn't care about those elements that a hard science fiction story would have.
Right, but something being common doesn't make it acceptable necessarily, right? There's plenty of really bad cliches, like really lazy cliches that's
acceptable. Well, I don't know how you want to gauge that, but what I'm trying to get at is there are elements in a story, whether you gauge that through the lens of genre or instances of genre or storytelling itself, logic in the story, lore. It doesn't matter which element you're doing there. You could find an appropriate way to do things regardless. Like clarity, as I said, clarity is a number one thing, whether you're using genre or the prose itself. that must be adhered to in some degree. And the only way to break from those rules is to know how to break them. And if you want to do something original, like have that World War II bomber, he has to know, or they have to know how to do it. And if they don't, that is an obvious flaw. And the capacity flaw is dependent on how many questions that it raises on if then. So if this, then why did that happen? If this, then why did that happen? It goes down this huge list. And that's why one of those scenes were so bad that with Just Right, it was like, okay, dude, you're not even considering the concept of any of the questions that an objective observer make. And again, the lens is irrelevant. We're just looking at the screen, saying that doesn't make sense. A spaceship has to fly really slowly over another spaceship, which is stationary, and somehow not use gravity.
Well, no, you just described a space opera standard. That's a lens. The standard that you've set for space operas.
I'm looking at the screen and I'm watching a spaceship move.
Oh, right. Well, then there would be sort of no specific standards then. You're just observing what's on the screen.
Right.
Yeah, and then you make judgments, and that judgment will be based on a standard that you have set.
Is it believable based on my understanding of space?
Is a Star Wars movie believable?
Sometimes.
I'm not doing the like, oh, it's a space wizard movie for kids type thing, because I get the distinction. Like, you want something to feel authentic, even if it's not realistic. But for me, believability isn't number one for Star Wars.
Believability is the number one in every. Even Alice in Wonderland, you have to believe in what's happening on the page. That's a given. If you don't believe it's on the page, you're wasting it. Why you wouldn't even be reading it? You'd be like, this is bullshit. I can't accept that Alice is 20 feet tall now. What the hell?
Well, we just talked about unreliable narrators. Isn't that what you're talking about?
Exactly.
We don't believe what's on the page. Right, but unreliable narrator texts aren't automatically bad.
That is a form of framing the content in a certain way, whereas I was referring to the actual content not being believable. So, yeah, in either case, you don't believe what's going on. But there are standards for that. You have to have the willing suspension of disbelief. You have to have that. And as soon as you break that, I don't mean in the classical sense with fourth wall or, Freddie Mercury or Eddie Mercury looking at the screen and he's like, moving his eyebrows. Okay. Like it's you can get away with that in comedies. Again, as I said before, farces and what have you, because the point of that is to make you laugh. With Spaceballs, they kill the guy off screen, whatever. That's fine. We're not talking about farces. We're talking about actual stories where the motion of objects in space, whether that's in the heavens or on the ground, it's like, wait a second. Cars don't have to travel that slowly, or they can't travel that fast, or whatever the question that pops up. So the thing is with these questions is they are observable facts. Okay, they're not us being pedantic or being some sort of one of those crazy film guys who's like, oh, I see this in the film. It's like, no. We're just looking back and turning our brains off and going, look, I see this. That doesn't make sense because of why. And you're like, oh, why did that happen in the story? It's because the writing was bad. Or the expression of the writing, the rendering of the writing on the screen was bad. The translation from script to screen didn't translate well for whatever reason.
Right, but there can be a million different reasons you don't like a scene in a movie other than the fact that the writing was bad, right?
Yes, but how is it bad?
In the case of the bomber ships, because it's unbelievable, right?
To put it lightly, yeah.
Okay, so have you seen Mad Max Fury Road?
Yes.
Okay, so would you consider the cars that or the way that combat usually goes on in a Mad Max movie to be believable?
It's pretty over the top. It's pretty fun. I mean, I would say it's relatively believable to a certain. There are some jumps I don't like. I'm trying to remember the canyon scene where there's all those guys and they're the arrows. I can't remember. I saw it a few years ago, but yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Like when they're hooking Max to the front of the car, just as like a symbol of pride or whatever.
Yeah,
like, just to
that
show
was
off.
pretty wild. Yeah.
Yeah, when they got the guitar guy flying around on that truck, right? So if I were to then say none of this is very believable, therefore that's objective flaws of the film.
But what exactly?
That
Like
I
that's
find the guitar unbelievable. That they're just going to have a guitar out in the middle of a pretty tense conflict.
you can have people hanging out on cars playing guitar that shoots fire. You can. That is believable. Why? Well, not necessarily that you need Mad Max that has also been hanging out on cars. So this is a normal thing that they do. But we're in a post-apocalyptic world. Things are all messed up. Culture is all thrown out the door, and they're reinventing it. So that they have guys who think they're going to go Valhalla by spraying some crap on their teeth. Okay. I think having a guitar that's shoots fire isn't that a big jump from there. If you can get crazy people to kill themselves for you, that's not a big deal.
Yeah, to me that sounds like you have justified using the text. You've justified why it doesn't matter that it's straightforwardly unbelievable.
The social world that this takes place in, by virtue of being in the subgenre of post-apocalyptic, means you throw out all of culture and you are in the Wild West of crazy town. So you're gonna have crazy people. You're gonna invent your own societies. What they did. You see that in almost every post-apocalyptic world. So a guy hanging out with a guitar being chained to a car that shoots fire, how is that crazy? How far could they go?
Yeah, it's justified in the universe, and so
It's
it
part of
doesn't
lore.
bug you.
It's part of lore. There are people who do this. There are women who get married because water is so scarce that they have to use some other form of fluid to survive. Makes sense.
Aren't the
Kinda
bomber ships
gross.
part of lore?
Are the what?
Aren't the bomber ships now part of lore?
They are. That's what's terrifying.
I mean, I can
created
see why you don't like them, but
because they're stupid. They are asinine. Their design is it's like I'm hammering in a nail with a screwdriver. Like it could work. I'm going to hurt myself, but it's the wrong tool for the job. And again, he could have fixed this. He could have used those bombers as is, provided it was believable. It was not believable.
I think the thing for me, I think we just maybe process Star Wars so differently. I love the fact that Star Wars is so frequently like stupid and kind of ridiculous. I think that's always been the case in Star Wars movie. To me, Darth Vader looks kind of silly. Like he looks like a toy, but he's out there choking people with his magic hands and using a laser sword. So
yeah.
But I like that. I find that fun, and there's a lot of very melodramatic moments in Star Wars that if you wanted like realistic drama, you're not going to get that out of Star Wars. It's very melodrama.
It is the space opera genre not requires, but that is a component. Melodrama is the component of the, so that's expected.
Right. So for me, having a ship that's not really designed the most efficiently it could be doesn't affect my experience of the film. I don't consider it an objective flaw in the work that there's a ship in it that I don't think is very believable.
So when you go to war, do you carry guns or do you carry spoons?
Usually guns. In the real
Okay,
world.
why is that? There's all kinds of reasons. We know why, right?
Yeah, it's the most efficient weapon. Generally.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a future military organization who has survived all this time, and they have gone through their paces of running away and guerrilla tactics or whatever they do, how can you justify this action? Now, you can, but Rian Johnson didn't explain that. He did not justify it. There are ways around it. I explained to you what he could have done.
Yeah,
Simple
so they
line
could
of
have had an
dialogue.
offhand line where they said, "We're out of Y-wings."
Exactly.
And that would have made the movie objectively better.
That is what's called a lampshade. I'm sure you're familiar with the term.
Yeah.
Where there is a problem in a piece of work, and instead of changing it so it works, so the problem doesn't exist, they say, oh, we're aware of this. This is a known thing, and the reason why this is because of that. That would have solved that problem. And not only that, it would have made us believe in those pilots even more, or at all, because they are doing something crazy. They are literally almost suicide bombing themselves instead of ramming. They're, slowing down as slow as they were going above a spaceship, which can just move out of the way at any point in time, and then slowly dropping bombs.
So what if I were to tell you that adding a line like that for a lot of people would make them more infuriated about the objective aspects of the Star Wars film, because now they know that it's a problem, and they've just lampshaded it without actually fixing the problem. They've just said
they would be idiots because they are getting a actual reason as to why this can work or why things are happening. This movie is telling you why. I mean, it doesn't get any more clear than that. It's like, look, this is why this is happening. And they're like, oh, I wasn't thinking about that. That's because they're idiots in the first place, and they're idiots even after being told.
Right,
That's the only reason.
But you wouldn't say that a lampshade always makes a film better, right?
It is better than not having one. If you're going to have a problem in a story, you got to fix it. And if you're not going to fix it, you're going to lampshade it.
I guess in more kind of absurd or abstract pieces of art, I get that there's different standards. But I feel like if you're saying that having kind of an internal consistency, lore consistency is important to these works, that feels like it's going to get really tedious really fast. To constantly have to lampshade why something isn't fixed.
One sentence. We ran out of Y-wings.
Where'd the Y-wings go?
They got destroyed. All our Y-wings are destroyed.
They didn't explain where they got destroyed, though.
In the bombing.
During the bombing run, the Y-wings got destroyed?
They just destroyed all our bombings. Our previous mission lost all our Y-wings. You can keep going with that. But the fact is the Y-wings are destroyed. They're gone. So they're gone. Okay, great. Thanks. What do we got? We got these crazy-ass bombers. All right, well, they're in charge.
To me, if I cared about that kind of thing, then them saying we ran out of Y-wings would just make me say, where did they go? What happened? They haven't explained that either, and it would be able to keep going like that. That
would be one of those wonderful times where you could hire an author to tell the whole story, and they could sell a whole bunch of books just on that line alone, because we know that's. And they would buy that book on a side story, and that would be totally fine. I've seen even sillier things in other stories for video games where they make comic books and what have you. To patch up a problem is a good thing. I wish the problems didn't have to exist, but they do. And this is not my opinion they exist. They are actually there.
Well, yeah, but obviously both subjective and objective criticism is based on what's in the text, usually, right?
You would think that, but as we saw from my video, or if you read some of those, like there's all kinds of bizarre things like Marxist theory where they reverse the synthesis, and they invent things that aren't there. So it depends on what perspective you're using.
That sounds like a pretty weak Marxist analysis if they're inventing
I know
things.
People have done worse. I've read some pretty bad essays.
Yeah, I have too. But I wouldn't peg that on Marxist analysis in general. That just sounds like
no. I'm just giving that as a perspective, which can really misconstrue things. Mm-hmm. So I mean, in order to have a conversation about the best thing is to do an instance good movie, because then you could say, okay, there are flaws in even those movies, but why are the flaws not important or as relevant as a movie which has a lot of flaws? And it comes down to whether you believe what's going on. And like that's why The Last Jedi is such a horrific movie to talk about, because it destroys itself on so many levels and doesn't even bother to give the audience even a facsimile of genre or interests. And it just empty. It says like, I'm just going to throw this crap on the ground and that's it. And we're just going to do our own thing. And you're like, what? You just had a movie had all this setup, and you just Like everything is thrown out the door.
It doesn't appeal to the things that you consider objective flaws in texts. So like lore consistency.
That is the point of sci-fi. When you have science fiction, when you have hard or soft science fiction. For example, I read a long time ago, Time Traveler's Wife. That's a romance story. It has some soft sci-fi elements. And the way it deals with time travel is it says time travel is immutable. You can't change the past. It's like, oh, okay. Even though we see the character struggling to do so. But the element has been addressed. It's like, oh, okay, you're not going to deal with it. And you have to still be extremely careful how you write time travel. Because if you have a character jumping around time and you're telling a story progressively, and chapter 7, well, he goes back to 1934, and in chapter 8, he's now in the 90s. You really have to keep track of that. So it's still hard to do. And the writer had the skill and the planning, because she writes very slowly, to figure this all out. So she can take a soft sci-fi element like time travel and still tell a romance story very well. Whereas certain directors can't. They wanted a scene because they thought it would look cool. And they try to dramatize it, and they forgot about everything else. That is insulting to your audience. That is insulting to people of the genre or who like science fiction in general or sci-fi. And it's just bad writing. You do not insult your audience, especially their intelligence, and especially the passionate people who like an instance of a franchise.
So having something that just looks cool is an insult to the audience? That's there, it's justified because it looks cool?
Especially if it just looks cool. That is, I mean, how pulpy do you want to be?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how hokey do you want it to look? Like, how extravagant do you want that? What if that thing was like the size of a Star Destroyer, walking, sideways or upside down? Like, how ridiculous do you want it to be? Like, then it would be a farce.
So we're
be
and we're talking about a Star Wars movie.
Yeah, if those bombers were Star Destroyers traveling sideways, and they were launching their bombs through the shuttle bay, that would actually be more effective. But then it's a farce, right? Because it's so patently obvious, because they're gigantic. They're not just several starships tall. They are the same size as the freaking Star Destroyer. Then you could say that is a farcical element. I can't take this seriously anymore. The rest of the movie's fine.
We risk digging hard into Star Wars lore, which is always a tricky thing in a conversation like this. But can you justify lightsabers beyond the fact that they look cool?
I cannot. No.
All right. Okay.
I can't justify the Force either. But you know what? They are commonplace. And there's enough detail for me to say, hey, you know what? We have all these movies and material to say this is a thing in the universe, the same way we have Christmas trees.
Right, but it was kind of an insult to the audience to have lightsabers as opposed to just better blasters or something like that. Something that's easy to justify.
It's part of the lore. They invented that specifically because it's part of the premise as well. Like he wanted to have the White Knight, or the Black Knight in space or whatever. So he wanted to have swords. It's like, okay, what kind of swords do they have in the future? They got. You don't, again, with soft science fiction, you don't need to explain everything. You just have to provide enough detail. And the beautiful thing about Star Wars is there's so many props, there's so much grit, there's so many things that, like, even the language, as stupid and scatologic as the language is, in pretty much all the alien languages, I still don't like those languages because I know he could have invented languages. You get that, okay, this is an alien being. They're speaking in their own word. It's alien. I don't get it. I don't need to get it. Whatever. That's fine. You sort of go, all right, fine. That I'll give you a pass. As good and as easy it would have been to swap some vowels around and some adjectives, they didn't do it. Okay. But if it was a hard science fiction, no, you'd have to do it.
Yeah. I'm definitely not arguing that Star Wars is hard science fiction. But that's probably why I'd say that I don't, because if you're going by your reasoning there, the bombers are part of the lore.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. So then you couldn't really criticize it on the basis that it breaks lore because now it's in the lore.
Yeah, because he invented it, but there was no background of it. It's like, why does this exist? Because when we see, imagine if Y-wings never were created, and instead George used those bombers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, or I'm not even sure when Y-wings came about in the movies. I remember the games, movies. So imagine he used those bombers. How effective? Not very effective. They wouldn't look good. They wouldn't function well. We'd be like, what the hell's wrong with George? Who told him to do this? You know, it would not work. Or if it did work, it'd be so contrived that you'd be like, okay, I cannot believe this is happening. Is that they have these trench runs and all these accelerate your engines and all these. Why would they screw up on design on a bomber? It would not make sense. Why aren't they using missiles? Who knows? You know, so the form follows function for technology for a reason. Design in anything to do with tools or equipment is based on efficiency.
Right,
again,
but most lightsabers and like alternative designs for lightsabers are form over function. So wouldn't they be insulting to the series, or a detriment to the series at least?
Form over function. How are they?
Like double-sided lightsabers, or having a lightsaber where there's like little lightsaber. Is that what it is? There's little lightsaber things coming out of the side of Kylo Ren's little blade.
Yeah, that looks pretty silly. If you're talking about,
I think it looks pretty fucking cool, but I agree that it's like not very functional.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna do any sort of cross guard, you know, the Rey's lightsaber would just slice through the base of that thing, and you know, there goes your one sticking thing out lightsaber bit. So it makes sense. I'd rather have his lightsaber than someone else because like at least it's something, right? But that is not a break in lore. What would be a break in lore would be if you had a lightsaber that connected to another lightsaber, and you had two of them, and you would just like attach them together, so you'd have like this. You'd have the opposite of a double-bladed lightsaber, one blade with two handles. Like that'd be like, okay, that is completely ineffective.
Yeah, I mean, a double-bladed lightsaber is also pretty ineffective, like the double-sided ones.
No, there are actual techniques to use with a bow staff where there's actual I don't know what they're called in Chinese lore, but they do have those blades.
More effective than simply having a blade?
I don't know. I'm not a guy who knows melee weapons.
Yeah,
but these things do exist. We can reference medieval or even ancient weapons in Europe and China and say, oh, okay, weird looking things.
The point being more that the simple fact that guns exist in this universe would, to me, and you know, they tend to fire pretty fast and be pretty effective if they do hit someone. The existence of lightsabers just seems like form over function to me, which, based on what we're talking about here, would make it a detriment to Star Wars.
They're part of the lore. They're expressly described, and it's commonplace. Okay, it's so common that is actually one of the patterns that people expect when they see a Star Wars movie. They expect to see two lightsabers clashing, even though that makes no sense. They expect to see stormtroopers get blown away, even though they have armor.
Right. What did you think of Rogue One?
Actually, my dad is watching it 4 hours ago. I never got a chance to see it.
Oh, right. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's on. Oh, I got to go record some audio.
That's fine. But maybe that's worth checking out because that is a Star Wars movie that doesn't have lightsabers clashing as far as I'm aware.
Right. No, that's fine. I mean, that's one of the beauties of telling something with the same universe while still adhering to lore. You see?
Yeah, but that's breaking from the standards that you've set for that series.
But it's not within, like, it's not a story about a Jedi. So why do I need a lightsaber? I expect it because in all the other stories there's Jedi. If there's no Jedi's and their tool isn't there, then so what, right?
You can't. So you can't have Jedi. A story about Jedi's without lightsabers,
You
or
can.
it'd be bad.
It would be a letdown because everyone wants to see the cool thing that Jedi's do, which is whatever, levitate or move around. It would be a letdown the same way I wanted to see a car chase in James Bond. It's a letdown. It's like, oh, I wanted to see it. Why are Jedi's walking around without like? Do they have an explanation? They do. The explanation in Bond was the car got totaled instantly. It was like, oh, come on, it's a beautiful car. Gone.
But a letdown can be effective though, right? In storytelling.
Sure. But I'm still like, oh, I wanted the action scene. I wanted the actual thing. I go to see a movie.
Well, that's just your emotions, isn't it?
That's my expectation of the genre. Or sorry, the instance of the subgenre of franchises. They're so big and there's so much stuff in them that they become their own creation. And again, the same instance of the steakhouse. You have to give me something, right? You have to give me something to chew on. If it's not a steak, that vegan burger must be delicious. Because if it's not delicious, I'm never coming back. So genre is, yes, it's a, and that's what gets you.
Sorry, that last thing you just said got cut off.
Genre is a lot of expectations, and that is what gets you in the seat. That's what gets you in the bookstore to buy something. If you're looking for something particular, it's where you want to put your brain, where you want to escape into, where you want to put your power fantasy, where do you want to go?
Right, but your expectations and you being disappointed by it not reaching those expectations sounds like an emotional thing. Like I could come out of Infinity War and be like, well, I'm bummed out that that's the way that ended, considering how every other Marvel movie ends. But
right,
yeah,
there's those. Again, I don't know the Marvel franchise very well. I know the comic books, so I knew that Infinity War is way more different than the Infinity Gauntlet comic book is way different than the movies. So yeah, that's right. Everyone is going to look at that film and go, whoa, this is such a downer. But did the elements of story supersede the elements of genre? Was the story so good, the character development so well done, was everything building up to a point worth breaking all these rules? And some people would say yes if they were paying attention. I have no idea. I've never cared to watch these movies. So you have to offer something else of equal or greater value.
That sounds like we're really getting to subjectivity. If we're deciding whether it's excusable that it didn't meet the standards you had for it.
Well, it's the same example I gave you with the steakhouse. I want something great. I want to be blown away. So if I go to a new steakhouse and this is Japanese dude and he's awesome, he goes, eat this steak. And it's like, that's not a steak. He's like, eat it. I'm like, okay. Wow, this is better than a steak. I'm going to keep coming here. I was impressed. My understanding of steakhouses has been changed, right? Because I have been, it's the same thing. I want to be impressed. You're going to give me something that I want, or it's going to be something better.
Right. Okay. So if a Star Wars movie, say, was like abysmal, I guess by the standards it fails all the standards you would usually set for a Star Wars movie, but incidentally, it's a really good romance movie. You would say, well, that's excusable then. The fact that it doesn't meet those standards.
Well, it would have to advertise itself as a romance movie. It would not, like if they did some really bad marketing where they just showed the action scenes, which take up like 5% of the flick.
Right.
Then that would be lying to your audience.
Well, the marketing isn't the text though.
It gets me in the door. I'll get really pissed off if I don't get one. And that's the same with genre. It doesn't matter if it's, if they market themselves or category, like obviously the movie theater is good.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, this is a romance. It's like, what?
Just in pure like capitalist dynamics of that. When it comes to marketing of movies, often the creators don't have a say in that. So it does seem a little bit unfair to judge the text based on outsider marketing that may not have been done at their request.
Too bad. That's just the business.
So we objectively judge text based on marketing to at least some extent.
No, we get my foot in the door based on marketing.
But we don't take that into account when we're then judging the text?
Um, no, you say, the marketing team is out to, or they're lying to you. But if the text is whatever, then you say, well, this isn't a romance. This is a science fiction. What the hell? And if it's a good science fiction, I'm like, wow, that was a really good science fiction. And maybe I feel a little gypped because that wasn't what I was expecting or what I wanted, but I may have had a good time regardless. So I would then change my lens and say, oh, I'm watching a romance. Okay. And then I judge it as a romance. I could be pissed off, which I probably would be, but I might hang around for a minute
Right.
to
So
see
you
what's
view
going
it
on.
through a different lens, and that allows you to enjoy the text more,
You would
or
you
see the
would have
value
to.
in the text.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So that would be a
Now,
subjective analysis.
well, no, I'm basing it off another lens. Now, if the story itself was a good romance, but only 20% was science fiction, and that was also good, I'd be like, well, I got my science, plus I got a really good romance story. And if the action and the science fiction elements are, composed well and dispersed well, like I guess Rogue One might be, I don't know.
Hmm.
And I'd be like, oh, this is a good Star Wars movie without being what I know. It's kind of like getting that vegan burger and going, well, it's not what I wanted, but it tastes pretty good, and I'm okay with that. Right? That would be a you're still using the same lens that you would judge a romance, but again, you'd be lied to, so that would be points. So that would be points off about that. But I would still judge it based on what I saw, regardless of marketing. It's kind of like looking at The Force Awakens. It's like, oh, this is really nostalgic. This reminds me. It's like, oh, wait a second. I'm getting a feeling of deja vu. This is exactly what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why I like subjective analysis, because then I can say things like, well, it's nostalgic, but there's also deja vu, which can sometimes be a negative feeling, because then you feel like
That's
you're going
true.
through the same
Yeah.
motions again, right?
Yeah,
So
and,
it can be literally the same thing, but you're observing it in two different ways.
yeah, I'm not denying my experience of reacting to surprise or mystery or emotion. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, look, this is how you tell a story, whether it is a contemporary story where genre is up in the air,
Hmm.
where you have an genre piece, but you follow those rules. So if it's not a science going to period piece 2020 whatever, and it's there might be a murder mystery, there might be slice of life, who knows, you start judging it based on that. So you have to fall back on something. Your sense of taste is not out the door, and you're like, oh, I have never seen movie pictures before. What is this movie thing you speak of? No.
Yeah, I mean, usually I would fall back to a lens if I'm going on more than just my personal taste.
Yeah, you look at this as a story, and you say, okay, this is a story about a guy who does something, and he's going to go from rags to riches, or riches to rags, and lesson reject him, but you learned his lesson. The whole point, like, hey, we got you. We're going there. And if it does that in an appropriate and believable way, and it's entertaining, that is an effective story. Whether or not you were crying, whether or not the romance made you fall in love, or whether or not you believed in spaceships doing whatever spaceships do. So, yes, you always gauge that as your baseline.
You can
And
value it as being believable, but that doesn't necessarily. If you're describing like, oh, it's a rags to riches story, as you describe, that could also be very cliche, even if it is believable, and therefore would be less memorable to me as a viewer because I've seen so many pieces of media that basically replicate
right,
that story.
yeah, but as we know, cliches, patterns, they can be used well,
Hmm.
and they can be used improperly. So yeah, if it's done, again, we have to go back to that contrived scene of the bombers. If everything was built around that scene of the bombs dropping because that's what Ryan Johnson wanted, then it's like, oh, every other element had to follow suit to get there, which is contrived. And you never want to see the veneer. You never want to peel back the curtain and go, wait a second. We
I
know
mean,
it's going.
it's somewhat built around the film, right? Because it's a scene of self-sacrifice, which is something that repeats throughout the film. So it's somewhat kind of cohesive to the
Oh no, I'm not
narrative.
talking about, yeah, I'm not talking about the message behind the film. I'm just talking about the believability. And when you see scenes are contrived, whether that's a science fiction or otherwise, you can't absorb it. You see, you need to have that solid understanding of what's going on. You have to have that solid plot line of characters with motivations doing things the way that they can do the most believable way. Not the most idealized way. Like I don't want an army of Y-wings and they just blow the shit out of the thing instantly. It's like, no. Yeah. I want to believe in the fiction before my eyes that is part of the lore and the genre and the characters and the plot.
But characters don't always have motivations in stories, and that's not always a flaw. Depends on the media.
Right, yeah, but then you're wasting our time with a bunch of cutout characters that we don't know why they're there. We're not involved. We don't care. Like I was watching that Anthem trailer and I was like, who are these guys? Why is good guy going to get save sun person? Why is a female screaming? Like none of this meant anything. There was no relation to anything. And that was
a trailer?
Yeah, a trailer, yeah.
So that would be alluding to a story that will later be told?
No, actually, it won't be because this was Neil, what's his name? Bandcamp or
Blomkamp?
Blomkamp, yeah.
Something like that.
And he invented his own story. And we don't know if he's going to make a 15-minute movie or whatever.
Was it just trying to be like, I haven't seen the trailer, is it like glimpses of the world and that's all it is?
It's like in the past, apparently, but we don't know exactly when. We do know it's within the same time frame as the villain.
Mm-hmm.
And he's, again, he has one line where, like, does he want the anthem? Does he want the chick? Like, what? Like, we don't know what's going on. And it's such a horrible, horrible waste of time, despite being this beautifully done.
I'm kind of working backwards a little bit here, but when it comes to Anthem, that as a game, so that's set in the future compared to that trailer?
I would imagine so.
Okay. Well, if that is the case, then at least the way I read it, that would be like scattered accounts because we don't necessarily know the whole story of what happened in the past.
Yeah,
so
BioWare's
it's reflective of what people know.
Yeah, they're notorious for like creating like novels or novellas or books or DLC or whatever. And it's just like, couldn't this have been like, why? Like, fine, if you want to sell the products, fine, but like this sort of trailer is horrible because it's not selling me on the product. And a trailer should attract me to buying your game. And throughout the years, we know nothing, next to nothing about what this story is about, what the plight is, what the complications, like there's nothing. We just a bunch of guys in suits shoot things and they come back and they repeat. It's like, what? That's the gameplay. That's not the story. That doesn't motivate me to want to buy your game or play your game, right?
Yeah, but it sounds to me like if you were to judge it just based on aesthetics, or if you were to judge it based on it giving you a sense of the lore, then maybe it would be effective in that way, even if it's not a cohesive narrative.
It's hard. It's really hard because it's basically space fantasy, and you don't know what half this crap is.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't know why there are giant walkers walking through the streets that could potentially like crush people. You don't know what the state of the city is. Is it under attack? Is it trying to expand? Is it being taken over? Like there's no culture. There's no philosophy. It's just bad guy wants Anthem and wants chick, and that's like, okay, why? An Anthem is some weird force in the galaxy, and you're like, okay, and that's it. That's all we know aside from people and mechs shooting things.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and if they tried to like sell you on that by saying, well, it's intended to be mysterious and to leave a sense of mystery about that world.
There are, and I know there are various. That is not.
Sorry, you repeat that a little bit. You cut out a tiny bit.
There are various ways to entice your audience with hooks, with foreshadowing, with implications, and that is not how you do it. That is absolutely not how you do it. That's almost opposite. There are some elements you're like, oh, okay, this might be relevant, but for the most part, it is the exact opposite. To entice people to check out your story or your idea. Like I've had better pitch people writing me emails to read their scripts. So something in marketing is going really bad at BioWare or
Mhm.
EA.
I mean, it sounds like they are giving you little bits of the lore. through
They
that.
are giving you lore, but it's of a totally different story, and we don't know how it relates. It's as if I was playing Mass Effect 2 and I get a little trailer about the first contact war with the Turians. You're like, okay, that's cool. I think that's a really cool story, but it doesn't make me want to buy your game. It makes me want to watch that other story just because I'm confused.
If there was like a Mass Effect 1 trailer where they show the Turian War with humans,
If there were, yeah, I'd be like, wow, what's that? I'd love to.
that would make me want to play the game if I got, because it would give you a sense of that world, and I think the world is the thing I love about Mass Effect.
Maybe, but that has nothing to do with Mass Effect 2 or whatever the product they were selling. It would just be some other product, or it could just be a book or whatever. And yeah, maybe the trailer's really good. But again, this is Neil making a movie on a product that has nothing to do with like it's. Imagine me making a video of the Contact War, but at the end I say buy Mass Effect 2, which has nothing to do with that. And that trailer was a mess. Like, yeah, it looked great, flashy, nice, all the Hans Zimmer sound effects and whatever, but it would not relate. It does not connect to the product they're selling, which is bizarre. I don't know why you would do that.
So, do you consider world building part of a story's narrative?
Of course.
Right. So, wouldn't that trailer of like the Turian War as a trailer for Mass Effect 1 be world building, which is a part of the narrative?
It depends on what relevance that might be. Like, I could say, oh, now I know. If I've already played Mass Effect 1, the Turian War with the humans wasn't that big a deal. They talk about it, but why would it come up? So unless they're trying to do some cross promotion where they're saying, hey, you know what? This is a big deal. Like imagine if Mass Effect 2 had a side story about Cerberus and like Miranda or Jacob. They actually made a game with Jacob, mobile game or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That might be, hey, I might care to play that until I actually played Mass Effect 2 and learned that Jacob was the most boring character I've ever seen. I'm like, no, I don't care this guy. So they're putting their efforts in the wrong direction almost all the time. So, give me the most interesting character. Give me Tali. Give me Legion. Give me one of these characters I can identify with. Then go off, write their backstory, do their side thing, which is kind of what Mass Effect 2 is, a series of vignettes. Then it would work. And in many ways, Mass Effect 2 works just for that reason, even though the plot is a piece of crap.
Oh, incidentally, just while we're talking about that, I realized right before we started talking, I went through your whole channel, and I had actually watched your Mass Effect analysis videos, like the original ones, like 8 years ago, when they first came out, and that was just interesting to me.
Yeah, the whole channel exists because of the BioWare social network and the arguments I would have there. People who just would not listen to reason. They never. Guys, come on! Like, there's all these problems with the story. I know you like Talia, I know you like Garrus, but just pay attention to what I'm saying. And they wouldn't care. They'd be like, yeah, they'll figure that out in the sequel. They'll cover up all those. Like, when's the last time you've seen a story lampshade the faults of the previous story? I've never. Maybe it's happened. I'm sure there's a time in history where a writer has done that, but very rarely. And when you're talking about plot, you're talking about something very specific to a story. So if you don't have plot, if you don't have a solid understanding for the character's motivation, or at least the protagonist's motivation, you don't have much to go on. And someone has to be filling that hole. And in the case of Mass Effect 2, it's kind of like there's a plot provider and he's like, go over there, go do this because I said so. And you're like, all right.
I mean, it's possible that people didn't necessarily take on board a lot of what you were saying about Mass Effect 2 because it was almost like you're talking in different languages. Like for me personally, Mass Effect 2 is my favorite of the trilogy because of the characters and because I think those characters' narrative intermingle and make a really resonant experience, especially once you get to the suicide mission at the end.
Yeah, the experience I'm not denying. When I first played it, I thought I had it was like watching a popcorn munching blockbuster movie. Like that was so like pow, right?
Hmm.
But when I went through the second playthrough, I was like, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. Wait a second, why is everyone getting on a shuttle? Oh, it's to set up the scene for Joker so he can be alone. Like that's so obvious. It's so contrived, and they could have meshed that in so much better, so much easier. They didn't.
Right,
And
and I would say probably I would also have preferred the story if they'd have had that sort of fix for that little contrivance. But to me, that isn't why I like Mass Effect in the first place, just because it's free of contrivances.
that's fine.
Right.
Again, you can enjoy. I've never said you shouldn't enjoy the bombers from Star Wars because I don't know, design wise or the exact opposite reason, or I hate them.
Hmm.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But when you try to explain why it's good, then we go back to standards of taste. We say, well, why do you think that? And then look, this is why this doesn't work. This is why a writing teacher would never teach you this. They would never say, don't worry about
I
plot.
guess it depends on the writing teacher.
Well, someone worth their ink or someone not. Someone who knows science fiction or someone who doesn't. Someone who actually understands modes of persuasion or doesn't. There's no, I mean, here's a science fiction story. Write shit. Oh, is there a love story in there?
Well,
Go for it.
If your definition of shit is whether or not it matches with the lore of the series, that's when
Of
I start
course
to
it
side
matches with
eye.
the lore.
That's
Of
why I
course it-
side eye the writing
It
teacher a little
has
bit.
to match the lore. It has to match the lore. If you want to add to the lore, if you want to modify the lore, go crazy. Anyone, look at the extended universe for Star Wars. Look at Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. They changed all kinds of things. You had Jedi shooting lightning out of their hands.
Mhm.
All kinds of things were going on. Nothing wrong with that. It's how you do it.
So what about something like a James Bond film that often contradicts its own lore? Like would that? So if that contradicts its lore within its franchise, that's now worse.
It depends because every time you have a new Bond, expect different things anyway. So let's say he's instead of working for MI6, he's working for the CIA or whatever. Okay. Is there an explanation for that? No, he's just always been American. You're like, oh, okay. Why? Just because it was a creative choice. So now we're in an alternate world where James Bond exists in America.
Mm-hmm.
So it's now American James Bond. You have to actually say, okay, fine. I have to like that's what you're telling us. Could be Chinese James Bond, could be Ethiopian James Bond, whatever. Like that's what we have to agree with. So we then have to fall back on what can I get out of this steak? What are you giving me? Bond? Is there a car chase? Is there a femme fatale? What do you got? You gotta give me something. And if it's not, then it's no longer James Bond. It's something else.
Right. So like American Sherlock would have to have the same thing because Sherlock's been reinterpreted a lot in that kind of way.
Right. Yeah. There
Completely
has to be.
changed.
Yeah. Exactly. You can definitely reinvent Sherlock, but you have to know what makes Sherlock Sherlock. And if you don't, then it's not Sherlock. And I shouldn't have to explain what Sherlock is.
Well, you could boil Sherlock down to just like a couple solving mysteries in a certain context.
No.
No,
you
there's
can't.
specific objective things that make something Sherlock.
Abductive reasoning, very, I wouldn't say antisocial, but he's sort of reserved because he's on a plateau from everyone else. So egotism. There's all sorts of manipulation. Like he's kind of like the Swiss Army knife of detectives. He sort of does everything.
Mm-hmm.
So if he doesn't do anything, doesn't do everything, then you have to then address that. So if you want to make him more like a Poirot, where he's kind of like the armchair detective, but even though he goes in the field, okay, so he still has to have a great intellect. Does he have a bum leg? Something like that. Does he not go out much? Is it all in his head? Is it all a game? There has to be some aspect of his personality that is unique and allows him to be able to be this logical machine.
Right. And sorry if this sounds loaded at all, but would like gender or the age of Sherlock or the setting or the time period, would those be the same as what you're saying there?
I think time period for sure, because then that determines how you speak, your language, how you write, and what kind of mysteries you can have. Like you're not just going to have like what was that Bandersnatch interactive movie taking place in 1984, but then they have like elements like you're in Netflix, so it's like a self-aware thing on being a show on Netflix, even though you're making an interactive movie. So yeah, you have to be careful about like that. But no, gender is largely irrelevant. There's at least I can't think of anything specific to Sherlock which makes a male Sherlock essential, because he doesn't really like relationships. So you could have a female who's just the same.
Well, in the time period, it would change things quite a lot, surely, if Sherlock was a woman.
Yeah. If you're doing the same, explain why that is. I remember we have a what the hell is it called? It's still going on, actually. It's a Toronto-based time period murder mystery, basically police procedural, and the doctor is a female. So, and it's sort of addressed as like, oh well, it's very uncommon, but the police don't care. It's like, yeah, just get your job done. So I think so there are some elements of that, like, oh, doctor, but she's actually. So you could play with elements like that, but that would just be on top of what you already do. So if you want to do a spin on Sherlock, that would certainly be an element that would work, but it wouldn't be essential.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to understand, I'm not really specifically talking about Sherlock. I'm just trying to understand what to you marks the difference between something that is objectively necessary to capturing this specific genre or series or franchise or whatever, versus what's exchangeable, what's subjective, basically.
Yeah, the best example I could say is the latest Star Trek, because there's been a lot of uproar that comedy that Seth is making, So there are elements that you want, like the idea of three guys who do whatever they can to solve a problem and save each other's lives, as well as the lore, as well as the world they're in, which is this idealized, future world where sickness is gone and poverty is gone. We all have seemingly unlimited energy and resources. So people want that world because that's the feeling they got. And you could argue that's subjective, but I think it's a pretty common tone throughout the sort. The Next Generation and DS9, you have this idealized reality of what the future is as per the perspective from the Federation. And when you change that into an action adventure thing, you're automatically changing your audience. That steakhouse is now a fish hut or fish, fish place, which is good as a fish place, maybe, but it's not. It's no longer a steakhouse.
Yeah, it's rebranded, right?
It's not just rebranded. it's the product. The content is completely different. They may have the same names for the dishes, but they're not the same dishes. So that is what you don't do. What they should have done is given, and this is they've realized in season 2, obviously doing very well. They're trying to make it more like what people want. And now they've realized they can't do well with the numbers they've had. So they're trying to we're going to change the Klingons. We're going to change the captain. We're going to change the side characters. They're changing everything. They thought they could bring back Spock to make him better. It's like, no, you screwed up Spock. You screwed up so much. And they keep rewinding it. It's like a bad idea, 100%, and then they go, okay, we'll bring it back 10%. It's like, oh, not good enough. Have another 10%. They take all these steps backward until they eventually are going to come back to, who knows, whatever they're going to survive with the new Picard show. God knows what that's going to be. So, it's just funny to watch this bizarre monkey car or clown car run around, try to be. We're still Star Trek. Look, we've got Spock. Look, it's like, okay.
Well, I guess that depends on what defines a Star Trek. Piece of Star Trek material to you. If it is just the cast or something like that, or like specific pieces of iconography, you can still say that's a Star Trek movie or a Star Trek show.
Well, it's the same with the how the movies, the 10 years ago, the JJ Trek. I don't think I've ever actually seen them, but they held up as a story, even though they were not classic Star Trek. You see, there's something to fall back on, whether it's the genre, or the story itself.
On
And
a personal level, that Into Darkness one didn't hold up as a story to me at all. But I
I,
acknowledge that's pretty subjective. But it followed a lot of cliches, and
yeah, I mean,
it got too much.
cliches are great. Stereotypes are great if they match what you're trying to do with the story. Like if you have the strong side protagonist or antagonist or whatever, it's like, okay, why are they like that? Give us a
Yeah.
reason.
Well, for me, it did match the story pretty well. The trouble is that when you have a story in which I can predict everything that's about to happen in that story, like from first viewing, tends to be something that I don't like as much in a narrative.
Yes, you're there. They're dumbing down the audience level of intelligence. They're assuming you're not as smart as you are, when we all know that Star Trek has classically, well, not the movies, but all the TV shows of Star Trek have been well thought out dramas happening in a futuristic sense that you normally would not get in a daily time soap opera or
Right.
contemporary setting.
But
Which is why you do it.
dumbing down to the audience by giving them exactly what they anticipate, isn't that kind of the same thing as having a set standard to what a series delivers and then judging something based on whether it matches the standard already set?
It depends if you're assuming that to be the standard for the J.J. Abrams style. I don't know. Maybe it is. If that is what he wanted and he wanted his twists to be so obvious, I don't know. But unless the story doesn't hold up, like, yeah, let's say a murder mystery, I can figure it out. And that's because I'm really good at reading murder mysteries.
Mm-hmm.
And the author is not as good as Agatha Christie or whomever. I would have a sense of accomplishment, and I would say I would have an authority to say, oh, this was a well put together mystery because I only figured it out at this point, and that was after all these red herrings and whatever. So I could tell from that the quality of the elements, the number of elements, how they were done, whether it was worth someone to read a murder mystery story from that author. There are certainly some Agatha Christie books that aren't good. So if you have an understanding of the genre or the style, you can then say what's good and bad with your sense of taste, which everyone can if they've read that much or watched that much. So I don't know how many movies it takes to be acclimated with JJ Trek, but I'm assuming not too many if you've already figured out the mystery halfway through, or whatever the case was with the second movie.
Mostly there was a particular, this is kind of looking outside of the text, which is its own tricky thing, but there was a particular narrative structure that was really popular in Hollywood for a time, where it's like, you introduce the villain like a third of the way through, and then he's caught halfway in, and then he spends some time in a prison cell having a back and forth, and then he breaks out, and then there's a big conflict at the end. There's like that was a structure that was really popular specifically in that period, and something about that specific movie, it really set me off as just like, okay, this is literally just like everything else that I've watched over the last 3 years.
Right.
And that affected my viewing.
For sure. Yeah.
But that was stuff that was objectively in the text. That was objectively the story they were telling. But I wouldn't say that my reading there is objective. I would say that's subjective based on other media I've consumed that has given me a perspective.
Right. Yeah, that's the same with me knowing murder mysteries and saying, yep, I know what's going to happen next. Same idea. You have the experience that other people don't.
Mm-hmm. But generally speaking, you would say that murder mysteries are bad if you immediately know who the killer is, if you've immediately solved the mystery.
It's very rare to find those. I can't really point to one because it depends on how they write their mysteries. Like some murder mysteries are very strict, and it's like you got to give you all the information in the first 2 chapters, and then the rest are just permutations of assessing the facts, and the detective is trying to get the reader along the right way to think.
So that'd be okay as long as you make up a subgenre for it to fit into.
Well, if you want to use American murder mysteries or the whodunit, locked door mysteries, like those are getting very specific.
Mm-hmm.
And there's certain ways to do that, and certain ways, definitely a lot of ways not. So you'd have to know what you're doing in the first place. So it's like you have to choose to make those very specific, and you have to, like, first you have to know how to write mystery, then you have to know how to write murder mystery, and then you have to know how to write locked door or whatever. Like it's a whole exercise for the writer, and they can make a mistake very easily, and that could be a good way of telling they weren't following along those rules that you could pick up on. Yeah,
that does feel like we're getting more into intent, though, because whether the difference between an author saying that an author deliberately breaking a rule and an author breaking a rule because they didn't know any better, just as an audience member, you can't necessarily distinguish that, right? You can't predict that.
The person who doesn't read doesn't. That's true. But the person who does read, like myself, or people who can observe things in movies easily, we can. And I mean, there's no way around that. We either have the experience or you don't. So the person who's never read Cards on the Table, and they're like, oh, okay, I wasn't expecting that. It's like, well, yeah, because you don't know Agatha Christie, you don't know that was one of her later works. Her language was not as complicated as her earlier ones. It's an easier mystery, that sort of thing. So that comes with experience, and my knowledge is obviously subjective to interpreting what's going on because I have all this knowledge behind me. But if it's still I don't need to use my knowledge. I can assess the work and observe it objectively and say, this is where they're going to show an element that she's going to throw you off the clues as to who the murderer could be here, and here's a piece of evidence that is irrelevant, and she's going to just waste 2 pages just to get you off as well. So there's a lot of trickery going on, which is kind of the point of red herrings in murder mystery. So it depends on how they use that. You can't just drone on. You can't just have this gigantic garden path. You have to actually get to the points, the plot points, and then keep moving on from suspect to suspect and get their testimony, etc. So there are ways to do it, and if you don't follow those ways, you got a bad murder mystery story.
I mean, you're kind of conflating having good reasoning for the intent of the author versus knowing for a fact the intent of the author.
No. It's not about intent. I mean, if I intend to do something and I do a shit job, then that's just how it happened. If I want to make a certain story the proper way, like murder mystery, which is very strict, you have to follow certain rules, or else you're wasting, or else you're going to write a novel, and you're just wasting.
We were just talking about breaking rules. Like once you know how to know the rules, you can
break
break them.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing, and most people, especially murder mysteries, they focus exclusively on that because they know how hard it is, and they like doing it. It's a challenge to them. They want to show whether or not their readers can get it, the first 2 chapters. So, yeah, that's a challenge for them, and they their audience.
Right. So how can we know the difference between the author intentionally breaking a rule and unintentionally breaking it because they don't know any better?
Because their stories suck.
But there's the same action. They're breaking a rule of storytelling.
Depends on how you do it. Depends what rule and how you do it. It's all writing comes down to how you. Again, Rian Johnson can do whatever in his Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
It's how you do it. And if you do not care for your audience, as he didn't, which is obvious, there's a problem. Now, you don't see that problem, or maybe you do, I don't care, but you don't see it as an issue from your perspective because you're using a different lens.
Yeah.
And that's fine. You could enjoy it for that. But for the rest of us who use multiple ways of trying to solve a problem, which we know it as a problem, we try to use multiple lenses. Like maybe there's something in the lore we missed. Maybe there's some explanation. Maybe Poe is drunk. Maybe there's got to be something. We're looking for meaning, and we don't find it. Then we must realize that this is bad writing. This is a flaw. This is exactly what happens, and it was not explained.
Once again, like lore inconsistencies, or there being a potential. When you said like we investigate the lore to see if there's any explanations for this, you're saying that an external piece of media could have explained something from within the film and made it better?
No.
So it would have to be in the text.
Well, yeah.
Right. Well, no, because like sometimes there are people that definitely argue, like, well, if it's reinforced by law, for instance, if it shows up enough, which is something
If
we talked
it's
about
if
with
it's in a
lightsabers.
if again, if those bombers were in episode 7, we go, great, we know where they came from.
Yeah, so that's another piece of media that's not the Last Jedi.
What I, yeah, but
That would make the Last Jedi better to you.
well, I believe you're referring to external or like a side story that happens
Oh, so
after the.
I have a pretty broad definition of that. You might
Yeah,
wish
like
to.
you don't your artwork or your story should stand by itself. It should be a complete story, even if it's part of a series or a trilogy. It should connect. Obviously, you have to do extra work to connect, but it should stand on its own. And we don't need all these explanations of how, even if it is standing by itself, we can just say, okay, this is a sword in the future.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't need,
If it's supposed to stand on its own, then why would law contradictions matter in the first place?
Well, yeah, that's a good point because there is no. Let's feign knowledge, or sorry, let's feign ignorance, and say, okay, these are bombers. They would still not work, not because I'm aware of Y wings, because I'm not because they're made of paper or whatever they're made of, but they're the wrong tool for the job. This is basic tactical understanding, a military organization with people in power who are alive and have survived all this time. Although you would explain how they survived is more to do with the stupidity of their opponents more than their tactics. So, would not try this tactic unless there was a really good reason, like they're desperate or this is all they got.
I mean,
That is basic.
it was established in the title card thing that they're desperate, right?
Great. Explain to me why they're doing this with the wrong. Like you again, would you use a gun or a knife or a screwdriver in a war? Why is everyone running outside with screwdrivers? This is all we've got.
Yeah, because to me, like when I saw the movie, there were two types of ships I saw on the rebel side. There was some that weren't breaking through the shields of that big main ship thing, and then there was the bombers, and they were the only things that were capable of breaking through those shields.
They had a bunch of weird ancillary ships that got destroyed. There was the ship that the two people escaped on, which also didn't make any sense. I mean, if you can escape and they can track speed, well, they're not doing a very good job. So why don't you just start escaping? There's all these other logical things that don't make any sense.
We're gonna start talking about the Last Jedi, but wasn't Leia trying to escape? Leia wanted to escape. That was what she was ordering Poe to do, back up so they could just escape.
I don't exactly know the command. I just know that Poe turns it off because he wasn't done his job.
Yeah.
Which was to stop the dreadnought.
Gotcha.
And she wanted to retreat. It's like, well, we're right here. Like we're doing our job. And she says, no, go away. I'm like, what?
Yeah. I guess it just seems to me that if we're only looking at the text, the bombers looked like the only ships there that were capable of breaking through those shields. And it's like, well, they're slow, but they're filled with bombs. So maybe that's why they're slow.
It looks like that, but we don't know. Okay. You can't just give us, again, you can't give us a bunch of soldiers running into the battlefield with screwdrivers. You gotta what is going on there? Like imagine a tank running through the fields with no armor. You're like, that's not a tank. Why didn't those ships have shields? No idea.
The bomber ships?
Yeah.
It seemed like they weren't really made for being in that kind of conflict.
Exactly. Right? They are the wrong tool for the job. And if that's the case, if it function, why were they launched?
Well, that seems like a simple visual way to show that, the rebels are desperate. That they're using a ship that isn't really designed for that kind of conflict.
You don't. I did not get that feel. Where was that communicated?
In the opening title crawl, they explain that the rebels are desperate.
Okay, so if I go back to the title crawl, it'll say, we're desperate. We're going to do asinine stuff.
Well, I guess you would have to ascertain, or you would have to assume that Yeah,
You
you would have to say that when someone's desperate, they might use something that's not the best for the job. So, for
You would
instance, if I was watching a World War One movie and everyone starts running out with just their bayonets and no ammo, I would therefore, say, oh right, so they're clearly desperate enough that they don't have any ammo left. If they
It
were
would
just running out
have
of
to be
bayonets.
explicitly shown. You can't just ascribe a general feeling. Well, no shit, they're running away. If they're running away, why are they attacking? So there must be some reason. And Poe's like, we got to stop this. Does everyone agree with you? It's like, yes. Okay, what's this plan? We're going to send the bombers. Why the bombers? That's a really bad plan.
Well, they do because the Leia wants to run away, Poe doesn't want to run away, and that's the conflict
Right.
in that first scene, right?
Right. Yeah.
So that's not a contradiction in the narrative. That's literally the narrative.
A contradiction in the narrative.
Yeah, sorry, but you were saying that this like, oh, if they're trying to run away, then why are they shooting at the dreadnought? And it's like, well, that's why, because Poe wanted to, even though that was against Leia's orders.
So because it was against Leia's order, they kept going. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, Poe was going against Leia's orders, and that's why they were attacking, even though Leia wanted to run away.
Sure.
So that's consistent with the narrative. That's not a contradiction.
That they wanted to attack the dreadnought. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah. Okay, well that's good then. Sorry, it sounded a little bit like that.
What are we talking about?
It sounded like you were saying that's a contradiction in narrative. Why they were attacking the dreadnought if they wanted to run away?
The argument was they're desperate. How do we know that? The title crawl? No, that doesn't explain everything. Everything is they're desperate. Every single thing, every action they take that's unexplained, they're desperate. They start blowing away their ancillary ships because they're desperate. They decide not to escape on those ancillary ships to Lightspeed because they're desperate. Really?
It seems like if that's the only reasoning you have, then that's probably a fairly poor argument. But that's still objectively something that's in the text, so that would be a valid reading.
You are reading way. That is like if you want to ascribe that emotion, you have to show that emotion. You don't say, hey, look, see this title crawl? That means everyone's desperate. Everyone's out of their freaking minds. They have no idea what, and they're just going to run around with chickens on their head cuts off because they're desperate. That's not how. No.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that being like one of the first scenes in the movie, I would say like, okay, so there's opening title crawl in which they say that they're desperate, and then it opens with Leia saying to Poe, "We can't take down this dreadnought. We got to just leave. We couldn't do this." That seems like they're doing as much as they can to reinforce the fact that they're desperate.
They're running away, yeah, but then they're not running away.
Yeah, it's Poe.
So are they desperate now?
It seems like we're going back to the idea that it's a contradiction that Poe is going against Leia's orders. Which
No. Are the bomber pilots desperate?
Are the bomber pilots desperate?
Well,
I guess if they're part of the rebellion, yeah, they're all desperate.
Okay, so why are they attacking?
Oh shit! Sorry, I sat my volume there. Why are they attacking if they're desperate?
Well, if Leia ordered them back, why are they fighting desperately?
Didn't Poe cut Leia's comms and then order them to do something else?
He cut all the comms?
He cut the comms to the bombers so that he could order them.
How do you know that?
Because in the next scene they say that that's what Poe did.
Where is this in the text?
I'm pretty sure that then they'll say, Poe, why did you make those calls? You just put us in more shit.
Okay,
not those exact words, but that is the narrative.
Let me see if I get this straight. You are basing the behavior of the bombers based on a title crawl that says they're desperate.
No, I'm basing it on Poe's orders to continue going against the dreadnought.
Okay, and has the magical intercom speaker that shuts off all the intercom speakers of all the other bombers.
Like he has the ability to cut off intercoms?
Apparently.
Right.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know how intercoms are in the Star Wars universe?
How do you know that's what happens in the movies? They actually say, "Oh, Poe turned off the intercoms for us. I guess we're going along with the plan."
Yeah, he cuts off Leia. That we see that he cuts off Leia.
So their motivation has nothing to do with desperation, then.
The bombers' motivations?
Right.
Well, yeah, because then there's Tico's kind of heartfelt scene where she's
so
sacrificing herself.
So the motivation or the behavior of people on the bombers aren't a form of desperation.
The fact that they're on the bombers is probably representative of a desperation.
Okay, but that's irrelevant because they're following.
Because they're following Poe's orders?
Yes.
No, the fact that they got in the bombers in the first place, that was...
Okay, so they're in the bombers because of desperation.
Yeah, because
Poe shuts off.
Because they knew the bombers probably weren't going to do very well, but Poe ordered them to do that, and they thought, I guess because Poe said it, that must be the only correct course of action.
This is, again, we're using logic here. It's not hard, okay?
Yeah.
You're saying, okay, so we start off, Tedder Call says we're all desperate.
Mm-hmm.
We want to fight or retreat or whatever we want to do. The plan is to fight as they're retreating. So Poe is going to fight while they retreat. Poe turns off the intercoms so that they keep fighting, which means they're not acting out of desperation anymore. They're acting out of order. Okay, so that means we don't ascribe that emotion anymore to these characters. We ascribe it to following orders or they are no longer desperate. They are doing what they're told.
It's getting tricky because I know that people can feel multiple emotions, and that sounds like what we're talking about here. They're feeling desperate, so they're willing to take a risky course of action, and Poe reinforces that.
This is a military organization.
Mm-hmm.
They are scared or desperate or whatever. They are following orders, and Poe has this master switch that says, nope, you're following orders. Forget what Leia said. Or maybe Leia didn't even communicate to those guys, and it's only through Poe. I don't even know the details. Okay, if that's what happens, guess what? That story did not communicate that very clearly. Okay? Because I clearly don't remember. I was going through that scene many times, like, what the freaking hell happened?
I mean, if that's your response, that's fine. Like that I understood it when I watched that scene.
No. Where you have to give me after this call, watch that scene, and I want you to tell me where that.
When Poe cuts off the comms.
No, not that. But when they acknowledge that
they are desperate.
Apparently they're all desperate, and you've affirmed that through the title crawl,
mm-hmm.
which means you just keep affirming they're desperate through the entire movie. Sounds ridiculous.
The rebellion is desperate at that moment.
Yeah, usually the title crawl is just the past, and then that's that. Like new events are happening, right? New people are having different feelings and thoughts and actions and behaviors. So not only do you have to, I don't know, explain that desperate action of them doing this action, launching these useless tools into war.
I mean, they blew up a dreadnought.
Yes, contrived in the most contrived, possibly ham-fisted way possible, which makes it a bad scene. Ham-fisted dialogue and scenes are bad. Okay? So not only do you have to show me how they're desperate to do this, you then have to show me where they are aware that they are no longer being desperate and they are going along with Poe's and only Poe's orders. You have to prove that.
Okay, I think maybe, I think we both just need to rewatch the movie at some point, but I would also say, let me use another example here. Say we're in another military conflict, right? We're out of World War II, we're out of ammo, and so all we've got, World War II, did they have bayonets in World War II?
Sure.
Okay, so World War II, they had bayonets still. So all they've got now is bayonets, so they're feeling desperate, right? And then their commander orders them to run into battle with the bayonets and say, if we can just get through this with our bayonets, there's only a few Nazis out there, we can kill them with our bayonets, trust me on this. And it's worth it, it's very important that we do this. So simultaneously, those soldiers are desperate, but also following the orders of their commanding officer.
All right, so how do we know they're desperate? It's in their face?
Yeah, I would say
okay,
that's
so it's
one tell. Yeah.
So it's not a title crawl. It's not a title crawl. It's literally, you see, the movie starts, bunch of bombs go off, people are dying, trenches, guys are in their face. They're not telling you I'm desperate. They just look scared.
Well, that's a little bit of a misnomer, something like that, because in The Last Jedi, all the bombers do look desperate. That's in their faces.
So every time we cut to a bomber, a guy they're all terrified.
Yeah, they're not I don't believe they're cheering and super jolly or anything. All of them seem pretty worn out. I think everyone's covered in grease and blood and stuff like that.
So they are or aren't desperate. Like how do you determine that in their?
Like in the film, or just like on their expressions. Like
Wherever.
As a film, you can explain desperation numerous ways. You can use a title crawl to explain that they're desperate. You can use the emotions on their faces to show they're desperate. You can use plot elements like Leia demanding they retreat as.
Yeah. So this is clearly shown multiple ways in the story, non-verbally. And you can list
Leia
those.
says it verbally, but yeah.
So Leia says they're desperate.
Leia says we have to pull back, we can't win this, or some variation of that. That's why Poe cuts
that
her
does
off.
not mean desperate. That means they're pulling back.
Okay, so we have to use this in isolation now. We can't include the title crawl or any visual element. It can only be the dialogue, or
a title crawl explains what happened up to that point, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to ascribe it as a general feeling. I don't know. So I have to look at in the rest of the story where there is an actual scene, like the bombers, like, I don't want to do this. And then you have to explain, whatever this emotion is. I don't think he says I am desperate, but then you have to say or explain or show where the switch off now emancipates them of emotion or whatever they were feeling before, and now they're just following orders, because that's why they're doing what they're doing.
Because they're following orders.
Well, yeah, that's what you got at. That's what you first addressed, it. They have an emotion,
Mm-hmm.
and then the emotion's irrelevant because Poe's telling them what to do, and now they're following. Yeah.
What do you mean by irrelevant? Sorry.
Because the title crawl just says they're desperate at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're under the assumption, because nothing has changed, that they still are. And then they're like, okay, well, we're going to go back, but then Poe says, no, we're not going. So we have to address the emotion, then we have to address the functionality of the whatever that intercom thing that Poe flips off, and then we have to show that this is in fact what they're doing as a result of orders, or else we can't use that whole buildup of emotion to orders.
Yeah.
So if it's not there, we have to know what you're talking about.
This is like going to be absurdly minor, but isn't there a moment where BB-8 is like, he does a little weird thing with the ship where he like fries it, and isn't that what cuts off Leia's comms? So we explicitly are shown it.
He gets shot, and he has to repair the guns.
So it's a different thing. That's fine. We might want to move on from this topic, because I feel like short of rewatching the movie, we're not quite gonna get to it.
Well,
to me, that sounds subjective, but
no. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. These elements, because we're not clear, because the scene is so bad that we are talking about this scene at this point, not because it's subjectively good. You can say anything is subjectively bad, but because there are elements that do not make sense, that lead themselves to questions. So when you try to defend this scene with asinine ideas, like I have a feeling in the title crawl, and you ascribe that to all the people in a war, and then you start talking about the functionality of an intercom. Like, wait a second, where are you going with this?
Wait, but this is all stuff that's objectively in the text that I'm using to rationalize my thinking about the movie.
You're doing a ridiculous job about it. You can't just title crawl explains people's emotions.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not the one who's saying we should discard facial expressions. We should discard lines of dialogue. We should discard the opening title crawl that establishes the narrative of the film up to that point. Like, if we discard all of this, then you're correct. They don't justify it. If we ignore all the ways they do justify it, they don't justify it. You're correct.
They are giving a title crawl for a point to bring us up to speed, right? So we make the assumption, okay, they are desperate in the title crawl or whatever the emotion. Then they get orders. Are they now desperate and now under orders?
Yes. Like the World War II example we used.
No. What does that have to do with World War II?
Oh, the World War II example we used, in which the characters are established as desperate and then they're given an order. So they're both desperate and following an order. The same thing. They can have both feelings at once.
Okay, then we have to explain how this communication between Poe and the rest of the guys work. and how they don't know Leia's orders, or if Poe's in command or whatever. We have to show how that is a thing, or else we're going back to everyone's desperate again.
We have to show why they would follow Poe's orders.
Yeah, we kind of have to do it because the assumption is Leia is talking to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And she's broadcasting. She's like, "Hey, get the hell out of there, Poe! Get back, get your ass back!" Because they're just going to follow Poe.
So there should have been like a line where they're like, "What do you think we should do, Commanding Officer Poe?" And then that would have maybe improved it.
No, we have to establish that intercom is a broadcast to everyone, and everyone's looking around, going, "Oh shit, are we going to go through with this?" Well, obviously, yeah. And some of them might not want to, and then you can get the looks in their faces that you're talking about. Because if you just address a lot, it's like everyone here story is sad. You're like, great, and they have straight faces on the entire time. Are they? Do they feel nothing? Is that a form of being sad? Like you have to start asking the question of, is this facial expression sad? I don't know. Like you really start to interpret a facial expression, and then try to use that as motivation. Like, okay, did that happen now? It still happen? Like you're really splitting hairs here.
Right, if we're interpreting facial expressions in terms of narrative, we're using that to justify narrative decisions.
To explain motivations and behaviors, what you're doing, yeah.
Yeah, so doesn't that kind of discard acting in general if you're saying that facial like expressions can't dictate like how we feel about what's happening in the narrative, or they can't establish
No, they have to be clear as to what they mean.
Even if that what's being shown clearly is a lack of clarity, like Kylo being very conflicted, and that's showing in his face.
Well, then it's clear he's conflicted, right?
Mm-hmm. Right, so that's fine.
What?
So you're saying that in that case, the facial expression can be used to reinforce a narrative point?
If you know it's we're just trying to establish that these guys have a reason for doing what they're doing. And it went from emotional to the function of an intercom system and trying to read their faces.
I mean, the function of an intercom system is not, that's not my bag. I don't care how the intercom functions, but I understand why it may matter to you if you care a lot about that kind of thing, like how the technology works. If you really care about how technology works, I can see that mattering.
I don't care about how technology works. This is not a question of technology. It's whether or not everyone was hearing the message to return. Because if a superior officer in a military organization tells someone to return and everyone hears that, they're going to listen to their superior officer. And if not, then we have to say, okay, well then Poe's the one in charge. And that means they're following Poe.
Yeah, because they can't.
So their emotions is irrelevant because they're just doing things out of duty. Because if they're desperate, they're like, get me the hell out of here. I'm not going to. But they've already launched. So what is the argument? Are they desperate? We don't know.
Once again, I just think that you can have multiple feelings at once. You can have a feeling of duty and a feeling of desperation.
You can totally do, but you have to express it clearly, and it's not clear. And you can say, "Oh, what it was in the title crawl." No,
I think we're gonna have to call that this specific thing here, just because, like, it is clear to me, and
okay. Let's say the emotion. They're not really happy. They're crazy. They are insane. That was on the title crawl. Does that make it clearer?
If the characters are insane, well, that would probably justify it later on if there were characters that were active.
So they're psychopaths. They're suicide bombers.
Weren't we talking about Mad Max Fury Road earlier? Like all of the characters' actions in that are justified by the fact that they're crazy.
They're within the culture of that leader who they revere as a
within
god.
that narrative, they justify it.
Yeah, they justify that. That's true.
Gotcha.
But in this one, there are a bunch of guys running away, attacking, and they're desperate, and they're being told by a commanding officer not to see how this is. You are picking up on one thing and saying this is everything. It's like,
Well,
well,
no,
great.
I gave multiple examples. You just don't think that
Yes,
they add
and
up to
they're
much,
not
and that's
working.
fine.
You
Everyone has their
can't
own
explain
perspective.
them, you can't show them, and you can't explain how this whole communication system works. I don't expect you to, because it's
I
not
guess
in there.
this is where the split happens, right? Because I can show them, I can explain them, but you can
No, you
still
can,
tell me
okay,
they
okay.
aren't convincing
If
enough.
you can show them, write down all the reasons. I will be happy to look at all the time indexes of where they are desperate, the facial expressions that show they're desperate, and we
Okay.
could actually look at all these examples, and we could objectively observe whether you're right or wrong.
Well,
Now, this is going to take some time. It's not
Mhm.
easy, but I had no idea this was the case.
that
Because
they were desperate in that scene.
if we can showcase that these characters had the only option available, they are so desperate that this is all they can do, and Leia orders them to do so, and then she orders them not to, but they didn't hear anything, then we can say, yep, they are justified in doing what they're doing. We have to see that. It does not help the form of the design of those things. It does not help that they are completely ineffective.
Oh, they destroy a
But
dreadnought, but sure.
one of them does, yeah, that's true. By contrivance, by plot contrivance, not by the skill, or not by tactical maneuvers. They're sitting ducks.
Yeah, which is I think why Leia told them to pull back and
Maybe,
moving forward.
maybe,
Yeah.
but again, we have to prove that somewhere in the narrative. We cannot invent. I do not appreciate people inventing the narrative or stretching an opinion. Like you're getting really neat on a title crawl to explain the emotional state of bombers who are clearly designed for one purpose only. It's I've never heard this discussion explaining.
I tell you what, at some point we'll go through and we'll just rewatch point by point the entire opening sequence, because to me it was very clear there was multiple different times that they reinforced what was coming across to me, and it didn't for you, and that's unfortunate. But to really,
It is unfortunate,
but
because
to really nail it down,
there are so many flaws with that scene, and you just go, doesn't matter, they're desperate.
What do you mean doesn't matter? Like the objective
Doesn't
doesn't
matter.
matter?
They have a comm system that only Poe can hear or control.
Yeah, again, I don't really care about the science of intercoms. It's just like, yep, Poe cuts off Leia, and that comes through to me. I don't need to know how the intercoms work to be able to say, okay, Poe cut Leia off.
So it doesn't matter if the other bombers heard Leia's broadcast.
Well, we're not shown them that, so I would assume that didn't happen.
So she was only talking to him.
Leia was only talking to him at that moment? Yeah, because she was referring to Poe. She was saying, Poe, da-da-da. I don't know.
Okay, so again, they're doing this all because... Okay.
All because of what, sorry?
Orders and desperation, emotion, and their honor to follow their leader.
Yeah, they're duty bound, but they're also desperate enough to try a risky maneuver just to get the edge on the new order. Yeah.
Somehow getting the edge on something barely equates to having a slow-moving ship.
Blow up a dreadnought, and it seemed like that was the only ship they had that could blow up the dreadnought. So, if that was Poe's plan, then it worked a little bit.
No, it did work through
Yeah.
contrived storytelling, through forced melodrama,
Mm-hmm.
through a series of events which did not make much sense, through all sorts of problems with the design and implementation of the scene, which we don't need to get into.
Okay.
It's pretty obvious.
I don't mean to pull popularity whatever in the chat, but there's a lot of people really demanding we talk about something else for a little bit. So we
All
just
right, that's fine.
yeah, let's talk about something else for a little bit. There was a few things that I found interesting when I was watching the video. This is a bit of a change of topic. So would you say that lenses other than the objective lens are just bad?
It depends why you have them. If you're just enjoying things for the sake of using a different lens, like I'm going to appreciate, some weird American movie for the heck of it. Like there's all kinds of weird science movies or metaphysical movies. Then yeah, sure, that's great. Enjoy all you want. But if you want to explain something which is mainstream, which is representative, meaning something that I can go watch the movies right now, whether it be a romance or a comedy, what have you. Comedy, not so much, again, because comedy is highly subjective. They are not as important or as useful as using an objective lens.
Just real quick, is comedy subjective when it's within a piece of material that isn't on the whole comedic?
You could have comedic elements in a non-comedy, of course.
Right, gotcha. So would you not be able to objectively say that, say, a joke in The Last Jedi wasn't funny?
Sure you can.
Oh, so you can. So comedic elements can be judged objectively.
I'm sure there are ways. I'd have to. Again, this is very contextual as we talked about with comedy, where time period, audience, delivery, that sort of thing, timing. There's all sorts of elements that make comedy work, and I'm no expert at that.
Right. That was just my confusion a little bit, because you said that comedy is very subjective, and now you're saying that comedy can also be judged objectively.
Well, of course.
Right. So it's very subjective, but you can judge it objectively.
How you react to something is subjective. You can judge something objectively, whether it's comedy or not. Yes.
So we can break down objectively if a joke is funny or not.
You can. I'm sure there's certain jokes you can't, but it comes down to one of those four elements.
Okay.
How hard you laugh, whether you laugh at all,
that's just your emotions, right? That's just
that's what laughing is.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm sort of a little bit confused how you can judge comedy objectively if the only way that we can really measure if it succeeds or not is our emotional response.
So you're saying you can't judge how funny a comedian is?
Objectively? No.
Why not?
Because of what I just said. Like the only way that you can measure the success of comedy is based on emotional responses to that.
That is to your personal reaction to comedy. You're saying punchlines don't exist?
So, sorry, what are you talking about? Like breaking down the jokes to some kind of formal
there
equation?
Are forms and functions to delivering comedy, yes?
There's conventions, sure, like popular conventions of how jokes are told.
How jokes are told. Yeah, there's dry humor, there's wit, kinds of slapstick. These are categories.
Mm-hmm.
And there's all flavors of how that's done. Usually, comedy, is put it general, is speaking a truth with an exaggeration, for example. That's a form of comedy.
Yeah, it's a pretty popular one.
Right. So we can observe what truth is said based on content, how it's said, and how the exaggeration within relation to the content. You can do that. This is what comedians do.
It seems like you're not making as much of a distinction between is and ought in those. Do you know what is ought means? Just checking. Like the is
something
ought distinction.
Is something or something ought to be something.
Yeah, so it's usually used in terms of like linguistics, like what a piece of what a word is versus what language is versus what it ought to be. Like, so you could say that for media too. What this story is versus what a story ought to be, right? So what it sounds like you're describing is like what jokes are, like the categories of jokes, but that's not the same thing as what a joke should be.
What should a joke be then?
Presumably something that makes people laugh.
Well, isn't that the function of a joke, the point of a joke?
Generally, although sometimes a joke isn't supposed to make you laugh, it's actually supposed to like upset you because it can be very bittersweet or have some political undertone to it.
So if I tell a joke and I get no laugh, but it has a bitter undertone or political message, it's an active joke.
So, sorry, you cut out a tiny bit there.
Okay, so if I do not get a laugh out of my but the purpose of the joke wasn't to get a laugh, it was to tell a bitter undertone,
Hmm.
that's an effective joke.
Well, sorry, how did you define a joke? What a joke typically is? It's speaking,
I,
telling
I
a
was going
truth
I was
through.
going off your definition. I apologize. What was your definition?
The definition you gave was speaking truth through transgression, or what did you say? Sorry.
I said exaggeration, but that's not what you said.
Sorry, speaking truth through exaggeration.
Yeah,
So
the point.
yeah, so that wouldn't necessarily mean that everyone has to laugh or anyone has to laugh. You can speak truth through exaggeration without making anyone laugh.
So objectively, you would say that was an effective joke.
That wasn't an effective joke objectively.
It was an effective joke.
I wouldn't say anything in terms of comedy is objective. I think.
But you just told me you could have comedy that doesn't make people.
Yeah, and it could still do something for an audience. It's
Okay,
whether it's
so
effective or not is subjective.
yes, but you told the joke and no one laughed. Is that effective comedy?
In that specific audience, or like all people in this hypothetical situation?
In that audience.
I guess I have the wrong audience, maybe. Or if I want to
Okay.
appeal to that audience, then I should change my jokes.
But you said that the joke doesn't have to make them laugh.
Yeah. So if I do want to make people laugh with those jokes, then I guess I need to find a new audience or change
So
my
the
jokes.
intention of that specific joke was to make them laugh?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but you said a joke does not have to make them laugh.
A joke does not have to make any specific audience laugh. No, that's what audiences are.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I can tell a joke with a bittersweet undertone or a political message,
Hmm.
and no one can laugh. Is that an effective joke?
It depends on the audience what they're looking for.
Okay, you're telling, I'm asking again, because you told me comedy can work and be effective. It has a purpose, which is a bittersweet undertone. And
Have you been keeping up with stand-up at all over the last few years?
not really, no.
Because there's a lot of sad comics now. Like there's a lot of comics that specifically are trying to get more of an emotional response out of the viewer rather than trying to just make them laugh. They're trying to make them cry. Is often they'll say that stand-up was brilliant. It was so honest and it made me just burst into tears.
Okay, so,
Right.
but you're telling me comedy can be non-comedic.
You need to define what you mean by comedic.
It's exactly what you told me. You have a joke that has other properties to it that doesn't make people laugh. And you say that is comedy.
Hang on a sec. Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so we've established that we can tell jokes that are.
Yeah, we can tell jokes that aren't funny. They're still jokes
They're not very effective jokes, though.
to the audience that you presented them to if no one laughs.
What if you keep telling that same joke and no one laughs? That point of the joke, not
that
there to
that
get
joke, I guess, has a very niche audience, or maybe that joke wasn't intended for that.
But you previously defined jokes as you can have a joke that doesn't make people laugh, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you tell that to everyone and they don't laugh. But that's okay because it has an underlying political.
Yeah, because you can have a joke that makes you think but doesn't make you laugh.
Okay. So is that an objectively good or bad joke?
I wouldn't judge it objectively
Why not?
because I don't think that you can objectively judge jokes because they're based on the emotional response of the viewer.
Okay. So if my emotional response is 0,
Yeah. Well, that's just the
Is
way you
that-
feel. That's subjective.
everyone feels that way.
Everyone in
As
the
we-
world feels that way.
As we've just given this hypothetical, yes.
So if everyone in the world doesn't find the joke funny, that is a very special joke. If not a single person.
Well, it's not a very special joke. You define, I'm repeating myself, but you said a joke can be comedy or a comedic line or whatever
Hmm.
if there is a bittersweet message And the other one I can't remember because I'm getting tired of repeating myself.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar to the bomber thing we were just talking about, where we're never really gonna. Because yes, that's what I believe. I don't believe a joke has to make people laugh.
Okay.
Yes. I think we can judge it based on other things when it comes to a joke.
All right. So there's more going on than just the joke.
Yeah, I mean, does horror have to scare you?
It would be nice.
Sure,
That's kind of
that's
the
kind of a
point.
feeling.
Yeah, but we can look at how we can look at the setup, the punchline. We can see these things, how they work. And we can begin to gauge why, and exactly, everyone, even comedians don't get it half the time anyway, but they have a pretty good idea. People have been doing it for a long time. Why things will make people laugh. There's a certain style we can follow.
Yeah, that's popular forms of content. Yeah.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and it's the same thing when you're talking about stories, whether you're trying to make a dramatic punch or you're trying to make an action scene. There are certain ways to structure the lines, the delivery, the rendering of the words into vocal format. These are all observable things.
Yeah, so you can use observable things to reinforce your argument. That's true
Yeah,
of
so-
objective and subjective criticism.
So we can actually, I don't know, go to a lecture on how to tell a joke. There are actual lectures on how to tell a joke. Just
Yeah, absolutely. And like
Okay.
they're helping you understand what popular forms of comedy are.
Okay. So we can actually go to a school or go to a class where a comedian will teach us how to tell a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Are those all subjective rules
Yes.
on how to tell a joke? There's no standard. There's no right way to tell a joke. There's no.
As I've
Like you-
hopefully made clear here, I don't think that popular opinion is a particularly effective way to judge quality.
I'm
I
not
don't know if
talking
you
about
do.
quality. I'm not talking about quality. I'm talking about
Quality of comedy.
I don't care. I'm asking, is there a standard that a comedian and another comedian follow on how to compose and tell it?
The standards of telling a joke most similar to known structures of jokes.
Whatever.
Yeah, that there are standards in terms of we have like popular conceptions of jokes, like
Right.
knock jokes are an established genre
Exactly.
of jokes.
Got
Yes,
it.
we have genres of
Okay, so
films too, and those
everyone-
are all conceived subjectively.
So when we say there are various styles of telling
Mhm.
a joke, we can then put rules down for those styles that are different from other styles, but still their own rule set. Right?
Yeah, so I could say
Okay.
that's funny. That I could say that is very close to a knock joke, which is an established standard of jokes. But I can't say
Exactly.
whether or not it's funny.
Okay, we got it. We're done. Thank you.
Okay, good. So we've accepted that it's ultimately subjective.
No.
Just that there's different
what
standards
you just
of
agreed
popular
upon,
jokes.
paying attention, was there is a standard per category of a joke which can be taught and agreed upon by all comedians in a category.
We can know how jokes are typically told.
You agreed upon a standard that there are different kinds of jokes that can be taught and agreed upon by comedians and by the people learning.
Yeah, I think this is wrapping around to the start where we were talking about trying to emulate a specific form where that isn't indicative of the quality of the work overall.
It doesn't matter about the overall quality, property. We're talking about the actual thing. The joke itself. We can break it down, we can find it, we can tell it. There are elements that make a knock joke be a knock joke. There are elements of telling certain kinds of comedy. And we can actually hire a comedian to teach you how to do that.
To tell
He can actually
to tell a knock
he
joke
can-
doesn't make
He
it
can
funny.
publish a book and write how to do that. And you could read it, and other comedians can read that and say, yeah, this is how you tell a knock. It doesn't necessarily tell you the content of the knock joke, make your own up, but you understand the principles behind what makes the delivery, what makes the punchline, etc. Right?
in the same sense that all this time I've acknowledged that law consistency is a standard, logical
Okay,
consistency is a
stop.
standard.
Stop. We're just getting somewhere, okay? This is good. So you're saying there are teachers who can teach you how to write jokes, yes or no?
Teachers who can teach you how to write jokes in
Yes.
general or specific kinds of jokes?
Whichever.
Well, they can probably teach you a joke that seems a lot like previous jokes of that form.
Okay, fine. I'll go with that. I'll
Gotcha.
take that. Okay, so we have people who know how to write jokes. What about creative writing teachers? Can they teach you how to write stories?
They can teach you popular conceptions of stories, yes.
Okay. And are those standards subjective or objective?
The standards in terms of matching popular conceptions of stories?
Whatever they teach you.
If they're teaching you popular conceptions of stories, then well, I guess it depends on like region and culture. So I would probably say it's subjective again because it's based
So
on.
you're saying based on region and culture, the standard for writing those kinds of stories, yes?
I mean, there are standards which change, which makes them subjective.
We're talking about what you said, regions, standards of these ethnicity, language, the certain sort of novellas in Japan, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you can take a course in Japan and take a course in Europe, and they're slightly different, but they teach you how to write a novel.
They teach you how to write a novel. Right?
Sure. Novel, novella, short story, pick one, doesn't matter.
I mean, I guess you would probably make a book. It would maybe be very generic and kind of cliche because all you've learned is popular conceptions of those stories.
There are hundreds, if not thousands, of textbooks on creative writing on how to write.
Oh, they all differ?
Well, according to you, they do.
Wait, so you're saying that all creative writing books follow the same structure of the standard? Is that something you believe?
They follow standards, yes, but according to you, they're all different.
Yeah, there's creative writing books have tons of different standards based on the writer.
Okay. That is true, and we've established that also based on where you are in the world. So Europe has different standards, obviously different styles. So again, you have the short story, but there are rules in those, right? Based on those regions, based on those teachers, and those are always changing.
Well,
okay.
I don't know about rules. It depends on the teacher. Some teachers would just teach guidelines, which isn't really the same as a rule.
You can call them guidelines, the same idea. But there are standards.
From that teacher, there's a standard.
Yes.
And that teacher has a perspective on what the standard is, which is subjective. Therefore, that standard is subjective.
It is subjective. But when you take into account all of these standards, they all have something the same. And they're not going to be overlapping 100%, 50%, but they're pretty close. I don't know the exact percentage. But these are patterns we can observe. And all we do is list them. And all these standards are put into a giant group of patterns or tropes or whatever you want to call them. And we can teach students how to do that. I can teach you how to write well.
Yeah, I mean, that just sounds like consensus. Like, if enough teachers agree on a particular element of a text being good, then that makes it good.
What do you think makes a Christmas tree?
What makes a Christmas tree?
Yeah.
Well, for one thing, that's subjective, but for another, yes, it would be the culture you're in, and it would be popularly conceived.
So just because we have a culture and subcategory standards, therefore you can never have... So you're saying?
A Christmas tree is not objectively a Christmas tree.
Why not?
Because if I go to a place where they don't celebrate Christmas and I show them the tree, that isn't a Christmas tree.
Well, not to them, but Christmas trees still exist.
Well, it's not really like you said, if those trees went extinct, or not extinct, whatever it's called.
Right, that's right.
And there was if there was a new tree that we used, that would then become the Christmas tree, and what we had before wouldn't be the Christmas tree.
You got it. That is the standard, and we call it objective because that's what we have.
I mean, we don't call it objective because it changes.
Yes, we do. It is exactly what we observe, and until we get new data or a change to the medium, that is there. The murder mystery genre has various subgenres. Until we get a new one, That is all we've got.
And we get a new one by an author deciding it, or how do we get a new subgenre?
Of course.
Oh, okay. So we're going back to the idea that an author can always just say, "Well, I made a new subgenre, and that's why my text doesn't fit within your standards."
Yes.
Okay, so now you have to judge it by those standards, so it can't be objectively bad based on the standard you set.
No, what? No, you just made new standards.
Yeah, so there's new standards, so you can't judge it
Yes.
based on those old standards because that would be
Yes, they are children of the parent because they made a new subgenre of murder, right? You're still investigating crime.
right.
Okay. So those same rules for investigating crime don't change, but the children and their properties and qualities do. But you still made a standard, right?
You've made a standard.
Yes, when you
Yeah.
make a subgenre, you make a standard of a basket term for all these elements. That's right. So if
I
you
think
do that,
the thing that confused me is it sounds like you're saying that all standards are now objective as long as we stick to those standards.
well, what else would you call them?
Well, I
A
mean,
series of standards we all agree upon?
do you consider Anita Sarkeesian an objective critic?
No.
Right, even though she follows a specific standard, feminism, which is a pretty popular one, when analyzing work, that's following a specific standard, wouldn't that make her objective?
Why?
Because she's following a specific standard that's been agreed upon. Analyzing gender roles as they're shown in media, in this case video games.
Well, you can call it whatever you like, but that is the standard you use.
Yeah, so if she follows that standard, she's an objective critic.
No, if she follows that standard, whatever she calls it, the subgenre and that's agreed upon by everyone else, right? Within
Which
that-
would be agreed upon by everyone else.
Within that genre, whatever she invented.
I mean, feminism is a literary theory. She didn't make it up, but
Okay, so she's using feminism.
yeah.
As a
She's
perspective.
examining gender roles.
And that's constantly changing the same way
Sorry, say that again?
the same way all other standards are changing.
Standards change, yeah.
Yeah.
Like we were saying with horror, right? What's scary now isn't scary 100 years from now. Something like
Sure.
that. Right. So the standards would change. So on that basis, that's why I say the standards are subjective, because they change and we can agree upon lots of different ones, and sometimes we can even make up a new standard to suit whatever we're making.
That's true. We can make our own standards.
Gotcha. So on that basis, I don't think that standards are objective.
Look at stories in general. Forget genre then. What do you have? You have characters doing something for a reason, and then we have a resolution. Has that standard changed?
I mean, every individual part of what you just said isn't necessary for a story.
Okay, what's necessary for a story then?
I guess a sequence of events, generally.
Okay, that's pretty generic. So a story can just be about stuff happening.
Sure.
Is that a good story?
It depends. I guess I watched a thing called Genius Party, which is a really good anime anthology series where it's just weird vignettes. There was one with a bunch of balls on a weird moon planet, and that was a really cool little short film there. It told its own little story, but there was no characters in it. It was just these weird blobs going around, weird visuals, and
so that's a story to you.
Yeah, that was a story. Yeah, it was just a story told without specific characters.
A bunch of blobs moving around the screen is.
Well, I mean, you would need to watch the specific short I'm talking about. I'm not really doing it justice, but yes, that's a story that didn't have a set cast of characters with a specific goal.
I think it's on
Okay, so
It's on
we
Netflix.
could say,
yeah.
I've never heard. I have no.
So it's fine. I'm not giving you homework.
So the idea of having a story with no characters and just a series of events is a story. You don't need people. You don't need any human element. It's just the sun
you
rose.
wouldn't. Would you say you need a human? You need a human element in a story?
Yeah, I think so.
That seems pretty limiting.
Well, we are human, and again, we have our experience to fall back on. So we can't just say the sun rose the sunset, stuff happens, but there was no reason for any of this to happen. You see, there's no motivation, there's no intellect, there's no consciousness. Who would read that, and why?
What do you mean read? Would it like? I was thinking of like, I don't know. Maybe you could have a short film about the extinction of the dinosaurs, and it's just these vignettes of the comet landing
Sure.
and then all these dinosaurs dying. So there's no characters in that. It's skipping between a bunch of different
Yeah,
things.
I
It's
guess
a sequence
you
of
could say,
events. There's no goals.
right,
Just-
but that's just a story, I guess, if you want to be as pure as possible to say stuff happens in a story.
Yeah, it's a sequence of events, which is how I would probably define a story.
Okay, so I don't really, I don't know why that's relevant, but I guess if you want to be pure about it, because when I look at a story, it means nothing unless there's motivation.
Yeah, I bet that would be a subjective standard that a lot of people would agree with.
I would argue that is not subjective.
All right, so the stories that I just mentioned aren't stories. If it's
No.
objective.
No, those are stories without meaning. It's like the sun sets, dinosaurs die. Unless you're being informative, like
Isn't
you're teaching me
meaning
something.
inferred?
No, you just said events happen. That doesn't imply anything.
Yeah, but like generally the meaning of a text is something that's inferred by the audience. It's not always explicit in that story.
So if I paint a bunch of pictures, there's meaning to the.
I mean, that's what a lot of I know you probably don't like modern art, but a lot of modern art's based on that. Abstract art too. It's images that are very hard to discern meaning out of, but you can discern meaning out of them.
We're not addressing abstract art because that's, I don't know why that's relevant.
Yeah, that's subjective.
Well, for sure, but we're talking about stories that have a plot. And a plot implies characters. So we're talking about characters doing a certain thing. So we're already addressing there is a motivation by an individual who wants to do something. And he has a goal. Maybe he doesn't have a goal. He just wants something. He has a feeling to get up and do something or to challenge himself. Can we say that stories need plots?
I mean, we've already said no, so.
So you'd be happy with stories good stories that don't have plots.
Yeah, sure.
So all kinds of stories.
I mean, there's a lot of stories out there. Like I could find a million stories with the kind of plot that you're talking about, but sometimes you want to mix things up. And you want like a weird, I know it's abstract, but yeah, like a weird abstract story.
I have never seen a story without a character that I would say is a good story, unless you're talking about history. Or actually, no, even history has characters.
Like a story told through like an ensemble type thing. Like
we're talking about fiction here. We're not talking about
vignettes.
It has to be fictitious.
Yeah.
Like we're not talking about documentary.
Yeah. I would agree with that. That's fine.
So we need a character in these stories.
We need a character? No.
We don't need a character.
No. So
it's just a series of events with no plot.
A series of events with no plot. Yeah, that can still be a story. Yeah.
Is it a good story?
In my opinion, it could be. Sure.
What can I have because I can't even wrap my head.
Like I said before, like it's a kind of weird example, but there's an anime anthology called Genius Party where there's no specific story happening. It's more like you're observing this odd alien environment, but
okay, so
there's a lot of images that are very interesting.
That sounds like an art piece and not a story.
How do you distinguish between an art piece and a story?
I don't know because I don't know what you're talking about. But
I mean, a story is an art piece, so.
When I mean an art piece, I mean a visual.
An art piece meaning a visual?
Well, I guess based on what you said, I'll go with that.
Well, how about like a book that just describes an alien environment?
So, a bunch of descriptions that I've never heard of before.
Yeah, a bunch of descriptions of these strange alien environments where it's like tracking across as we're going, we're scanning all the different areas on this strange alien planet. There's no characters in it. There's no specific goals. It's just
that would be a lot of establishing descriptions that would have very little meaning to me.
Okay, well,
if any meaning, because you're just describing the environment.
yeah. I mean, that's the same reason someone might write off hard sci-fi, right? Because it's just, oh, this is just descriptions of things. This has no meaning to me. But that doesn't make the whole genre pointless.
Well, you have to base it around someone or something. You can't just start talking about the hills. But as soon as you
But
imply the
that's
hills,
romanticism, right?
talking about the environment?
Yeah. Well, there's like plenty of pieces of romantic poetry which are just describing the beauty of the environment.
Okay. Again, we're not talking about plots yet. I don't know where we're going here.
Oh yeah, well this is a story. Poetry can tell a story, and sometimes it will just tell a story about the beauty of the environment around you.
Okay, so in this non-plot related, non-character story, you're just describing things. There's no dialogue. I guess you can be poetic, but then we're no longer talking prose. So what's the point? Like, what? Why would you read that?
Why would you read just the description of like an alien environment or like the beauty of the world around you?
With no character and no motivation.
Well, for the beauty of the environment around you, maybe it'll allow you to go out into the world and see things in a way you haven't before. If it's an alien environment, maybe it's to give you ideas as a writer for when you make your own alien worlds that do have like specific narratives tied to them, right?
I've never heard of a book like that, but okay.
I believe at least the opening parts, I'm still going through it, but the book that Avatar was based on, Expedition, maybe, that is a book that is primarily just descriptions of an alien environment, or at least
Okay, so it sounds like it sounds like the making of art book and all that stuff.
No, it was a book that was long before Avatar was conceived. James
So
Cameron.
it's just a bunch of words on a page talking about an alien.
A lot of it, yeah. I haven't got through all of it yet, so maybe there's like suddenly a narrative later on.
Okay,
but,
yeah. They I don't think they teach that in writing class, but when you ever recall going to writing class, they teach you how to write the human condition in some capacity.
Mm-hmm.
There is a character.
People generally like that.
Yeah, I would hope so. And they explain, or you have to show what they're doing. And there is a certain way to do that. And there's all these little rules. Now, these little rules are not subjective. These are actual rules of writing. Okay? Now, I don't know if you're aware of these because you don't believe in them, but they're there. The simple one I believe we can even relate to movies is show, don't tell. Doesn't mean you can't tell, but there's a preference to showing, right?
You're like daring me to bring up the bomber scene again because that was all show and barely any tell. And
no, you told me there was tell. You told me there was emotion.
Yeah,
in
there
the
was show
card.
and tell, and you wanted more tell. You wanted them to tell you to explain it.
It's faster. It's easier. Now, why is that real? Is that a real rule? Do you know why?
Is show don't tell a real rule? No, I don't think
Yeah.
it's an objective rule. It's like
It is an objective rule.
I before E except after C. It's like one of those rules that has as many exceptions as it does things that fit it.
Show, don't tell is one of the basic rules of storytelling. It is an objective rule.
Okay, well, someone should let Star Wars know that those title crawls they put at the start of the movies always objectively make the films worse because they're always telling you something before they're showing you it.
I didn't say you show something first. I said when you describe something, you show it as opposed to telling it, if you can. Why is that? Do you know?
You show as opposed to telling, where it's easier to get an
Why
emotional...
is it more
Generally,
important to show it?
I would assume it's easier to get an emotional response out of the viewer if you show them something rather than just telling them about it.
No, you're missing the point. Why do we show things as opposed to telling?
It's a quicker way to tell it?
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, it's a quicker way to show something because you're literally, right? That's a good explanation. It's very simple. If you're in a visual medium like a movie, you're showing things. You don't have to, write it on the screen all the time.
So I guess
Have
by
dialogue.
extension, brevity is an objectively important thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Brevity is the soul of wit. Yes. How many times have you heard that?
Don't tell that to Muller, but anyway.
Oh, yes. Every writer I've come across, every single one that I've read, their short story anthologies you want to write as clean as a bone. Why is that? Do you know why?
We want to tell the story as efficiently as possible.
Uh, that's a very mechanical way of looking at it. It's not wrong. But it's because these people have insight into the human condition. People don't. And you want your words to have meaning, have value. And that value is subjective. I will agree that some people romance more than they like science fiction ideas. But those are actual mechanical things that every writer agrees upon.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They definitely don't. Like
They
meandering
definitely do.
narratives, which are deliberately meandering and like are specifically trying to say something about how life, like Ghost World.
I have never read
Yeah, slice of
any-
life stories are often that they will be
any
meandering
author,
on purpose.
even Stephen King, say, if you can write less, do it. I've never seen any writer, even guys who write Conan and big ass descriptions.
Okay, gotcha. I will find a single writer who says the story is as long as it needs to be, and that's it. And you can decide how long is too long, and I guess at that point, that statement would be objectively wrong.
It's not about the length of the story; it's how you write. Show don't tell. Brevity is the soul of wit. There's a few others. Off the top of my head, I remember.
I mean, yeah. I obviously I disagree with both of those because I think there's as many exceptions as there are things that make that rule. I think generally it's a pretty good principle because like people have a limited amount of time in their day, and in the case of show don't tell, I think it's easier to get an immediate emotional response by showing something than telling someone about something. But I don't think those are hard rules. I think those rules are made to be broken, as it were.
I agree that many rules are made to be broken. I've yet to see that ever occur. And I've read quite a lot of short stories. I've read quite a novellas, quite a few novels. It's consistent.
Right.
There's a pattern we can look at. Now, again, this is standards for good writing, not bad writing. So these are good things. And you can
Although
disagree.
what's good is subjective, right?
No.
Oh, sorry, that's what you said in your video.
What you react to something is subjective. We're talking about techniques in writing. Now, if you want to write the next War and Peace or whatever, or the next Stephen King, I guess you're going to ramble on a lot. And that's fine. But we all know that Stephen King, we know how fast he types. And it's kind of like a broken clock is right twice a day or whatever it is. He'll hit the mark eventually. It's kind of a brute force approach.
Yeah, he's got a very unique approach.
Yeah, he'll get it. It just takes him a long time. This is consistent throughout storytelling. This is why we looked at short stories, because they're so small, and you have to focus on what makes a story work, and that is plot. You can do characterization, but there's barely enough time, so you have to really know how to do that. And in order to do that, you have to write very minutely, very small.
Like in a short film specific, or short stories, sorry, specifically?
Well, because there's not, like if you're doing a 10 or 20 pager, right? There's not much space.
Yeah, I mean, short stories a tough one because quite literally the story is defined by the fact that it's short, right? So yeah, there would have to be conventions, I guess you would follow, or people just wouldn't call it a short story.
They don't have to be a page and a half. They don't have to be. They're 2 minutes to 2 hours, maybe 8 hours. I've seen some big ones. I've written some big ones. They're not quite novellas. They're range.
Yeah.
It's a range. But it's always been the better way to make a story, the better way to edit a story, how the editor works, how the peanut gallery judges you, is why do you have all this stuff? Your story is based off your premise. Why is this not being expressed? Why are you focusing on a side character that goes nowhere? Unless that was the point. You see? There are all kinds of...
How do we discern the point?
How do we discern the point?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's up to the reader, and the reader may not be intelligent enough in that, or they may have read all kinds of short stories or whatever, dramas, and they will say, "Oh, okay, this is a scene in a bar, and there's a guy trying to pick up a lady, and the scene just ends." And you're like, "What was the point of that?" You're like, "Well, did the guy get the girl? No. Oh, so the point was whatever he was trying to do was ineffective,
Right.
or whatever." Like, there's lots of ways to cut and transition.
Yeah, I mean that
So,
seems like a pretty straightforward, solid reasoning. He doesn't end up
well,
with a girl.
no,
Oh, that's because he's not, you know, a
well, no,
smooth
but
talker.
someone reading that, as I said, wouldn't know if they've never read. Like, the scene just ends. You're like, "What the hell? What happened?" Like, you don't know. So all that happened was a discussion. It's possible he did end up with her, but there's no story or the scene changed,
Yeah, it's
right?
like an ambiguous vignette to give you a sense of the character.
Yeah, because you don't have time to develop. You do not have time to develop.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we use the short story as a base for writing, because everything is distilled, it's focused. And that is why, one of the reasons why we have short stories and small punchy sentences, John Grisham and what have you, make these ideas as clear as possible. So when you say that, no, there's no rules for storytelling, if there's no rules for storytelling, there's no rules for going to class on a Saturday to learn how to do poetry or prose. There have to be rules. The
Wait,
rules have to exist
why do they have to be rules?
to teach you how to write. There's rules on how to write.
So I can't write a good story if I don't understand that brevity is the soul of wit and show don't tell?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, that's interesting because there's many things that I've read and watched that meander quite a lot, that tell a lot more than they show, and I like them. And I
That's
think they're
great.
good. And
You
I know
you
that's
can
subjective.
you can exactly you can enjoy a piece of shit in your backyard. I totally accept that.
Gotcha. So if we accept your personal criteria for what's good, then if I contradict that, then that's subjective, and if I agree with you, then it's objective.
If the writers say otherwise, again, I talked to a writer who thinks the opposite of what I just said. I
Wait,
would be happy.
me? Like, should I talk to
Any
I talk
any
I talk to
any
a
writer
writer?
I could take seriously knows writing.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, yeah, it's tricky because I'm a writer, but it is whatever. Who knows?
Well, I listen to Gaiman. I have my own teachers. I mean, it's always been consistently the same lessons.
Okay, so if we all agree on it, then it's true.
Generally, that's how, as we've described genre. Yeah, we all look at the breadth of stories out there.
Gotcha. I mean, so I'm not religious, so I wouldn't say that just because a lot of people agree on something that makes it objectively true.
What makes what the Bible?
Well, I'm just saying that we can't. I wouldn't say we can reason objectivity. What's objectively true is not something that we can just reason to be the case.
So we can't reason what's objectively.
We can't know, like, what's objectively true can be demonstrated. Like, just here it is. You can observe it to be true. So, like, here's a picture of a person, and then I show you a picture of a person, and that's a person. That's a picture of them.
So
That's
empirical
objective.
data is very easy to observe. This is true. Yes.
Yes, gotcha. But when you're talking about, like, oh, a lot of writers agree upon this, therefore this is the objective rules of writing, that's when I start to feel like I'm, talking about religion. Like, oh, well, a lot of respected people agree on this, so that makes it true. I wouldn't subscribe to that personally.
Okay, so you could have writers that write gigantic tomes, and these are excellent books.
I mean, a lot of
if
religious texts are pretty long, aren't they? And people really like them, get a lot out of them.
so there's more religious texts that span thousands and thousands of pages that are good, you're saying,
There's some that are good reads. Are you a fan
and
of
they're
Ulysses, by any chance?
and they're objectively good, you're saying.
No, I don't believe that objectivity exists in art. I don't think that you can objectively judge art, so no.
So, okay, you're going back to art. We're talking about stories.
Stories are a form of art?
They are a subgenre of art. They are a specific medium of
Okay,
art.
so like the parent and child thing that we already talked about.
Sure.
Gotcha. So
And
stories are a form of art.
you judge them within that criteria. You don't judge them on this pedestal that is the art pedestal. You judge them specifically in the literary format. You do not start talking about fine arts and painting in creative writing class, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been talking about, when I say art, I'm talking about like the vast, like art can be a movie or a book or a piece of fine art. Like I'm not talking about
it comes
fine
down to
art.
it comes down to writing. If you're talking about scripts and
Specifically
books.
now we're talking about writing, yes, which is a form of art which I don't think that you can judge objectively.
And you haven't really told me, aside from saying that these standards are all subjective.
I mean, yeah, if the standards are subjective,
Okay,
then
so
how
so
can they
you're
be
saying
objectively
so if you're
judged?
saying we have standards,
Mhm.
they're just not objective to you. They're rules, but they're just not objective.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that feminism is objective, but I think that that is a standard that you can use to look at text.
Okay, so objective of critique does not exist.
In my opinion, no.
So
Objective
you
criticism.
can't.
Well, you can summarize a piece of writing.
Okay,
I
so wait a
guess.
second.
Yeah.
So feminism exists.
Yeah, feminism is a subjective lens you can use to view media.
Okay, and objectivism doesn't exist.
Objectivism? No.
So I can't look at a pebble.
So sorry. So again, to summarize something, yes, you can use objective, but that's not judging it. That's just
I can look at a sphere and say that is not a perfect sphere. Can I do that?
you look at a sphere and say it's not a perfect sphere. Yeah, you can say that. That's just yeah.
And I have tools to do that. I have standards to follow.
Gotcha. Now, are you saying that perfect spheres are good? It's good for a sphere to be perfectly circular?
I don't know if it's good or bad. I'm just making.
Gotcha. So you're just observing, yeah. So in the beginning of this discussion, we agreed that there are forms of objectivity in terms of just observing something, but then when you're making judgments on it, that isn't objective.
You start from objective observation.
Mm-hmm.
You go to objective opinions, and then you hit objective conclusions, right? You start with the physical or the empirical.
We're not judging the sphere other than saying that it's not a perfect sphere.
Well, if it has a purpose to be ball, let's say, in
so
a
there's
game,
a standard that you're putting onto it.
Well, where else would we get a standard from aside from a criteria? What we want to do with this?
Yeah, I mean, a standard is a criteria that we each individually set.
Okay, so we have a standard, let's say, for a genre.
Okay.
And we say this is a very good instance of the genre because it matches all.
Gotcha.
Okay. So that's all we do. That's
so
really
if I use The Room through the lens of comedy, it's an objectively good comedy, and that kind of thing. Right? That would be your take.
I don't know how you categorize like bad movies that are good. I don't know. Like it's not a farce, but it ends up being a farce. It's kind of hard to say. Like there's how there's the uncanny valley. Like keep making something more photorealistic. This level.
Right, but the uncanny valley isn't inherently bad.
Right? Yes, it is.
You don't.
It is objectively bad.
No, monsters having like a monster looking like it's from the uncanny valley is a really good, effective way of making something look scary to a lot of people.
That's fine. Yeah,
so that's a standard you put onto it. So it's a standard that you individually set based on your intent.
We're saying there is a phenomenon in making something photorealistic. You get to a certain point where things start looking bad, right?
That things
I'm not-
start looking bad.
Yes, they're supposed to, like, there's this weird disconnect between what looks real and what doesn't,
I mean,
whatever you call it.
you can maybe say like it looks creepy to a lot of people. I would
Yes,
go with
whatever. Again, there's this thing, I can't describe it, but there's this, you look at CGI in the past, 20 years,
that. Hmm.
and whatever cartoons, you can tell, wait, that doesn't look right. It exists, right?
Yeah, and
We can observe these things.
whether or not the thing looks right doesn't dictate whether it's good or bad. That's based on
If
a standard you put on it.
If we want the thing to look realistic, and the skill of the artist or the power of the computer is not good enough, it might hit that valley, right?
What, the
Right?
uncanny valley?
Yeah, it might hit that, right?
Sure, could.
Okay. And
Not
is that,
objectively, but sure.
well, whatever the reason,
Hmm.
is that a good look or a bad look?
If it hits the uncanny valley, that's dependent on how you interpret what the uncanny valley is representing. So if it's something that you're supposed to be kind of creeped out by, then it was a good use of that.
Okay, I don't know any stories that use the uncanny specifically to do that. I don't know.
You don't know any stories that use the uncanny valley to make things look creepy on purpose.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, this is a phenomenon in our brains or whatever, in our sense of aesthetics, that does not connect. It does not work, right?
So it's a sorry.
Does the
repeat that,
uncanny
repeat-
valley exist? Yes or no?
Yes, but it's largely subjective.
It is not largely subjective. There
Okay,
are,
do the cat people in Avatar look uncanny valley, or do they look fine?
I don't think okay, let's go back to the valley, okay? There is a range, it's a valley. It's a range of how something looks. It's not like a, digital value. It's analog. There's a valley. So somewhere in there, things hit, right?
Yeah, for different people, sure.
No.
Oh, so
Everyone-
objectively, we all see when the
everyone
uncanny
can-
valley has been broken.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Well, I disagree.
You are wrong.
Okay, so do the cat people in Avatar look creepy or not? Do they break the uncanny valley? Or
I don't know.
gotcha.
I don't think so because they don't creep me out.
All right. Well, they creep me and a lot of other people out. But again, that's my subjective thing.
That,
versus
that
your
is not an
objective
uncanny
observation.
valley example.
What, the Avatar, where they're specifically trying to make them look human but a little bit off, and they kind of.
I'm sure there are certain animation states and certain angles that you cannot get the right polygon count, you cannot get the right frame rate to make that look good. That does happen, yes.
Gotcha. So.
And you could argue those instances are.
iRobot, you've seen that by any chance?
I have not.
Okay. Well, in iRobot, there's really creepy looking robots. They do kind of hit the uncanny valley to a lot of people, and it's good because the robots are supposed to creep people out.
Okay, well, fantastic. I'm glad such a thing even exists. I know there was that Tom Hanks movie about a train in the.
Polar Express?
Was that it?
Yeah.
And I saw.
That's a really good
saw-
example because a lot of people thought that broke the uncanny valley, and a lot of people thought it looked fine. So.
Well, their sense of taste is not as refined as the average animator
yeah.
or what have you.
Absolutely.
see?
You got to have that refined taste before you can judge things.
Exactly. No, you have to have experience. This is why people who read books of a certain genre know. It's the same with, well, it's not the same. You're going to disagree with me, of course, but the concept of koinophilia.
Sorry,
Which
did you say that? Or could you explain that?
Koinophilia. It's an evolutionary concept of animals getting attracted to other animals based on the law of averages.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a test done with humans for facial attractiveness, where they create a composite of two faces, and ended up most, not all, but most, like 80%, if not more, of humans found faces that were combinations of other faces, not a gestalt, but a summation of all other faces, the most attractive.
Right.
Okay, now there are some variances of certain phenotypes, certain ethnicities, they have certain things they like. Specifically, again, that's all based off objective things, based off where you live, based off, weather patterns and all sorts of things in the air and how people grow.
Yeah, I mean, what you're attracted to is subjective, but based on objective aspects or objective qualities of a person's
Right,
face or whatever.
and those rules exist. They just do. We don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
We can, obviously we can understand it through averages, but those are objective things.
Wait, so objectively, that's the most attractive face? The combination
Yeah.
of faces?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's popular opinion, which I don't subscribe to. As a judgment.
It's not opinion. It's not.
You just said 80% of people agree. That's popular opinion.
No,
Yeah.
they just say I like this more.
Yeah, if a lot of people agree on something and therefore we kind of acknowledge it as being true, that would be popular opinion. That would be dictated by popular opinion.
Yes, but the reasons why they don't is because variations that don't explain everything, which we don't know yet.
But we can eventually explain it.
Maybe, I don't know, but that's the thing. Like we have information, and these things are not up in the air. They're actually built into us. They're not just my perception changes them. No.
Yeah, that sounds like faith to me. That eventually we will find the measurements.
Eventually, we will find what makes the perfect Christmas tree. Eventually, we will find what makes the best kind of murder mystery.
Okay, I mean, I guess I would have to say I'm not a believer. I think they ultimately ends up being subjective. I don't believe that one day we'll find the sacred definitions of genres.
I don't think it's ironclad. I don't think it's always going to be this solid thing, but we're getting closer and closer to things that. And yes, in 1,000 years, we'll have different temperaments and character, and we'll have different standards.
Haven't artistic standards gotten worse over the last few decades? In your opinion, or
of what?
Just in general, like artistic standards, have they gotten worse?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's fine. Because you're saying we're getting closer to understanding. What makes good and bad art, but I know I've heard a lot of people argue that with the advent of modern art and these more subjective approaches to art, the standards are slipping on.
Modern art has its own dimension. I mean, you can't say it's better. I have no idea. Talking of abstract stuff.
That's good.
But
I do appreciate that because you get a lot of folks who like write off modern art as a whole because they don't personally like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like reading a murder mystery. You have to use. You're specifically making a murder mystery. You have to use logic. If you don't, you don't know what you're doing. You're wasting everyone's time, and you can't call it a murder mystery. That's pretty obvious. The same with, you look at Picasso. It's not,
I mean, you could call it murder mystery. It'd probably just disappoint a lot of people that like typical murder mysteries.
You could lie.
Yeah. Well, it's not really a lie. It's just sort of contradictory.
If you do not write a murder mystery, instead, as we said before, you write something, you are lying to your audience.
So if I write a murder mystery, but then in the end it turns out the person was never dead, so now it turns out it was actually a farce, not a murder mystery, but I could still call it a murder mystery because most of the book is a murder mystery.
I would be very hesitant of doing that. That would be a bad idea.
Definitely disappoint a lot of people.
You would. Well, you just wouldn't sell. I mean, maybe the shock value piss a lot of people off, so they would want to, bash you more. I don't know. Like, oh, this is what you don't do. Oh, that could happen. Yeah, I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that breaking genre norms is inherently a bad thing. So.
No. Again, breaking rules is good if you know how to do it.
Gotcha. You just need to be able to tell if the author meant to break the rule or not.
No, intentions are relevant.
Oh, okay. So you can't tell the difference, and you just kind of have to guess whether they broke the rule because they knew.
We're talking about a writer. We're not talking about
Yeah, so if the
about-
writer breaks the rule, we don't know whether or not they did that on purpose or because they didn't know any better.
We're talking about a writer. We're not talking about the audience.
Yeah. So you got to know the rules to break them, but we don't know whether or
Exactly.
not they knew the rules when they broke them.
No, you're changing your perspective in the second sentence. The writer has to know how to break the rules. Okay?
Why?
Well, because that's how you break rules. That's how you push the genre. That's how you do things differently.
You can't break a rule unless you know what the rule is?
Yes.
Hmm.
That is pretty obvious.
I would highly disagree. Like, we're talking about laws. Like, no, you can
Yeah,
definitely
but you
break
don't
a
agree in
law.
laws. You don't agree in standards. So what difference does it make?
I mean, my personal morality isn't dictated by laws, no, but I know that laws exist and that if you break them, it's a bad thing, even if you don't know what those laws are.
Apparently not, because we have all these standards in writing.
All these standards, yeah, from a bunch of writing teachers that you know.
A bunch of actual authors who have read other authors and have
Gotcha.
written.
What we'll do is we'll get a bunch of authors I know and a bunch of authors you know, and we'll have a big battle royale to see who has the objectively true rule set for art.
No, not for art.
For writing, sorry,
Thank you.
which is a form of art.
You
but
keep
yeah.
saying art. It's like you're in another dimension.
Sorry, it's just because, as I understand it, like movies, TV shows, books, games, they're all art to me. So I discuss them all.
Yeah, they're under the umbrella, but you don't create them the same way. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think of them the same way.
You don't like writing a like a TV show versus like a movie. Completely different. There's no similarities.
Writing a TV show is not the same as painting a painting.
It's very different. Wait, sorry?
TV shows and paintings are not the same.
Yeah, but there's aspects that you can connect them to.
There are visual elements, sure,
Yeah.
but you do not construct a table the same way you build a car.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I agree with that, but that seems kind of like a non sequitur.
No, you keep talking about art as if this thing up in the air. Writing is writing. It's very empirical. It's very practical. It's not just, I'm going to feel stuff and I hope everyone else feels with me. It's not going to happen, buddy. You can have no standards. You can do that. You won't get very far.
Well, you do have standards, they're just subjective.
Of course they're subjective because there are no standards for writing.
Yeah, there's no established set standards that we have to follow.
It's you go to one creative writing course and they'll teach you completely different.
Yeah, they'll
there'll
teach you
be
different
no standard.
stuff. Yeah, that's
They
why
will
that's
never
what,
teach
it's
you
usually a marketing
anything
tool,
that's
right?
the same. You can go to a science class. There's going to be different rules. They're going to start using.
Talking about popular opinion again. Where
Yep,
if a bunch of
popular
writing teachers have
opinion of
similar
science.
views, then that means that these are objective rules. It's not.
There are rules. There are standards. They are
Yeah.
not all subjective. I'm sure there are some, but they're based on time, ethnicity, all sorts of cultural norms.
There are standards, but they change, and sometimes you can make up new standards, and sometimes those standards differ between people, and yeah, but it's objective, so.
But there are standards for writing which are outside of those things.
Gotcha.
Like
Well, like
genre.
brevity is the soul of wit, and show don't tell, except there are many examples you can bring up of things that tell don't show, and things that aren't brevis, don't contain brevity. Don't have
And
that
they will
quality.
never be as effective if you are brevity or brevis,
Yeah, whatever the fucking word is.
whatever the plural of brevity, the singular of brevity. is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that was fun. I'm having a good time here.
Yeah. I ended up going like an hour over the maximum amount of time I wanted to spend on this, but it was an interesting chat anyway. I do feel like I've understood your position a little bit more, even if I'm not quite converted.
Well, I'm not here to convert anyone.
Yeah,
I'm just-
yeah. We were never gonna like come to an overall consent. Like
There
whenever
there
we were doing
are
that.
standards, whether you call them subjective or objective. Little difference to me. The semantics is pointless to me. I don't really care.
Yeah, I think the distinction between subject and objective is vast, but maybe that's the split.
No, it's more or less when we talk about art, movies specifically, you either agree that something's a problem or you don't. And if we can't agree there are problems, then there's no hope of considering there's no hope of improvement. You can't just say, well, I felt this, but I didn't feel anything. But that's okay. It's like, okay, well, what's your standard for
There's no hope of
movies?
improving objectively when it comes to art or writing.
There is
sorry.
always ways to improve.
Yeah, there's always ways to improve, but that improvement is subjective.
There are objective ways and subjective ways to improve.
Gotcha. So
whether you agree on the definition of always problem, but you can look to lore, you can look to history, you can look to other instances of the genre or something, and you could say, oh, that's how they do it. Why is that effective? Why is that more effective? How? You can make all these objective.
Yeah, you use objective observations to make a well-founded argument, and then that argument is ultimately subjective because it comes from your perspective.
That is categorically wrong.
Okay.
You cannot say if you start from objective observation, cat is black, and I'm going to say my argument is this cat is black. Here's the evidence. Is that a subjective opinion or a subjective conclusion?
Wait, sorry, just saying the cat is black?
Yes.
That'd probably just be an objective observation.
No, I'm making an actual argument.
You're making an argument that the cat is black?
Yes.
What's your argument that the cat's black?
Here's my evidence.
That you see the cat and the cat is black.
There you go.
Okay. Well, if the extent of objective critique, as far as you know it, is saying that cat is black and then showing me a black cat, then that's fine. That's totally valid as objective analysis.
Okay, well, this is what we're doing with those bombers in Star Wars, okay?
Yeah, and then as we spent like an hour discussing what made sense for me didn't make sense for you, and that ended up being
but I'm doing
a lot more
exactly the
subjective.
same argument. I'm saying these bombers are not a tool for the job.
Yeah, and there was a bunch of narrative conceits that justified that. To me,
no, there are none. Or if there are, I haven't seen.
Yeah, we have to rewatch the scenes then.
I'd be happy to get those time indexes. I'll be happy to do that, but I'm not spending any time because I know there are actual flaws there.
Mm-hmm.
And you can argue, well, again, they're desperate. We prove that, fine. But the design of that whole scene, in case you didn't know, this is, again, I don't care what Ryan intended. That whole scene was to have that World War II scenario, or camera angle, what would you call it? Just for that. And that's fine. You can do that. Great, fantastic, great idea, great vision. But if you don't tie that in to the rest of the scene or the rest of the scenario and the characters or you're doing it wrong. And you can objectively observe these problems.
Yeah, you can objectively observe that it's the case that maybe they don't give an explanation for this event that occurs in the movie, and then when you judge it to be good or bad based on that, that's when it's become subjective.
No.
Is the black cat good or bad?
Is black. What did we say before?
Is the cat good? Is the cat bad?
Does the cat that is black have
is the cat effective?
If we're talking about the color of a cat, I have to create a scenario where the cat cannot possibly be black and it is black. That would be objectively wrong.
If I argue that the cat was not black?
But the cat is black.
Yeah. So you're saying I could be objectively wrong if I try to argue the cat isn't black, right?
Well, then we just say maybe you have bad vision or something.
Right, but I would still be objectively wrong, right? If I were to say the cat is not black?
Well, yes, but
yeah, right. So
that's like first level. You're talking about the.
Gotcha. So when I list the reasons that the bomber scene justifies the things you're talking about, and then you say that doesn't justify it, that would be taking things that are objectively there and then denying the conclusion based on it.
You are stretching the title crawl. You are trying to justify the function of a radio. And
yeah, it's the visuals, the dialogue, and the title crawl that establishes everything prior to that. That's what I used.
Prior,
Justify my
keyword being prior, not after or during.
Yeah, directly before the scene. Yeah.
Yes,
They
and
explain
then
that.
scene is in its own beast, its own energy.
The scene is separate from the previous scene? Like,
Yes.
so we're analyzing each text in a vacuum.
No.
Or, sorry, each scene of a text in a vacuum.
If you show me text on a screen, that is a little different medium than a visual cue or a movie, right? You can say, oh, this is the past, this is the present. Now you're showing me the present in a different media. There's a bit more going on there, don't you think?
Text can be part of a film,
It can,
right?
and then once the text is gone, it's no longer part of the film. It's
Yeah.
explaining the past. That's what the crawl does, right? It sets you
It's
up.
establishing the narrative, yeah, up to that point.
So does every scene of the film.
Yeah, I would agree with
Okay.
that.
Great. Okay. So you're stretching it. You're saying that previous scene explains this scene when it doesn't. You're ascribing an emotion that was said in the title crawl to explain an entire series of events, which we went through the details of rules and
Yeah.
laws, and it can't be that. It
I
has
mean,
to
we
be
we
this.
already know that I wasn't just talking about the title crawl, but we don't need to redo that discussion.
Okay.
It's fine though. Again, maybe I'll like relook at the scene and I will give you timestamps if I get the chance. But
Okay. Well, that's just the social understanding of what's happening.
that's just what you picked up. That's what you remembered from it anyway. And you could say totally that like the film was flawed because you didn't pick up on those things, right?
No. Okay, yeah, if I wasn't paying attention, I would be incorrect. That's true.
Gotcha.
Obviously, I can't, if I can be proven wrong, of course, I'd be wrong. But the design, the timing, like all these elements that a military organization, if they were to survive after all this time, would have under their belt that caused them to flee and do their guerrilla tactics to fight another day, would not happen the way it did.
Gotcha. And if it turned out we rewatched the scene and it was all justified, I still wouldn't be telling you, and that means the scene is objectively good. Just like I could prove the cat was definitely black, but I would not tell you that the cat was good. I would not be making qualitative claims simply based on what is objectively in the text.
I don't see anything wrong with someone describing a car without wheels and saying this is an objectively bad car, because the function of a car is to be driven. There's nothing wrong with making that statement.
I mean, yeah, that would. I would get into the notion of like objective reality by talking about like everything, but we're specifically talking about art. If the car was an art piece, then yeah, you'd be wrong.
We're just talking about function. We're talking about the function of the scene, the function of the design of the bombers, the way they got there, how they got there. All the details.
Yeah, and art can have many different functions for many different people. Subjective.
The function of a spaceship has a specific goal. The bombers have a specific function, yes?
One specific function, the bombers, like in the story?
They have many things they can do, but in the story there's one specific function, right? To bomb something. It's pretty obvious. Right? They fly.
It's not as obvious as yours.
They fly, they maneuver, they bomb something.
Yeah, but they're also intended to give the audience a sense that they're fighting a losing battle. Right?
Okay.
So that's another intention. That's
you could interpret.
purpose.
Yeah, you could interpret that. That's I'm not going to hold that against you. That's totally fine. But we're talking about the actual design, and this is why people bring up the other ships in lore, because they want to know why didn't they have them, or where did they go. And again, this is a strange thing to ask, because I was like, well, I didn't really remember the previous thing. Did they run out of them? I mean, it would be good to see maybe there's a landing pad shot of a Y-wing. Yeah, maybe. But again, this is an example of good writing. Here's a good rule that's objective, that you could disagree with me on. is to know what came before. If you're writing chapter 2, you should know what happened to chapter 1. Is that a good standard, do you think?
That completely writes off anthologies. So no.
Anthologies for what?
Like stories which have maybe a common theme, something like that. The
No, no, no,
ballad,
no,
the
no. We're
ballad of
talking
Buster
about
Briggs.
no. I know what anthologies are.
Yeah.
Context of different story all in one, or different stories. No. Chapter 2 follows chapter 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so something happened in chapter 1, and then 2.
Oh wait, so because then there's the whole what's it, the something corpse thing.
The what?
Hang on, I know the name of this. There is someone in the chat will probably know. There is a specific form of narrative that is contrary to what you're talking about. The idea is that you get different writers to do different parts of the story, and they don't have the reference of
Really?
the story before. It's like
That's interesting. I
invisible
use that
corpse or something
technique
like that.
for dialogue. I don't use that for chapters.
The exquisite corpse. That's right. That's what it's called.
What is the point of that technique?
So it's generally like to keep the narrative loose, and I guess the point would generally be that when you get a singular person writing a story, it tends to fall into certain tropes or what the general popular standards are of a story. The neat thing about the exquisite corpse is that it prevents that, because now there's no like standards. There's like no standard storyline that you can set there, because you have to keep changing things up. And people and maybe sometimes there will be a commonality, and that's interesting in its own way.
That sounds like maybe what comic book writers might have done on a serial. Like every like they know it's going to be eight comics, but each one does a different one, or does the first 4 or something.
Yeah, I guess to some extent the Marvel Cinematic Universe kind of does that, because a lot of the time they don't necessarily know what specifically has come before.
Right, yeah.
That's interesting. Like, I know that Infinity War was being made while Thor Ragnarok was, so they didn't really know exactly what was going to happen there. So I guess it's similar. So yeah, you don't necessarily always know the previous chapter.
That is a very interesting
Oh yeah. I mean, I can't imagine it'll be too popular, because again, people generally enjoy a story that has like a cohesive elements to it. But
well, I hope so. I would hope that's a very common element in all stories.
Depends on the story. I'm glad that there's a variety. But yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
The video, I played your video at 0.25 speed in the background, and it just ended. So I think that might be our signal.
That was done in a fury. I was just like, oh, I'm so angry.
Yeah, I definitely got that sense. You were very impassioned there.
It was, yeah, whenever you start talking about Kant, and he's like Mr. Idealized Objective Man, and you talk about Hume, and he's like material empirical man. I'm like, where are you going with these two guys?
Well, I think part of the misunderstanding there was that Just Right was using things that they had said to reinforce his own position. He wasn't using them as like authorities on what is true.
I got the vibe he just found excerpts he liked, because if you read Kant, he barely mentions art. He barely mentions, and he even mentioned, he's not talking.
Yeah, that's why he's not referencing Kant as an authority. He's just using rhetoric that Kant used to reinforce his own position.
You could pick up any person talking about metaphysics or epistemology and use them, and you're like, why is he specifically useful? That's why I gave the example of Aristotle, because he's still used today. Mm-hmm. You can still look at his stuff, and then I gave the example of the.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a way bigger conversation, and we should wrap it up. But like, I would also argue that there is no objective authorities on things like psychology or philosophy. We are just sort of taking ideas from them and using them to reinforce our own points, like making it more clear what we're trying to argue. I wouldn't say like, well, this guy said this, so he's a good authority.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you can look at art, sculpture, and why was Da Vinci, not Da Vinci, why was Michelangelo's David, why was his right hand bigger than his left? Why was the head bigger? And there's all these practical reasons for that. People think it's some sort of standard they had at the time. It's like, no, He thought it was gonna sit at the top of a church. It's gonna be, you have to be big, you have a big head.
Gotcha. But we can't always
Yeah.
use intent to read art like that.
He was just like him doing his thing. It wasn't any specific thing. I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of interpretations why.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, big hands, big head. Why they had small genitals? Why they had a lot of upright statuettes as opposed to hunched over,
Mm-hmm.
or larger pieces. You know, the statue was a broken piece of marble or a flawed piece. You know, all these things that they had to work with. So they did what they could back then. And
That's really interesting.
oh yeah, it's cool.
Okay, well, thanks again for agreeing to have this conversation. I do appreciate it.
Oh great, I love getting all sorts of ramblings about what is good and bad, even though we don't find.
Yeah.
Hopefully that gets us to critically look at what we think is good and bad in the future. Because if we're not using a critical eye with whatever lens you're pretty much just winging it. You know, you're shooting in the dark,
Mm-hmm.
and we want to actually learn. So whether we use a different, the end result is, why is this good? Why is this bad? And how can I make it better? That's what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, you always want to try and improve, but how you improve ultimately varies from person to person, what they consider improvement. Sometimes you can lose a sense of your unique style by drawing images that are more realistic, but also by being more realistic, it more clearly captures what you're trying to express. So,
if you're talking about literary criticism,
yeah, you can have dialogue that's more realistic, but
Oh, yeah,
loses
yeah.
some of the quirky style that people loved your work for in the first
see,
place.
that's when you mentioned that technique of writers writing different chapters. I actually did that with dialogue because all my characters soft. So I got another buddy of mine. Here, this guy's angry and he's your age.
Yeah, that
No
sounds like a
problem.
really interesting piece of work. And I guess I kind of feel like the objectivist model would be rejecting something like that, because that's very clearly going to end up contradicting elements of the story or parts
No,
of
no,
the,
no. It's just
the
the
writing.
way
in general.
that you walk and talk are the two most observable factors of a person. So it's manners, it's how you were raised, it's your vocabulary, it's your slang, it's all these things. So if you have a different person literally writing the dialogue for a different character, and you say, okay, I want you to say to this guy, I'm gonna kill you tomorrow morning at 12, and you write that any way you like. And it's dialogue, because dialogue you're free to express, you're free to do all sorts of crazy things, and you really get a unique voice, especially when someone else writes the dialogue for you. So,
Yeah, that
anyway.
sounds like a really interesting practice. Do you have any of your like fiction posted anywhere?
I think I actually just threw it out a few days ago. I had these 3.5 floppies, and I was doing, and I just grabbed the whole shelf and just launched it. I was like, oh, no one's gonna read this shit anyway. So.
Well.
But I threw out all this other junk as well from school, and I was like, it's time to get rid of it.
Yeah, I got a bunch of like old folders and files I haven't looked at in years, and it's just like, I should just delete this shit. I probably wouldn't like it if I read it again anyway.
Yeah, some of it's great, some of it's memorable. Like I remember the 3 stories in school that got published, and I was like, ooh, that sucks. That's not good. Like there's all these ways to improve. So it's always good to go back and not recreate the past, but make new stuff. Constantly make new stuff.
It's been a really weird. I don't know if you have this experience at all, but I feel like there's like a clear thing where whenever I do like a video essay or something like that, if I feel confident about it, it might flub a little bit, and if I don't feel confident about it at all, generally that will be the best received thing I've done. I'm not sure why it's the case, but it's like a pattern I keep seeing in my work.
It's funny because I made my channel based off rage. So a lot of my fans in the beginning were like, oh, you did exactly what I wanted. And then over the years, you're not being objective enough. You're not being clear enough. Stop making jokes. Stop. It's like, oh, okay. So it's like, oh, well, can I just say what I want?
Yeah, you can like rate your personal vision against what the majority of people may want.
Yeah, so I'm like, constantly trying to be funny, and I'm not good at comedy. Try to throw in some memes or throw in this or that,
Mm-hmm.
but for the most part, it's like, no, I'll just say what I want and leave it at that.
Gotcha.
So.
So you kind of discard that particular feedback because it's like, well, I don't want to do that.
It depends on the subject material, because sometimes I don't need to go very far with plot analysis. It speaks for itself. Like that's what I love about objective observation. This is crap. Why? Just look at it.
Hmm.
There's no argument. It's a broken bridge.
Yeah, I would actually. There was another conversation. I would probably have a good chat about whether I think arguments can be objectively right or wrong, because I would be more likely to be convinced of that. But
yeah, think of it like a courtroom drama. It's like, okay, we have your blood at the scene. The blood's all over the gun. The witnesses, not the witness, the body's skull. So it's like, okay, there's nothing to argue. It's all there. It's like, yep, that's it. There's nothing to say.
Right.
It's like my opinion is you killed the man with the gun.
Yeah,
like,
but I mean, sometimes that you can have like a litany of evidence that points to a certain suspect, but it still turns out to be objectively incorrect.
Exactly,
law is a
that's
tough
the beauty
thing to bring into it.
The beauty of murder mysteries, when you have those ironclad stories, the first two chapters, and then the detective comes by and goes, nope. And you're like, what?
Right, yeah, absolutely.
What didn't I see, you bastard?
Right. All right, well, thanks for chatting anyway. Maybe we'll have another chat another time. But,
yes, thank you much for having you. Thanks, everyone, for... I don't even know. I guess this is Twitch. I have no idea.
No, it ended up being on YouTube.
Oh, okay, great. I have no idea. I'm just like...
It's fine. I'll probably throw the archive up somewhere, but I don't know.
All right.
In any case,
thank you, guys. Good night and good luck.
Have a good night. Good talk. Good talk. Anyone want to give me a super chat?
You got a couple.
Oh yeah, shit. I'll do some thank yous for what I had over the course of the stream. I was gonna start calling them out, but then I remembered all those fucking times that I've watched debates where it's really obnoxious, where someone will just stop in the middle of a debate and say, actually, 1488 Killer says you're actually a cuck, so you're wrong. And I remembered how much I hated that, so I didn't want to list super chats during the conversation. So, let's go in order here real quick. Rusty Cheese Knife, thank you for the $5. Tim, thank you for the €5. I did not talk about the objectively good hair. Sorry about that. Comrade May donated twice. And thank you for both of those donations. Oh, my hope is, I mean, I don't know. I would hope that people on Smudboy's side of the fence at least got what I was saying, even if they disagreed with me. It did well, I don't know if Smudboy really got what I was saying there, but hopefully to some extent I made some sense. But I don't know, maybe this is just one of those circle jerk things where all the people in the chat that agree with me already agreed with me, and all the people in chat that disagree with me always disagreed with me, and nothing was accomplished. But I hope that isn't the case. So I think I'm going to call it now because I need to pee real bad. And I avoided peeing for 5 hours.
Good job.
Holy shit.
Oh, you got another.
Rex Lesser says, I don't really like SB, but this was a good chat. Is that Smudboy? Okay. Larry Banks, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I will admit that definitely at times it felt like we were just repeating our arguments and it wasn't really getting through. There's only so many ways that you can rephrase your position. I don't know. Maybe 5 years down the line, I'll get a load of objectivists that will message me and say, Jack, you convinced me that actually art is subjective. It's good. Or who knows? Or maybe I'll be convinced. Maybe the seed has been planted for me to become an objectivist critic. Don't really know. I'm going to pee real quick, and then I'm going to end the stream. You talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Okay, pee over. But thank you all for joining me. I'm incredibly proud that as many as like 100 people were stuck along for this rambling bullshit. But it was cool. And now I can say, now you know what they can't say? They can never say, that Jack, he's afraid of having a conversation, because god damn it, can I have a conversation? I don't know. Okay, thanks everyone for joining me today. Have a good night. I'm probably gonna watch something on Netflix, even if Britt doesn't want to, because I've earned it. Have a good night, everyone. Yeah, I like the live chat was really good today. I probably should have just put the chat up on the screen. I didn't, because I was worried that we would get like raids where people were just like spamming the N-word or something. I really didn't know what kind of audience Smudboy had, but seems like if there are any of his audience in the chat, you're fairly pleasant. So maybe next time if I have a chat with Smudboy, I'll just put the chat box right up there. Night everyone, have a good night.